Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Are you well? Are you happy? Are you... No, nobody's happy at the moment. I've never known such a miserable time. It's awful. So we're here to kind of push all the misery to one side. We're here to sort of make you forget about the fact that you've got bills sitting on the mantelpiece and you're thinking, I don't know, which one do we pay? Which one do we pay? Which is the one least likely to come back? Because I've got a water bill in. Obviously a few weeks ago, but I didn't take any notice because most of my bills, in fact nearly all of them with the exception of the water bill, are on direct debits. And so I'd left it, and then I got a text the other day from Thames Water saying, we've been trying to contact you, pay your bill. And so I went, oh, I better pay it. So I immediately went and sort of got the bill, paid it, and it's all pushing numbers, and you've got a 16-digit number. So I didn't have to confirm my address, actually, to them. I just phoned them up, unlike the other people at the Freedom Pass. And that one's going to rumble on today, I've decided. It's honestly, I've got a few little ideas up my sleeve, but it's just such a pain in the rear end, it really is. There's a lovely picture of the House of Commons standing to honour the MP, and it's noticeable by one thing. On the left-hand side of the house, you're looking at it on the right, surprisingly, at the picture, are all the Labour MPs all wearing masks. On the other side of the house, the Conservative MPs, only 2 are wearing masks. The rest of them are maskless. And you begin to wonder whether or not they are as thick as we think they are, because, as anybody will tell you, the death rates have gone up. The admittance to hospital of people with COVID has gone through the roof. 50,000 people. 50,000 people already, and the deaths have gone up, and they're not wearing masks, and nobody's doing socially distancing. And you think to yourself, where are you getting this information from? There was a couple in America, another one of the I'm not going to wear a mask brigade, as I prefer to call them, the thick, stupid people. And they believed everything on the internet that they read. And you can go to YouTube and find people standing there arguing. It says, on the internet, this, and that, there's no cases and all the rest of it. Well, the COVID cases, 50,000 in one day. In one day. You think this isn't coming back to bite you on the bum? Think again. If you choose not to wear a mask, you stand a very good chance of catching something. A very good chance. I mean, the figure, I think, if I work it out, it's about, 19,000 cases short of the peak number of cases on 2021. In January, 68,000 new cases reported at the height of the most devastating wave of the pandemic. And there's all the MPs standing in the House and they go, well, if they're there, yeah, but lots of them could come down with COVID. Anyway, a couple in America, even, I think in the last week, 5,500 people admitted to hospital. In the past week, 5,500 people with COVID. How many will die? I couldn't even put a figure on it. If you really want to risk it, good luck to you. Good luck to you. I see people sitting on the bus, and every so often the driver will push a little thing, if you travel on TfL, unless you're exempt. And of course, all these people, if you query them, they will go, I'm exempt. And you go, well, what have you got? Why don't you go and sit somewhere else? Because you might be infecting the entire place. I couldn't care less whether you're exempt from wearing a mask, because you might have it and you might be infecting other people because they don't care, because they're generally selfish. Anyway, the couple in America who didn't wear their mask, they went down with it. They went down with COVID. And they're both dead. She was diabetic and she went down first. He didn't know that she died until they obviously told him, your wife's died. And he then died a short while afterwards. I mean, it's also the amount of mixing and vaccines which are sort of starting to wear off. So it's no good, sort of saying, oh, I've had my vaccine, I'm not going to get it. People do get it. But it's the stupid ones who go, I don't need to wear a mask. Because it says on the internet, oh, go away, you can find anything on the internet. You can find anything on there. It'll tell you what you want to hear. But it's the stupid people in America, and we've got them over here now as well. Hence, our figures are going through the roof. I mean, it's never enforced on public transport. All they do is say on TfL, they go, you must wear a mask covering your face and mouth. Most people don't know it's got to cover your nose and your mouth. In most cases, it should be shoved in their mouth, I think, to stop them actually breathing. Even the staff don't a lot of the time. Go to Waterloo Station, and most of the staff there are not wearing masks. And I'm thinking, it's not compulsory on the train, is it? Well, that's why. More deaths. More deaths. You're going to see it And if you know somebody in your family who's got it, good luck. Good luck. I mean, it's terrible. But I don't know what more we can do in the media. You could sort of say the figures, and, there are other things that the papers are concentrating on, like, should we provide armed guards for all the MPs? Where are we getting the policemen from? Where are they coming from? Are they all trained in firearms? No, not all of them. We had an incident in Twickenham yesterday, and it was a police car that came around the corner, followed by another police car, and it was, I don't know what it was, because I never found out. But it was some bloke who was being held up by what looked like social workers. And don't ask me how I know they're social workers. I know. Okay, I can tell these things. Put it this way, it wasn't his mother, and it was obviously something to do with drugs. What did we get? We got 2 police cars, we got a police van, and we got, I think it was between 6 and 8 police officers standing there for what seemed like more than 35 minutes. And I remember thinking, is there nothing else going on in the world? Why does it take so many police officers to deal with one person? One person. And in the end, they obviously drove him off in a police car. So he obviously he wasn't being nicked or anything like that. They were obviously just taking him home or back to the care home where he came from. I've got no idea. But whatever it was, it just seemed an awful lot of police officers who could have been doing something else. And 2 of them were on bicycles. Have you seen the police bike? It's actually got police written on it. Oh, they ride around here. Very fit. Well, don't with legs like tree trunks, but, it's always good fun, isn't it, really? And I suppose they could sort of nip down little side alleys and stuff like that so they can get somewhere a little bit quicker. And they've got all the usual... I mean, all these police officers standing around, doing nothing. Nothing. I didn't quite understand what it was. I thought, the police now basically become social workers. The idea is, I thought, to go out there and catch criminals. As indeed we have a few in the papers for you today, especially the cash for crash people. The people who stage accidents and then they put in... There was a bus route in Birmingham some years ago, and the bus had a little accident. I think nearly the entire bus put in for whiplash and everything else. They were basically crooks. They were basically liars because you can't prove whiplash. And they just go, oh, there was some bloke... He used to turn up in court with a neck brace on. He used to come out of the court, run over the road, take the neck brace off, and then sort of, take off his disabled sticker. Aha, aha, aha. And that was it. It's the easiest thing to fiddle, but cash for crash. I mean, some of them, they've had to put them on television and make programmes about them because they watch it on CCTV. And they almost do a rehearsal. Okay, I'm going to come here. I'm going to drive right in front of somebody and they're going to crash into me. Because I was trying to explain the other day to a friend of mine who was going a little bit fast, and there was a car in front that braked. I said, if that car in front brakes on the motorway, it pulls out, and you go into the back of it, you're the one in trouble. Because it meant that you weren't observant to hold back. So if you go into the back of somebody, your problem. So be very careful. It's dangerous out there. I mean, the next thing is insurance is going to go up, isn't it? That's what will happen. All these people who do the cash for crash. But they've been told to pay £100,000 each. One of them's a restaurant owner. I'll tell you what the name of the restaurant is and the owner's name, because I think they've gone to prison, and they've had to pay the £100,000. I mean, seriously, what sort of people have we got nowadays? If you want to go to the north, you can have a giggle. The north is the best place to have a giggle nowadays, because you can sort of go, why, UFO, because that's where I don't know where that was, but you find all the UFO people up in Yorkshire. And that's where you can also go for a giggle. I don't know why, actually. Also, 2/3 of kids think UK holidays are as much fun as going abroad. Well, it is. You haven't got to sit there on a blasted plane forever and a day, have you? You just sort of go to Southend, which is now a city. What that means in terms of Southend, I've got no idea. I didn't think it was big enough to be a city. But anyway, it is. And so that's what they've actually done with it. It didn't make any difference for the sort of people that go there. It's nice, if you like that kind of thing. And what does it mean? I mean, there are 51 cities in England, and the definition of a place being a city is simply a place which has been granted the status by the monarch. That's it. I declare Twickenham a city. What? Yeah, having a place become a city doesn't mean that the area will have any major changes. There are no concrete benefits. They say it's a symbol of pride. I'm sorry, in Southend? I've obviously missed the point on this one. If you've been to Southend, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Are you a dipper or a squirter? That's an interesting one, isn't it? I think I'm a dipper. Some people are yeah, but not very often. This is people who have tomato ketchup. So you either squirt out the thing or you dip. I don't understand it either. They're worrying about the sales of stuff like that, so they're trying to make it as interesting as possible. I'm a dipper. I will always put the stuff on the plate and then dip into it. I mean, I don't have it very often. Yes, but I did have what was it? A sausage baguette from Greggs, because their sausages are actually not bad for little sausages, and the bacon's a bit rough. But anyway, the sausages are very nice. And I did ask, because they always say, red or brown sauce. There used to be a place over the road from here, going down next to Charing Cross Station, and all they did was bacon or sausages in rolls, and they were packed every day. I mean, if you've got a baguette, you're going to need a squirt, aren't you? You can't dip. And so I did ask for, should you go red or brown sauce? They don't call it ketchup or daddies. They just call it red or brown. We're based on colours now. Perhaps we're very shortly we'll just be pointing. That one there. It's a northern thing, isn't it? Yes. We're a bit like... We've got a northern person out there, actually. Yeah, Dominic's out there this morning. Very fit. Very fit. Goes to a gymnasium and does his, the buffing up of the... I mean, I could do it, but to be honest with you, it gives us stuff. And so I had the red sauce. I didn't want to say ketchup in case you go... Because if you're going to McDonald's and you go... and they go, and you go, oh, and a Coca-Cola. McDonald's Cola. Because it's not Coca-Cola, it's McDonald's Cola. And so they're always very keen to tell you that. I don't know why, actually. But always ask for it without the ice in. OK? Then you get more. In fact, you get much more. The ice uses up most of the cup, I'm afraid. So we don't want that, do we? We want to try and get as much as possible. And if you want fresh chips, or fries as they call them, ask for them with no salt on. Okay? Tell them you're allergic, and they have to cook specifically for you. It's very good. It's very good. It's a very clever way of getting it. Anyway, so what was I saying? I can't remember what I was talking about, actually. I kind of wander off at a tangent. Oh, yeah, so... no, I've forgotten now. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll think about it during the week, and I'll... during the wake. I meant woke. No, more bad news coming up. Nope, we found a gladiator's rude pot. I don't know, the Romans were constantly drawing, naked people on their pots. This one's covered in willies. I don't know why. I mean, obviously, those Roman people are obviously very well blessed in the downstairs department. I've never seen anything like it.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
So anyway, I've just remembered what it was we were talking about. We were talking about Greggs baguette. And so she said to me, red or brown sauce. And I thought, I'll push it. I don't often have red sauce in it or ketchup. So I said, oh, red. Thinking, obviously, if we're calling it red, it's obviously not tomato ketchup, is it, from Heinz? So she squirts it in there, and I suddenly realised I'm never doing it ever again. Because if it's in there more than 2 minutes, it soaks into the bread, it coats your little sausages with this gunk, and then it all starts falling apart. And they always squirt too much. Way too much. What do we have? We went to Pret. Oh, by the way, remember I told you that we've got a Pret opening in Twickenham. We haven't had a Pret before. We're very excited. And John told me yesterday, now whether this is true or not, I don't know. But it's exactly the same colouring on the outside as Waterstones, the bookshop next door, except Waterstones is shiny green. This one is matte green, or it could be the other way around. Either way, it turns out this is going to be a vegan Pret. Have you heard of these? Oh, you've heard. Oh, right. Well, that's what they've said. We're actually going to have a vegan Pret. That'll do well round our way. Not. I mean, there's not that many. They're massive, are they? Oh. Well, this was where a Starbucks used to be. Starbucks sort of expanded. Although, to be honest with you, how they afford the rent, I've got no idea. But I think we're all aware of the tax situation. But it's a case of a vegan Pret or vegetarian Pret, hence being green. And I remember thinking, oh, that'll be interesting. I wonder what they do. It'll be a lot of pre-prepared rolls, won't it, and baguettes and stuff like that. So from vegan to vegan treats. So we're having a look. It's all plant-based, which is Lovely. And they've got, so the menu. Let's have a look at the menu, shall we? It's called Veggie Pret. Veggie Pret. Oh, look, fruit, imagine. And a baguette, which is quite nice. So, yeah, it's a rubbish website, Pret. Pret, if you're listening, your website's rubbish. Absolutely useless. Find a Pret, Veggie Pret, click on it. Nothing. We listened, you asked. So they've got all sorts of things. So, okay, find a Veggie Pret, show more. Look, just show us the bloody menu, will you? It's so annoying, isn't it? Very amateurish. Change the people who are doing your website. And say, blah, 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 blah. Okay, dishes. Falafel, avo and chipotle flatbread. Oh, it's chipotle, is it? Oh, it's called it chipotle. Apparently sweet potato falafel and freshly sliced avocado with a dollop of chipotle ketchup, topped with pickled onions, crunchy red peppers, fresh coriander, and our charred corn salsa. All of that wrapped in our wholemeal flatbread. Sounds ghastly. No, there's no price on any of these things. This website is absolutely the worst I've ever seen. Falafel and halloumi hot wrap. They've paired it with some flavoursome red pepper, tapenade, and halloumi cheese. Chili bean and seed. Well, the people at Twickenham are not going to take to this one, I'm telling you. They want meat. Sweet potato falafel, meze salad bowl, Pret's vegan mac and greens, Pret's almond butter protein ball. God, is that all they're selling then? Is that it? Have they got anything else that's remotely interesting? They do they obviously do bits of fruit, I should imagine, and cookies, and it's all sort of veggie. I mean, to be honest with you, it's picking up on what they think is sort of, a trend. They've got, it's just plant-based, apparently. Your favourite Pret flavours with even more recipes to choose from. Yeah, I bet the prices reflect it. Can't you just tell? This ain't going to be. Apparently, they've got, there's an ackee and almond butter smoothie bowl. Vegan chef's Italian salad featuring toasted chickpeas, sliced avocado, baby tomatoes, cucumber, shiitake and chestnut mushrooms, or shiitake, and salad leaves. Oh, they've got 10 tasty vegan sandwiches for healthy lunches that aren't falafel. Oh, thank God for that. I wonder how much they are, though. I think if you say the word vegetarian or vegan, it's an excuse to put the price up. I think that's what it is, actually. So all the trimmings, Boots have revealed Christmas meal deal range, including a vegan turkey sandwich. What's the point? If you're vegan, why would you have a vegan turkey sandwich? Meal deals are priced at, wait for this, $3.39, but if you're in London, $3.99, and include a main, a snack, and a drink. Sandwiches filled with brie and cranberry and pig's under blankets, which is sausage and bacon. Oh, that doesn't sound very vegan at all, does it, actually? But they've also got crumble. So pig's under blanket sandwich, £3. The New Boots vegan no turkey feast sandwich, £3. Christmas triple sandwich, $3.15. Turkey feast sandwich, $2.75. Shaper's turkey, cranberry and stuffing sandwiches, £3. That actually seems quite good because some of the Marks and Spencer's say, oh, that's nice. Mincemeat and cranberry crumble, £1.20. We can have a handcrafted chocolate log for £1.20 as well. It's lovely. So Pret started selling Christmas sandwiches in July this year when lockdown lifted. Yeah, whatever. Go green, says somebody. Thanks, Pret. Ugh, creep. Nothing worse, is it? Oh, thank you, Pret. Thank you for going green for us. Have you been out and cooked anything? You're not getting a freebie. I'm not going to pass your address on to anybody. And Steve, I'm vegan. That Pret menu sounds horrible. It didn't sound very exciting to me. But, I mean, I'm not vegan. Leslie says, I always thought a city had to have a cathedral to be a city. No, it's as basic as the Queen says, I dubbed this place a city. And it becomes a city. And that's it. Met the great Steve yesterday, says Welling Dan. Made my day. He came up to me. He went, you Steve Allen? And I went, no. He said, yes, you are. I said, no, I'm not, stalker. And it was Dan. He was very excited, very excited. He said, I listen to you every morning. He said, I think you're fantastic. And I thought, there's probably going to be pictures appearing of me on the internet, as you can tell. Yeah, perhaps that's the guy the police were dealing with later. But nice to see you, Dan. Yes, he said, I'm a spiker. That's what we like to hear. And Steve, I'm cranky. Sydney's been out of lockdown for a fortnight and I can't get a haircut. Bad enough round our way. Have you booked? For what? Haircut. We haven't got anybody in here. Oh, yeah, but you need to book. I've got somebody coming in 20 minutes. Number 1 all over, thank you. Apparently the Costa pork sausage bap is quite decent too. I don't think I've ever been to Costa. There's so many of them, isn't there? I mean, I used to like Starbucks only because it was the nearest. And you could go there and get sort of a cup of coffee. And I did have a couple of little sandwiches and things like that. But to be honest with you, it's all much of a muchness. The only thing I liked in there was they do a panini with cheese and Marmite. And that's quite nice. I mean, it's obviously not very good for you. In fact, none of it. But they go, oh, would you like a skinny latte? Oh, sod off. I mean, for goodness sake. Or failing that, you can have like a sort of a cupcake, but it's a skinny cupcake. Blueberry muffin. Oh, that's right, blueberry muffin. You can have a tall or a venti coffee. I'm sorry, we're not Italian. We don't understand what you mean, venti. Why don't you just put down medium or large? Makes it so much easier. Apparently, Steve, see you around the menu for that sandwich place. Vegans can't eat avocado because they're pollinated by wasps. Well, you tell me something new every day. I mean, I've got no idea. But I suppose you could take the avocado out. Not really, it's a bit messy, isn't it? Especially when they go squidgy on a piece of toast. Yes, it sounds horrible in a sandwich. It's going to make the bread all yucky, I suspect. I was on the bus for the first time yesterday, Steve. In fact, for the first time in a few years. No school kid wearing a mask. No, they don't. There are a few of them that get on with masks on. But no, the majority of them don't wear masks. And of course, they're going to be the next area of people coming down with COVID. I mean, the message is not strong enough. It's a case of, if you wear a mask, it might help you. If you're on the bus or on the train with no mask on, and somebody sitting very near you has got COVID and is also not wearing a mask, there's a very good chance you're going to have it. You're going to get it as well. And believe you me, I mean, you've seen the deaths. You've seen the amount. I don't know what more you can do to somebody. You just have to say, as I say, I hope to God you don't get it. Because when you get to the hospital, they won't have any beds for you. Because they're full up with other idiots who don't want to wear a mask. Oh, I can't. I'm exempt. Good. Well, then stay at home and away from the rest of us. Because you're the ones who are going to be spreading it. Not good, is it? George Aligaya has had to take leave. His cancer's come back again. So he's going to be going back in for some more treatment. Darwin's microscope is up for sale, £350,000. The trolls are targeting top model David Gandy. Now, you know that trolls are rather sad people. They don't have any friends. They've got nothing to do. Like that 76-year-old in Wales who wrote a death threat to an MP. They're going to drag you through the courts, matey. And not only will you be dragged through the courts, but you'll be in every newspaper. They're going to put a picture of you, you stupid little man. Stupid little man. And your family are going to be all embarrassed because you're obviously an embarrassment to them. Because I tell you, that's going to carry a prison sentence. It's got to. You cannot send death threats to people in this day and age, especially in the light of an MP who's just died. And then you do that the following day. More stupid than you probably look. Can't wait to see what you look like. Happy birthday to Gloria Jones. Who's Gloria Jones? Married to Mark Bolan of T-Rex. She had her own version of Tainted Love out many, many years ago. 76. What, she's 76? Yes. Well, Mark Bolan, if he'd been alive today, and he died way too young, he crashed into a tree just down the road from Richmond. You'll know which tree it is because all the fans tie ribbons onto it and everything else. And it doesn't, I mean, I don't remember it being particularly big, and I can't remember. He was driving a Mini at the time, which was considered a pretty flash car if you were a popsicle star, and you had a little Mini. But yeah, he actually died down in Roehampton, I think it is. And there you go, Barnes, close to Gypsy Lane, Queen's Ride. And he was a passenger which hit a part metal and wood fence and a sycamore tree. There you go. But as I say, you can't miss it. There's a bust there, and the tree is covered in all sorts of things. He was only 29. Only 29. Very, very young. I wondered, actually, whether we'd still be talking about him. If he hadn't died, would he still be around in the pop industry? Bit like the Rolling Stones. He could still be touring, couldn't he? Telegram Sam, you're my main man. I used to like Metal Guru. It was the least popular, I think, out of all of his records, but it was the one that I loved. I thought it was just the opening Hot Love. You like Hot Love, did you? Yeah, I thought you might do. It's the producer again. He's having one of his turns. And there's a lovely woman in the paper today. She's apparently a celebrity psychic. For that read, it's an even bigger pile of rubbish than you've heard from anybody else. And do you know what her claim to fame is? When I read it, I nearly died laughing. She predicted the death of Prince Philip. No kidding, dear. 99? That was a bit of a guess, wasn't it? She's blooming good, I tell you. Oh, dear, honestly, what a marvellous person you are. Don't trust anybody who's got the word celebrity in front of them. Celebrity psychic. That was like that, who's that old bag who goes on stage? We haven't heard of Sally, what's-her-face? Sally somebody, another one. Oh, darling, he's here with me now. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's dead. Okay? He's not coming back and he's not talking to you. I don't care who you are.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Chris says it's cathedrals that make a city. No, it's not. No, dear. You're way out of touch. Wells in Somerset is the UK's smallest city. Again, wrong. Blimey, you're really out of sorts. I mean, historically, cities were settlements with cathedrals, although it's no longer a requirement. I mean, Birmingham was the first town without a cathedral to become a city. And that was in, I think, about the 1880s or something like that. Many have followed since, such as Brighton. Southend does not have a cathedral, but they don't need to worry about it. And St David's in Wales is the smallest city. Their population was 1,600, and it got its city status in 1995, I think. I mean, in the by square miles, the smallest city is the City of London, which of course covers 2 square miles and is home to the Bank of England. It still has a greater population than St David's at 7,700 in 2018. That's the City of London, okay? That's not London, that's the city before you write in and go, I think you found there's a few more than that, Steve. So the City of London is very small. In fact, actually, it's got its own police force, yes. Well, so have the parks. The River Police, they're all separate. You've got the Met Police, Parks Police. There's about 5 different police forces in London. They're all separate. Yeah, they all operate separately. So that's why the City of London has it. So during the week, but if you drive in past the law courts on a Sunday, deserted, absolutely deserted. Because the only people who live there during the week, if you go onto the right-hand side, there's where all the solicitors are and the lawyers and everything else. And that's like stepping back into Charles's time. And so the newspapers were always there. And in fact, that's the only time they were busy, because on a Sunday, all the rolls of paper came in and they moved it. I mean, Fleet Street was always the home of newspapers. And then one by one, they moved out. Why they moved out? Why they're at Fleet Street? I can't remember, actually. What was the reason? What? Because it was near the old Bay. Oh, right. I do remember, actually, though, because over the road from where we used to be was Bouverie Street, and that's where the Sun was. And the Sun, of course, wanted to move. And so what they did, they set up all their new offices and in Fortress Wapping, as it was called. And literally, they pushed a button overnight and the paper was produced. So all the unions were up in arms and they started picketing and doing all sorts of things because it was the biggest fiddle going. The machine operators, people would fall asleep, but they were paid to mind the printing presses. But of course, it was all done on computer. They didn't need the printing presses. And, they didn't like that at all. My God, that was mad. And I know that because we were in Gough Square, and all the printers used to go to a place around the corner, a pub called The Workers. It was a bar, and that was 5, 6. They'd stagger back, drunk in the early hours of the morning. But in fact, it was a defeat in the history of the British trade union movement. I think it was launched by the newspaper printers, and they wanted to put, I think, 90% of the old-fashioned typesetters out of work. So what they did, they offered redundancy payments of, I think, up to about 30 grand to quit the old jobs. The union rejected the offer, and on January 24th, I think it was, in 1986, 6,000 members at Murdoch's papers went on strike. Meanwhile, News International had built and clandestinely equipped, secretly, a new printing plant in Wapping. Completely screwed them. It's quite amazing, because we were there, and I remember seeing it. You know, there were arrests and there was police in and everything else, and Highway Wapping was the place not to be, I don't think. But it was exactly the same when the miners went on strike. You know, good old Arthur Scargill. There's another man with a dead hamster stuck on his head, poor soul. That's the one that the Mine Workers Union tried to shift out of his flat at the Barbican. He had a company flat there, and they wanted him out. Because I don't know how old Arthur Scargill is now. He must be well past it. But he was another one of those hellfire and brimstone people. You know, we've got to do this. You know, people who jumped the picket lines. I mean, it was completely... Guess the age of Arthur Scargill. Well, actually, a figure of 87 popped into my mind. Was I fairly 83? Quite close, I think. Quite close, yes. Yeah, perhaps that's his showbiz age. But again, he was sort of... It was sort of just one of those things. I remember him doing an interview with somebody who had working for us called Chris Mann. And it was the most interesting interview I'd ever heard, because Arthur Scargill didn't want to answer any questions at all. He thought he was it. Can you go back a couple of pages onto our cathedrals? Is that possible still to find that one there? I like having a look at these things, just because if I get sort of something up, I can have a look. There you go. Stop there. I think that's the one there. Yes. Birmingham was the first town without a cathedral to become a city, because Mo says Birmingham has a cathedral. I don't think it does. Might have a big church, but it's not a cathedral. Well, I don't know. It just says it was the first town without a cathedral to gain sort of city status. But it doesn't mean anything. Oh, it's a Baroque place. Completed in the 70s. How bizarre. Completed. How many cathedrals does Birmingham have? They don't build new churches, do they? There are two cathedrals, St. Chad's and St. Philip's, not far apart from each other. We don't seem to be building churches anymore. In fact, they're mainly, turning them into houses. Got one down the road from us, which is very nice. Shane says, I'm on a train from Bondi Junction to my suburb Riverwood. I put my bags next to me on the seat. I took your advice. Yes, you don't want somebody sitting next to you. There's a church in Brixton turned into a nightclub. Well, actually, I've heard of theatres being turned into churches, because you can get lots of people. There's the State Cinema at Kilburn is now a church. But it was a big theatrical house, but then people took the things. Steve, I don't think Gloria was married to Mark Bolan. No, I don't think they were married. They were an item. And you think she was driving the Mini? She had the original recording of Tainted Love, which is lovely. Steve, I know the Titanic interests you. Got about 30 years before it is gone forever. Yes, it's about 90 grand to go. It used to be 30 grand to go down there, but there's insects who eat metal, and that's why I should imagine 30 years it will just go and just sort of disappear. Oh, she was in Hair. She was recognised. This is Gloria Jones, the Queen of Northern Soul. She did Tainted Love in 1965. She was a Motown songwriter and recording artist. And she was the keyboard player on Mark's glam rock band T-Rex. They were also in a romantic relationship. They had a son together. Interesting. Not married. Shh, keep it quiet. Dreadful, isn't it, honestly? No, that happened a lot, but she was in Hair. And if you went into Hair, what did you have to do? Take all your clothes off. Yeah, there was that nude scene in Hair where they all disappear under a sheet. And then when the sheet comes off, all the cast is stark naked. Well, no, because they were very clever. When they played it at the Old Vic, just to stop people going down, and because when they knew the nude scene was coming, people would stare at a particular area to see the person that they obviously quite fancy when they were naked. So they moved the cast around every night. So the cast were never... So you'd look over there, and all of a sudden where have they gone? They've gone somewhere, and they'd be spending ages looking. And the only person who didn't take their clothes off, I think, was the narrator, who turned out to be John Barrowman. And he didn't take his clothes off, which is a rarity for John, who does take his clothes off. I love it. But, yes, I mean, I still, if I had £90,000 sitting in the bank, I would still want to go down to the Titanic. I just think because it's historic, isn't it? You just want to go and see something like that. It's like I'd love to go into a pyramid, because now they put stairs inside them, and you look at them, and they're still standing after all these years, and you think, That's what I would like to go and see. Yes, you can go inside. It's the Great Pyramid, yeah. Have you not seen it? Yeah, go on to Google. He loves Google. Type in inside the Great Pyramid, and you'll see that they've put in all these walkways and everything else inside the pyramid. There you go, inside the Great Pyramid of Giza. They put staircases in and rails, and which wouldn't have been there before. And you can go in and you can see all the inner workings of it. Look at it. I mean, it's so clever, isn't it? I think I'll be buried in a pyramid. In Twickenham. There is one, actually. There is, I think, in a cemetery. I can't remember which one it is. It could be Barnes Cemetery, where it's like a pyramid that they've been buried in. Yeah, can have anything done, I suppose. Steve, oh, that's right. Vegans always tell you they're vegan. Yeah, I had curry yesterday. I haven't had curry for years. Shan't be having it again. I had chicken tikka masala. It's the sauce that drives me mad. I'm not very good, actually. Official city status, Steve. Greggs, KFC, McDonald's, Poundland and Primark. Twickenham should definitely be heading for city status, I think. The new checkout-free Tesco store. Only the other week they were telling us how many shoplifters they have in there. And they're going to be checking people. That'll help the queues, won't it? 15 million pumpkins will go into the bin after Halloween. Because you can get them all over the place. Paul Cooper's got loads of pumpkins. And you can get little pumpkins or big pumpkins, and people carve them and stick a nightlight inside there. In fact, actually, on my journey home, I always see there's a house. They've sprayed all cobwebs all over their bushes at the front of the house. It looks a bit naff, actually, really. It's a bit messy, yeah. A bit like silly string. Comes in the same sort of can, only it does cobwebs, and they use it for films and stuff like that, and they've sprayed it over there. I don't know why. I don't think kids understand about that. Dave says, I was a paperboy back at the time. There's no stopping whopping. I remember that headline well. There wasn't. The union could do nothing about it. They were printing the papers inside. They'd moved all the journos over. The people who they didn't want over there were all the typesetters. And so one minute they're all earning a small fortune. Some people signed on as Mickey Mouse. I know it seems a little bit odd, but you could go in there as a casual and sign on, and you would end up being paid. It was really very bizarre, very, very bizarre. We actually had something years and years ago at LBC when we were in Gough Square. Somebody would send in a bill. If a bill came in for something, sort of supplying audio for whatever it happened to be, and it would go to the accounts department and they would then just pay it without... There was no system at the time of checking back within the records. We suddenly realised that we'd been paying something which was totally fraudulent. The person had never made any recordings for us or done anything at all, but they paid it because... It was somebody who wrote in, yeah. And they wrote in, they had headed paper with supplying so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. And, of course, it just got signed by the programme producer and sent upstairs to the accounts department. And it got paid. It's amazing, isn't it, really? You can go all these sorts of things. Gary Glitter suffers new jail humiliation. Oh, lovely. Oh, well. I had a horrible feeling there wasn't going to be any good news today. Now there is. A bank manager who stole £200,000. He's just been jailed. And toy prices going up 11%. Well, don't buy the toys. If you're going through one of those situations where money is a bit tight and a bit careful at Christmas, it's going to be even worse. I mean, people now are pre-ordering Christmas trees, which actually isn't so much of a hardship because I've pre-ordered my 3 Christmas trees, as one does. Yeah, I've got 3. I always have three trees, except last year when I had this fake tree, which came from QVC, but it wasn't big enough. I only bought a 6-footer, and I really should have bought 8 foot. But no, I shall buy a real tree this year, and have another 2 as well. We should have them outside. Well, 1 inside and 2 outside. Yeah, I quite like them actually, which is very good. What else? Adele shows she's lost none of her appreciation for British grub. Why? I'll tell you. There's a link to Vogue magazine after this.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit
Morning, Steve, says Jeanette. Terrible waste. Tell mums and dads to make pumpkin soup. Nobody likes pumpkin. It's an American thing. We don't like it. I've tried it. I hated it. I absolutely... Well, I didn't hate it. That would be a gross exaggeration. I just didn't enjoy it as much as anything else. So it's all... And I don't have a carved pumpkin anyway, but a lot of kids like to carve them and scoop out the inside. You can do, I suppose, quite a lot with it. Especially you have roasted pumpkin and pumpkin soup and pumpkin pie. That's it. Either way, it's not very exciting. It's not the same as having better stuff. But you're right, it is. It must be the only time that we all go out and buy vegetables, carve them, and then chuck them away afterwards, because nobody's ever going to nick them. Steve, guess you're thinking of Sussex MP's resting place. Mad Jack Fuller was buried in a pyramid-shaped resting place. Oh, right. I think that's quite a nice... See, I think it's nice. Although I remember saying, I think we discussed it a few days ago on the programme, a week ago, or a couple of weeks ago, last year, last 43 years. Yes, once we did it. I drove past Mortlake Cemetery the other day. I was going to, it must have been on the Sunday actually, because I got there a bit too early. I got there at 10, it didn't open till 11, so I came home again. But I have to go past this huge cemetery, and I was thinking, every time I've driven past this huge cemetery, which is on both sides of the road, you never see anybody in there. Well, obviously, apart from the dead, but that's all you see is headstones. And then occasionally, as we have in Twickenham, they deconsecrate a graveyard, and ours is now a children's playground, with the gravestones pushed back against the wall, and so they line the kids' playground. They're all very, very old graves, but I don't know whether there'd be any family left or anything like that. But that's what people want. That was back. Well, you could just go back. That picture. There was a picture of Baroness Thatcher going in the gates. There you go. That's Mortlake Crematorium. I go past that every day. And the reason I knew that she was being cremated there is because as I drove past, her hearse was going in. Literally 2 minutes before, the hearse had actually gone in. And I remember thinking, because it had the Union flag draped over the coffin, I remember thinking, that's Margaret Thatcher's. She was being cremated at Mortlake. It's interesting, isn't it? The things you know about these things. My friend Ian, he says, when I had pumpkin soup the other day, it was okay. I didn't love it. If you want a real American soup that's lovely, I'd go with clam chowder. I've heard of clam chowder, but I don't know what clams are. They look like oysters or something like that, like mussels. Oh, right. So I'll tell you what I like. I like haddock. Haddock soup's very nice. And I do like leek and potato. I'm a bit sort of simple, my thing. Actually, other well-known figures cremated at Mortlake: Tommy Cooper, Robin Day, the political journalist, Michael Redgrave, the actor. Amazing. I liked it when they had the funeral for Margaret Thatcher through London. It amazed me that there were some people who'd queued up to see the big cortege go past, and then they turned their backs on it. It was hilarious. It was the stupidest thing I'd ever seen. So clam chowder. It's got clams. In addition to clams, common ingredients include diced potatoes, salt, pork and onions. Other vegetables are not typically used. Oh, right. Apparently it's believed that clams were used in chowder because of the relative ease of harvesting them. It does look quite nice, doesn't it, as a sort of a wintry sort of thing. Yeah, I could probably cope with that. There's an easy... It'd be very fishy. I would think so. They come from the sea. What do you reckon? Clam chowder, yeah, breaking news. Clam chowder comes from the sea. Who'd have thought? I watched somebody the other day. It was a Chinese chef in one of these street markets in Wan Chai or wherever it happened to be. And he was cutting up octopus, but they were live octopus. And I was watching it because the octopus has got the middle bit, which looks a bit like a Ferris wheel, the top of a roundabout, and then you've got all the tentacles that spread all the way around it. And this thing wasn't enormous. It was probably about, in total length, about 3 foot. He held it up and then he put it down on the table, and then he just took a knife and sliced the top of it off. I mean, watching these things is somewhat ghoulish, I suspect. And then he just literally chopped all the tentacles up and then started cooking them. But when he took the head off, or whatever masquerades as the head, everybody went, oh, like that. Like, I was probably thinking, well, how else? Yeah, I did the same. It was all very odd. Very strange. Oh, another energy company has become the 13th energy supplier. This is Goto, or Go2, I suppose. I don't know who any of these places are. We don't have them round my way. Ofgem said the company, which served about 22,000 households, ceased trading yesterday. I mean, around 2 million customers have seen their suppliers go bust in the last 7 weeks. But they're all ones that we'd never heard of. Never heard of. Steve, says Angela, 40 to 50,000 people getting infected daily. Why no restrictions being mandated? It's round the corner. I'm telling you now, it's round the corner. They haven't announced anything yet. But if it gets much worse, the deaths have gone up as well. And that's why, when you get on the bus and you sit on the tube and there's people sitting there and they don't have a mask on or anything else, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And we always knew the coming months would be challenging. Boris Johnson's spokesman said, what we're seeing is case rates, hospitalisations and deaths still broadly in line with the modelling as set out a few months back now. Yeah. So in other words, when we sort of said it's okay, you don't need to worry about it anymore, you can all go out and don't need to socially distance, no mention of the deaths. No mention of the deaths. But people are dying. Jamie Redknapp got married the other day to a model who's pregnant. That's weeks before the first baby is due. Must be a first, isn't it, dear? Here's the bride, all fat and wide. Here she comes. Up the duff. But Harry, who's Jamie's dad, and his wife Sandra needed guiding on the register office after banging on the wrong door. It wasn't even in a church. Just the registry office. Harry shrugged and giggled as passers-by came to their aid. The wedding party moved to Scott's restaurant in Mayfair, where Jamie's cousin is Frank Lampard and Christine were guests. Hiya. Yeah, they went there. Cousins, that's what it says. Yeah, Jamie's cousin Frank Lampard, 43. I mean, I didn't know. I don't think the first wife was invited, was she? She's probably too busy posing, trying to get into the charts somehow, but it's not working. Paedophile pop star Gary Glitter has suffered new jail humiliation, moved from a normal cell to digs dubbed pedo cabins by cons. Pedo cabins. The switch was to help maintain social distancing. Gary Glitter was said to be horrified at being banged up in the temporary cabin in the grounds of HMP The Verne near Portland in Dorset. His new surroundings have a bed, sink, shower and toilet. Oh, apparently they're either too cold or too hot these. I couldn't care less. I think suffer as far as I'm concerned. I'm not remotely bothered. They said that he could be eligible for release February 2023. He was caught, you remember, you might have forgotten by now, with 4,000 child sex abuse images. He was later jailed in Vietnam for abusing girls. So there you go. So that's the... Oh, is that the cabin? Is this... Oh. It's in the grounds, is it? How about near a public footpath? How bizarre. Very odd, isn't it? Oh, must be all sorts of... I didn't even know there was a prison down there, but there obviously is. He was said to be horrified. A source said it's about as grim as it gets. The cabins creak every time you move about. They smell, and they're either too cold or too hot. It's like sleeping in one of the toilets that they put up at the music festivals. Well, he was jailed for 16 years. Never long enough, is it really? Never long enough. Prince William looks like he's next in line to be Bond at this eco event. They all turned up and they've got all these clothes where he seems to be mirroring Daniel as Bond. He's wearing a similar sort of outfit. The other day he turned up in a dark green velvet jacket. So dated. I don't want to say that Daniel had a pink one on, which I think is very brave. But then he used to go and into gay bars. I can't remember. Oh, that's right. He didn't get bothered. If he went to gay bars, he didn't get bothered by anybody. I mean, I don't get that bit at all, actually. I think that just sounds like a bit of an excuse. The Tories have said a fuel duty rise would be grotesque. I'm sorry, have you been to a petrol station recently? Average price, 140 pence. Have you been? Get off your fat bums, put a mask on and go and have a look. You can see the price of petrol as we're being ripped off. Unbelievable, it really is. Good story about dogs, which we like. Kanye West has now changed his name to Ye. Ye. I mean, seriously, where is your brain, love? Where is it? Not between your ears, that's a fact. Also, Miley Cyrus. She's covered in tattoos. I didn't realise Miley Cyrus was covered in tattoos. But apparently she's looks as though she's going to a gym to do a bit of working out. I feel quite guilty, actually, at times. I really feel perhaps I should go there. There's no point in talking about this all the time, is it really? Still to come, a mum posing as a train commuter to deliver drugs. She got caught because she's obviously a bit dim, and we've decided to bung her in prison for 4 years and 2 months. Enjoy every second of it, love. Enjoy every second.
Girls! Sean! It's bedtime!
One more race! I'm almost done!
Okay, kiddos.
That's enough. Time's up.
On to the app.
Your Wi-Fi is going off.
Going off.
EE Wi-Fi Controls lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Home.
Eligibility criteria apply. New EE broadband customers.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Trying to get a cup of tea, not the easiest thing to do at the moment. I had to try and get two people in the kitchen out so I could go in there to make a cup of tea. And they weren't keen on moving. They weren't keen on moving at all. I felt like saying, excuse me, 50,000 people the other day went down with COVID. They were just making themselves a cup of tea. And then she just sort of pressed herself against the wall. And I said, no, you have to come out. I need to go in. The kitchen is like this big, yo big, as they say, or yay big, which is good. What else we got? Oh, this cocaine dealer. This is a woman called Georgia Lee, 23 years old, but obviously a bit brain dead. She made 142-mile round trips on evening rush hour services to drop off cocaine and heroin. That's what she was doing. In 10 days, she made 6 Trans-Pennine Express journeys from Manchester to York, returning with the cash. She was arrested in a police operation against a County Lines drug gang. They found dealers sent out 4,000 texts to known addicts in York advertising drug sales. I mean, she's been jailed for 4 years and 10 and 2 months. Only goes to prove, doesn't it? 23 years old, thick as a brick. Thick as a brick. You'll enjoy yourself in prison, dear, but I wouldn't wish it on you again. What is the point, Steve, of getting double vaccinated and wearing a mask outside when the so-called experts say let fresh air in and you can still get COVID? Yes, but it just limits it. It doesn't say you won't get COVID, because people have been, double vaccinated. Masks and vaccine reduce the chances. I mean, if you want to risk it, risk it. Not my business. The vaccine also reduces the chances of getting it. Fresh air is very good, and you can get it bad. You can get it bad, so the vaccine reduces the chance of getting it really that bad now. If you want to risk it, risk it. I can't change your mind on anything. That's your business. But don't come running to the NHS going, oh, I didn't bother wearing a mask, I didn't bother getting vaccinated, and now I've got COVID. You'll know about it, believe you me. Yesterday, 45 deaths. I think there was a bit more than that, actually, wasn't there? Was it 45 deaths the other day? We thought it was a little bit more. But it's, 50,000 people getting infected daily. And people go, oh, it's all right. It's okay. But you want to limit the chances. That's why, I'm not letting anybody sit next to me on a bus. Couldn't care less if it's a school child or anything. I mean, Richmond has gained London's highest COVID rate. The cases have doubled. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. I think they were averaging, 410 cases per 100,000. Hounslow, the second highest rate, while Kingston is third and Sutton is fourth. All round my way. In Richmond, the rate is 4 times higher in the under 60s than in those aged 60 and older. Because they're all out there, families, nobody's bothering. Nobody's bothering. However, there are concerns over the infection rates being reported in secondary school children, especially with the jab rollout for 12 to 15-year-olds being slow in London. And I've seen them being interviewed on telly where they've said, I don't want my child getting an injection without my knowledge. And they go, well, children are dying as well, they're not exempt from this. The rollout is slow, not the take-up. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? But as I say, if people want to argue and believe stuff that they've read on the internet, which is never proven, then that's fine. But I don't think you should be admitted to hospitals. I think it's a case of you knew the risk. It's like, playing Russian roulette, isn't it? Same kind of thing. Oh, I ended up shooting myself. I mean, the government's booster vaccine programme is moving too slowly to protect the most vulnerable. I mean, fewer than half of those eligible have received the jab. I don't know why they're so slow. But on Monday, I seem to remember Downing Street promised to step up communications. There's only 3.7 out of the 8.5 million at-risk people who had a second jab at least 6 months ago have had their third dose. So 4.8 million are in danger of waning immunity. Hello, that's me. That's me. The booster vaccines are rolling out way too slow. I mean, I'm not due mine until November. Somebody says, why do people wear a mask outside? Well, I see people waiting at bus stops with their masks on. I wear a mask outside. If I'm going to I go to a bus stop. If it's outside, and mind you, I've been known to now get on buses and open the blasted windows. Because that's what they say. Open the windows. Keep fresh air moving through. That's what you're supposed to do. But all you're doing here is reducing the risk of you getting it and it being particularly serious. I mean, at the peak, nobody's totally immune. At the peak of England's vaccine rollout, I think more than 500,000 doses were given a day, but just 99,000 booster shots were reported in England on Monday, and the current daily average of other jabs has fallen to around 50,000. Whereas I remember when I went to get my jabs, there were queues around the block. And you know, that was sort of the best thing. I mean, other countries in Europe have overtaken us. And one time we were leading. And now we're worse. But Richmond, Hounslow, Kingston, all around my area, high figures of COVID. Shameful, isn't it, really? You'd have thought, actually, the people of Richmond would be far more intelligent and would be wearing masks and encouraging their children. There's a woman who gets on the train every morning, and she's got 2 little children, none of them wearing masks. Sometimes there's 2 little boys who get on my train in the morning, and they're probably around 8 or 9, and their dad gets on. They're French. I know, because I recognise the French language, and all wearing masks. This woman gets off the train at Richmond, no masks at all on her kids. Good luck. Good luck. Steve, will you be on Christmas Day, says Robert? Yes. Yes. Well, I think so. I've agreed to do Christmas Day and Boxing Day, because it's Saturday and Sunday, all being well. And Prince Harry's son Archie has helped to push the name into the baby top 10. Does anybody take notice of baby top 10s? Most of it, you can buy books. You have been able to for ages, books which give you children's names and what they mean. And so, and everybody's name is different. So in the girls' names, I mean, how much of this you have to take with a... I don't know what Stephen means. I'd rather not know. Probably a little bit dippy at times. A little bit of a fantasist, which I quite like. Stephen. Oh, it's wreath, isn't it? It's designed and derived, I think, from Stephanos, which means wreath, crown, and by extension, reward, honour, renown, fame. So it means to encircle. So there you go. So it's another one of these sort of biblical Greek words: reward, honour, renown, fame. Whatever that means. But I quite like it. In French, it's Etienne. Etienne. Yes. I don't know why. It just is. So top girls' names: number 10, Sophia. If you're a Sophia, you're at number 10. Rosie is at 9. Isabella 8. Lily 7. Ivy. See, Ivy, I didn't, that's really unusual. I had an auntie Ivy. Mia, number 5. Ava at number 4. Isla at number 3. Amelia at number 2. And Olivia at number 1. Have you noticed a lot of them finish with Sophia, Isabella, Ava, Isla, Amelia, Olivia. Just thought about that. The boys' top 10. Here we go. Number 10, Jack. See, Jack's, I'd call a dog Jack, I think. Number 9, Archie. It's okay. Number 8, Harry. 7 is Oscar. 6 is Leo. 5 is Mohammed. 4 is Noah. Back into the biblical side. Number 3 is Arthur. 2 is George. Number 1 is Oliver. There's always Oliver, isn't there? Oliver seems to be a very popular name. Very popular name, which is very nice, if you like that. Some people. I remember doing a phone-in years and years ago on what names mean. I mean, some names are going out of fashion. These are names which have peaked. Keith, Gray. I mean, Keith. Last year, just 5 children were given the name Keith. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? Graham, baby Keith. Graham. 8 babies called it last year. Jane, 18, got the name last year. Christine, Colin, Marie. And the names with fewer than 30 registrations, but now rank in the top 100. Finley, Finley. 22 boys in 1996, but 2,500 now. Ivy, 15 babies in 96, but now 2,100, placing its 6th name for girls. Willow's very popular. Willow. Arlo, no babies were given that name in 96 compared to 1,908, now the 27th most popular name. Arlo. Roman, just 27 babies originally, now 1,776. Elsie, yes, I wonder where that one came from. Elsie, 27 girls, now 1,772, which puts it into 19th place. So no mention of Stephen anywhere. I don't know. I feel a bit embarrassed now, but I can't remember why. I mean, but those are names which are going out of fashion. Slowly but surely, they disappear. And then all of a sudden somebody will come along who has that name, and it will become fashionable again. And people will sort of go, oh, wait a minute. Because when Kylie Minogue was at the peak, I think she's left the country, everybody wanted to call their kids Kylie and Jason and stuff like that. But unfortunately, there was also the ridiculous spellings. Kylie, Kylee. I mean, seriously, it's for people who are seriously dyslexic and obviously couldn't actually spell the name properly, so they sort of make it up as they go along. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And John, who could also be Alison, which is obviously a bit of a misnomer, says the printers did not come to London drunk. We didn't say they did. You need to wash your ears out and listen properly. I said next door to our studio was a bar that was open all night and the printers were in there. Drunk as skunks. John, or Alison, whatever your name is, this morning. Apparently you are a girl. I don't know how you're John as well then. Very odd. Harry, Steve, easily led and Meghan manipulative. And I love this one here. As the daughter of a printer who used to work in... Oh, I've lost it. Used to work in Watford. I don't know what you're talking about. We never worked in Watford. You're not the full ticket, are you, really? Steve, do you think we'll be seeing many... No, we can't call that one. My camera's called Arlo, says Catherine. I've never even heard the name before. I've never heard it. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I've just looked at my vaccination card. 6 months finished today. No sign of booster. I'm 70, says Janet. Not even in the first block of boosters. Yeah, somebody says we need more Barrys in the world. There's a rapper called Arlo Parks. Is that? That's not his real name, is it? Can't be Arlo Parks. Yeah, we shall find out later.
You know digital. You're connected, respected, data collected, and nothing's going to stop you.
No! No!
Or is it? Get full digital life protection with Bitdefender. Choose what the experts trust and use. Search Bitdefender now. Trusted, always. Bitdefender.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Anastasia says a name is very important. It is, isn't it? But did you ever ask your parents, why did you call me Stephen? Why did you call me Anastasia? Where did that come from? Did you know somebody? Or did you, well, because everybody's name gets shortened, doesn't it? Everybody's name gets shortened. My daughter says Jill is called Jane, plain Jane or Jane the Pain. And so poor old Joe is just Joe. Not even Joseph. Not even Joseph. Because then we go back to the biblical times, don't we? And we call that. Do you think your parents had a few sherbets? Yeah. Just Joe. Have you got a middle name? Thought you might have. What did they call you in the middle name? Oh, it's your granddad. You see, a lot of people use granddad's names or fathers. Douglas. See, Douglas is okay, isn't it? But I would have thought Douglas would have been your first name. As opposed to... No. Joe Douglas. See, I'm Stephen or Steve, and my middle name's William. But we were all Williams. And that never got shortened, thank God. But no, we were all Williams. And I forget why. I think because my father was William, so my brother was William and I was William. Very odd. But you're right, actually. I mean, Anastasia is sort of, it's a very special name because it's a princess's name, isn't it? Princess Anastasia. This was part of the Russian royal family who were massacred. And for years, the story was that the Princess Anastasia had survived the shooting. Although, to be honest with you, I thought we had to disprove that years ago because it was not possible to have escaped the shooting. And she was the Grand Duchess. Anastasia Nikolvena of Russia, and she was another one. But they claimed that they found her in a forest, and she claimed to be the Grand Duchess Anastasia. And they made films about it, actually. And she had to try and prove who she said she was, but it turned out not to be true, not to be true at all. But after they'd all been massacred in the room downstairs by the Bolsheviks, nobody survived it. Unfortunately, the people who were shooting were drunks and everything else. They'd just come in there, and he said, and they shot them one by one, and then it was a mass shooting, and those who didn't die straight away, they went round and they killed them. So there was no way that she ever could have escaped and gone to live somewhere. They were in a compound in the middle of nowhere. Steve, you must have heard of, I've missed an Arlo Guthrie, son of Woody Guthrie, whose best known song was Alice's Restaurant, says Chris in Chelsea. You're right, I have heard of Arlo Guthrie. I was nearly a Stephen, says Paul, but my mum fancied Paul Newman more than Steve McQueen. It's always the way, isn't it? Always the way. And 84850, Kevin says, I've just seen one of your trays on eBay. Well, you can't have done because they're not out yet. They're not. So I've got the only one. I have the only one. You can ring 119 and book your booster jab if 6 months have elapsed, says Pat in Folkestone. Well, I'm not due till beginning of November. And then I shall go and get it. And then I'll get the flu jab at the same time. But I mean, 1 year I missed the flu jab because I'm supposed to get it. But I missed it. And in fact, I was fine. I was absolutely fine. I didn't suffer any side effects. And, we are, I mean, I wouldn't take a chance now. I would have everything that's, listen, if it's going and it's free, I'm there. Yes, I'll have that one. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, old-fashioned names, Keith, Nigel, Ronald, Edmund and Mark. New names, Callum, Kyle and Oscar. Yes. Connor's quite a popular name, isn't it? Connor. I quite like the name Connor. Yeah, we got one out there. Bless his heart. He never combs his hair. I've never known anybody who doesn't comb his hair, but he's got that sort of preppy, tousled look. Very similar to myself. Very similar to myself. Looks like I've arrived on a motorbike. Older names are coming back. Are they? Are they? I don't know. I don't know what. So I'm not too sure what people, would Elsie and Ivy. Yeah, I had Elsie. Do we have an Elsie in our family? I think my grandmother might have been Elsie. I'm pretty certain she was. We just called her Nana. But it's funny, everybody's got different names for their grandparents, haven't they? You either call them Grandma, Nanny, Gran, Nan. I think we just called ours Nana. No, I've never heard anybody called Grandmama. Did you have somebody called Grandma? Actually, but mine, when I was younger, I'd lost my father's father had died, and there was just his mother left, and she lived in Ilford. And then up the road at Gants Hill, I'm never even sure if they ever met, was my mother's mother, and I met her husband, but he was an asthmatic, and then he died. But I mean, when you're young, you don't understand about things like that. You've got no idea what it means. They just go, we're going to a funeral today, we're going to Granddad's funeral, and it just doesn't mean anything. It doesn't register. Steve, I thought that my Alexander or Alex would make the top 10 or even the top. No, it's not. No, I'm sorry. I mean, I suppose if they did a top 50, you might find it in there. But I mean, generally speaking, it's not. I don't know. I mean, nowadays, people go through books and everything. Oh, I don't know what I discovered the other day, and I nearly bought it. I don't know why. J.K. Rowling's got a book, and I think is it called The Christmas Pig or something? I don't know. It's a new book. And it was in Waterstone's window. And I looked at the front cover. The front cover looked really good. And I thought, should I buy it? Seriously, I don't know. I suppose because it had the word Christmas on it. There you go. J.K. Rowling, The Christmas Pig. And I don't know whether or not to buy it. It's got 9 black and white spreads and decorative artwork. It's a tale for the whole family to fall in love with. So Jack loves his childhood toy. Do a Pig, DP, has always been there for him through good and bad until one Christmas Eve something terrible happens. DP is lost. And it's a magical journey. The Christmas Pig has a daring plan. I don't know. I know it's a children's book, but I just feel like buying it. I just feel like buying it. I don't know why. I've got a couple of, as you know, favourite children's books that I read when I was little that I bought again since and read them. And I love them. You know, The Circus is Coming by Noel Streatfeild is one of my favourite books. Also did Ballet Shoes and stuff like that. And I love that book. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Steve, my grandkids call me Glamour Nana. Glamour Nana. I always used to remember my grandmother on my father's side, people in those days looked like old people. She looked like an old person. She had wrinkly skin. Her skin was very cold to the touch and all the rest of it. And she never had any money. When I told you, when we used to go round there, my father used to go to the pub and buy her a bottle of stout, a bottle of Mackesons. She was quite happy with that. She used to have it once a year. And you think, I'm sure everybody else was taking booze round for her, but people lived on very little in those days. There'll be people listening at the moment who'll be going, absolutely right, nobody had any money. Nobody had any money in those days. Steve, growing up, we had lots of aunts and uncles, but they weren't aunts and uncles. They were just friends of the family. I know I'm called Uncle Steve by my godchildren, but I'm not really their uncle. But now they're grown up now. I find it amazing that my oldest is 26 and thinking about buying a house. I mean, you know, to me, she's always been, well, obviously not the same size. That would be a bit ridiculous. Steve, we need another lockdown. There's no question about it. Well, no, don't say that, Connie. We've got Christmas coming up. We don't want another Christmas ruined. I'm all excited for Christmas this year. I don't want to have to sort of not. But I'm being good, you see. I'm being one of those people who is good. Not specifically good, not doing anything over and above, just taking care of myself. Because if you don't look after yourself, nobody else is going to do it for you. But it's these people who refuse to wear masks. I mean, most people who get on the buses round our way are good. Occasionally there are a few stupid people. So, you know. Chris says, there's one of your trays on eBay. They claim to be able to deliver by next week. Well, there's no chance. They're not being delivered till December. They don't even exist. Don't buy it. You'll be throwing your money away. Somebody's ripping people off. So there you go. Steve, Mum called us all single-syllable names, says Mark. So we wouldn't have our names shortened. Kim, Lynn, Mark, and things like that, which seems quite good. My middle name is Peter. Mum wanted it to be my first name, but Lynn didn't like a Peter in her class, so at the age of 6 she was able to veto the name for me. 30 years later I introduced her to that Peter and reminded her what happened. She went mad, says Mark in Bramwood. Yes, I never thought about the shortening of names. I think at school people called me Stephen. In fact, hardly any of my friends call me Stephen. I've got a couple of friends, and my mother used to call me Stephen. Well, generally speaking, when you're in trouble, yes. Yes, she goes, Stephen. You go, yeah. I watched The Winslow Boy yesterday. It's a very good film. You'd like it. Actually, you would like it. It's based on a true story of a young cadet who goes to one of these cadet training schools, and he gets accused of stealing a postal order, a 5-shilling postal order, and he says, I didn't steal it. And they put him up in court in the Old Bailey, based on a true story of something that happened, and it was proven that he didn't steal the postal order. But it's very heartbreaking. It really is, as films go. Oh, there's a new version with Nigel Hawthorne in it. I've got the original version. Which I think came out in about 1948, based on the Terence Rattigan play, The Winslow Boy, and it's got Robert Donat in it. I didn't cry. The next door neighbour was horrible because they didn't want anything to do with somebody who'd been accused of thieving and all the rest of it, and the son was going to be engaged to the daughter in the family, whose younger brother was the one accused of stealing the postal order. But Robert Donat is very good. He did loads of brilliant films. Very clever actor. Steve, in Wales, grandparents are called Bampi and Mamgi. You must stop drinking. You really must, honestly. I was named Lorraine, Steve, after Lorraine Chase, when my dad saw her on a billboard for Luton Airport. Yeah, she did that. Did you remember seeing that advert? Isn't it funny? You can remember that, which came at... Remember the song? What was the song? Was there? No, there wasn't. It was the drinking thing, wasn't it? Were you truly wafted here from paradise? And Lorraine Chase looked fantastic. And she'd go, nah, mate, Luton Airport. Which was good. And Steve, says Anastasia, I've checked out the book from J.K. Rowling. I thought it looked fun as well. I'm not sure whether as an adult I'm allowed to read children's books. I could always buy it for my youngest or something like that. I just fancy the idea. Oh, there is a dance. Cats UK versus Lorraine Chase, Luton Airport. Oh dear, I tell you. Bleached hair went out a long time ago, didn't it, really? When you look at some of those older people, many of whom are probably still alive, dancing on Top of the Pops and everything like that. I always wanted to be a dancer. It's not well, it is a little bit too late, but look, I love the way that the crowd stand there looking very disinterested while the girls do their little dance routine. Down, 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 down. Looking around, yeah. The Top of the Pops orchestra were all people who lived in Shepherd's Bush. Oh, sorry, not the orchestra, the audience. And they were shoved around by the cameras. If the camera's coming your way, the person in front of the camera, get out of the bloody way. They always looked so bored. But they had special people who used to be taken out of the audience and used as special dancers. And they were obviously the real flash ones in your neighbourhood that you hated. But it was well worth it. They all became as famous, actually, as all the other people. Steve, growing up... Oh, that's right, we had those things. We had lots of Tracy, Sharons and Jackies, Steve. That was just the boys. Tracy. Actually, there was... who was that wrestler? Big Daddy, whose real name was Shirley Crabtree. Shirley Crabtree, yeah. Shirley was a popular boy's name. Don't ask me how. But Johnny Cash did a song about a boy named Sue. And he checked with his parents. Why'd you call me Sue? They said, because we knew it would make you grow up and be tough. Sue's dying out as well, is it? Is it really? Oh, Lord. Not sure about that. But, Steve, I was going to be called Clint. Yeah, yes, I could see that. But my mum didn't like the idea. But Clint had a son called Kyle, so they went with that. So Kyle is now 37. It's an unusual one, isn't it, Kyle? I don't know anybody. I haven't got any friends called Kyle. Jordan's very popular for a boy. For a boy. Jordan's very, very popular for a boy. I like the idea. Gary the cabbie says, great name, Gary's going to make a comeback. I fear not. I fear not. Although I do actually have some friends called Gary, which is very sweet.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Steve, what about the name Valerita? Valerita. That's got to be Italian, hasn't it? It's not in the top 50, unfortunately. And Jill says, a lot of parents forget their child has to grow up with the names they pick when giving them names like Freddie. Oh, I think Freddie's quite cool. Actually. It's an ageless one, which is quite nice. Chris says Lazarus is going to make a comeback. Oh, I doubt it very much. But did you sort out the state pension, says Christy? No, I've kind of given up on that one, actually, at the moment. It's far too confusing. Trying to get hold of them is a bit of a nightmare. But I suppose most government departments now. I want all my injections. And once I've had those, I should feel a lot better about life. As long as I don't become ill or anything else like that, I should be very good. I love ribs. I love spare ribs. And there's a recipe for slow cooked ribs, and I thought that sounds quite nice, actually. The only problem with ribs is, well, with sauce, without sauce, couldn't care less. They're so messy. They're just dreadfully messy to eat. One of those sort of balmy things, isn't it? It falls off the bone, doesn't it? They do ribs in the Chinese takeaway, which is salt and pepper ribs. And again, it just falls off the bone. You like honey glaze. Small wonder you're on a diet. You should just have it with salt and pepper. It's so much better. So Britain is a nation of ketchup lovers, but apparently we're divided over what to do with the stuff. I don't really know why, actually. It's because it's are you a dipper or a squirter? They did a survey, and they found chips were the most popular food to go with the condiment. Nuggets was second, and nachos third. Nachos? Who has nachos in this day and age? Well, I suppose somebody must have to have nachos, don't they? But so things you have to dunk your food into are mustard, soy sauce. Presumably it's got to be the slightly thicker soy sauce. Guacamole. That's quite nice. I quite like that. Made of avocado, is it? Oh, right. Salad cream. That's nice. Crisps and salad cream is very good. If you do a sandwich with crisps, it's not very good for your health. Brown sauce. But the trouble is that OK fruity sauce or is it daddy's sauce? You've got to make up your mind on that one. Salsa, chili sauce, barbecue sauce, mayonnaise, and number one is ketchup. And we devour tons and tons of the stuff. every year. Mayo with sort of chips is quite good, or curry sauce with chips. You can buy a mix in Iceland of curry sauce. It's just powder, and you mix it up, and then you can dip the chips in it, which is or buy kebab meat, which is quite nice. I quite like that actually. I was sent a photo the other day. Do you remember I was telling you that Henry is on holiday? Henry, who works on the breakfast show here, he's the producer of the breakfast show. And I said to him, send me a picture of you on the beach. So he has a picture. And I didn't realise that where he is, which is in Nice, the beach there is all pebbles. There appears not to be any sand. You thought they'd have brought sand in, wouldn't you, really? And this is it's a thirst trap. That's what it is. But it's a picture of him lying on the beach looking at the camera. I don't know whether or not he's actually taken the picture or his friend Mark's taken the picture. But it's basically to make the team out there, who look very pale, I'm afraid, this morning, a little bit... He's lying on pebbles. He's lying on pebbles. I mean, it could be considered erotic if you'd had about 3 or 4 bottles of Prosecco. But as it turns out, he's lying on the pebbles. I think he's on a towel. Oh, he is. He's on a towel as well, which is funny. I think he's in Brighton or Southend, because Southend's not pebbles. Brighton's pebbles. Southend is mud. I've remembered. Yeah, perhaps he's not in. Yes, perhaps he isn't gone to Nice at all. But he's there. He says people will be very jealous. He says make sure to mention it on the show. Well, there you go. Is that Nice as well? Oh, that's Southend Beach, is it? God. There's too many people on it already. I don't like a crowded beach. But if you go on the one with Henry, you're going to be the only 2 on there, because there's nobody else on the. There's nobody else has left. There's nobody else on the beach with him. Poor little soul. Bless him. We love it. Steve, I was at the dentist yesterday, and they were in hazmat suits. What's that? Is that something to do with precautions? Oh yeah. Well, all. Oh right. Oh, that's quite good, isn't it? Yeah, they're very cheap. But all dentists are using masks. I wouldn't think that they would be not using masks. They do dentists use masks all the time. And in the hospitals, you won't find anybody working in the hospitals who's not wearing masks. Monica says, Steve, I was the only Monica in both my schools and only met one other. My mum's favourite brother chose my name. I'm Mon to my closest friends. Fancy shortening Monica. I mean, really, I think you should leave it as Monica, which is good. Steve, I'm Graham Arthur. You made me feel really good this morning. My son is Philip Graham. You probably made his day as well, says Graham. Great show, apart from today. One of the questions on the chase yesterday, what sauce in Brazil is known as English sauce? The answer was Worcester sauce. I enjoy the chase. I can answer most of the questions on it. And sometimes the people are so dim on these quiz shows, they can't answer anything at all. Nachos are crisps, Steve, like Doritos. I don't have those either. I don't have those. And give up on the ribs in hospital, 4 broken ones. Staff are great, though, says Frank. I like it. They never give you food like that in hospitals. But actually, I've always had really good food in hospitals. I don't know why people ever complain about it. When you're in a hospital, you're lying there in your bed, you know, you're desperately waiting for all this food to come round, which is lovely. I'm going for breakfast this morning. Ooh, going for posh breakfast. So it opens at 7:30. Yeah, I've only just found out I'm going for breakfast. Well, you might know this person. I'm not telling you who it is. Well, it's certainly not Henry, put it that way, as he's lying on the beach. Dave, yes. There's a place around the corner from the studio. They do nice coffee and breakfast sandwiches. Ooh, breakfast sandwiches. Okay. I've just said okay. We'll sort out where we're meeting now. I don't know where I'm going. Well, I know where I'm going, actually. Early breakfast for me this morning. It means I stagger home with I've got my bag and all my other bags and all the rest of it, which is lovely. So there we go. That's me sorted out. So online retailers hiked toy prices by an average of 11% over the weekend. What with petrol going up, and now you've got toys going up. It really is a little bit bad. A British soldier has died. He was thrown 20 foot into the air when a herd of elephants charged his anti-poaching patrol. He suffered tusk injuries to his head and wounds to his chest, leg and arm. They both ran after spotting the herd in Malawi He said, I heard a scream and observed an elephant throwing Matthew about 20 feet in the air. The inquest in Oxford continues today. Prince Harry laid a wreath in his honour during a visit to Africa. That must have been some time ago, then, mustn't it, really? I don't think Harry's been in Africa for ages. Seems to be living permanently in America. Colin Powell died. I always thought he was ageless. I never thought that he was going to be in his 80s. He died from complications from COVID-19, but he also had Parkinson's disease, he had blood problems, he had all sorts of things. So I think it was a combination. He was born in Harlem to Jamaican immigrants. He was brought up in the tough South Bronx. During his teenage years, he became an army cadet, setting him on the path with the military. And he was the only one, because when he first sort of came to prominence in this country, everybody called him Colin Powell. And somebody went, no, it's Colin. And he went, well, it's spelt the same as Colin. They went, yeah, but it's pronounced Colin. Don't ask me why, it just is. Shelley, happy birthday today, says Steve in Sunderland. Steve, another name that's disappearing, Lance, which you don't hear of, says Ian. No, you're right, actually. HAZMAT is an acronym for hazardous material, says Peter. And hazardous chemicals. Hazardous chemicals. Apparently you can now tap your card up to £100. Yes, you can. My tapping doesn't work on my card anymore. I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't work. I do. It does have contactless on it, but mine isn't contacting at the moment. So I have to insert it into the card thing, which doesn't bother me. I'm okay with stuff like that. I'm not really particularly bothered. I have to get another card. Yeah, they're changing the cards on my bank, I think, at Christmas. It's going to be called something else. They sent me one of these texts the other day saying, yeah, Coots Plus. The BBC News reader, George Aligaya, is going to take another break for television to deal with the further spread of cancer. You remember that the TV journalist was first diagnosed with bowel cancer in 2014. He underwent further treatment when it returned in 2017, and now it's back again for the third time. He's chosen to keep working. It's spread to his lungs and lymph nodes, and they say he needs to take a break from studio duties. So we wish him well. He always seemed very nice, didn't he, George Aligaya? But he says, I've never used the word chronic or cure, or also my doctors have never used the word terminal either. Because that must be something, mustn't it, when you're sort of trying to deal with something like that, and, you know, you've got to sort of go through it. But he'll be having a lot of support, I think.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. Dean or Gary, Steve? I read no babies have been called Gary in the UK in 20 years. Oh, there must be Garys. There must be Garys. Yeah, so it's not that quick. Karen in Manchester says, Steve, I've been in hospital a few times, and not once have I not enjoyed the food. The only complaint I have is not enough of it. I know. That is the problem. But, of course, they're offering you, believe it or not, right-sized portions. It's just that we're so used to eating bigger portions. But you're right, actually. When I was in hospital, it's a case of, you know, the food's arrived, where is it? You know, even on breakfast. The only thing you used to get a lot of is toast. You could have toast or cups of tea as much as you wanted, but it was the other things with salt. Yes, if it was with salt, it would be for Victoria Beckham. But you're right, actually. But they are doing it properly. They are doing proper portions, I think. And somebody says, when are you going to pop next door and say hello to Mr. M like you used to do? Well, I only did it a few times, actually. It just seems like more. You still open his show every day with the phrase, I like a sausage. Because we had that one the other day. Do you remember up in Yorkshire, they'd seen a 600-foot silver sausage floating in the sky. Of course, it only turned out to be 2 people who'd seen this thing floating in the sky, thus leading them to believe that they'd seen a UFO. And I went, no, you didn't. OK, you didn't see a silver sausage floating in the sky, which then apparently it changed colours. So it goes on. My name is Kelly. I'm 65. I've never met anybody my own age with the same name. Many younger ones now, of course. As a child, I used to long to be called something a bit more traditional. See, Kelly's all right. Kelly's okay. I mean, there's loads of Kellys nowadays. You're right, but probably your age. I mean, Kelly Brook, you know, Kelly Osbourne. Kelly put the kettle on? Was that one? No, that was Polly, wasn't it? But was Polly put the kettle on? See, Polly, don't hear anybody called Polly nowadays, do you? That, isn't it, really? Obviously, names change. Ellie Goulding is sporting a new sort of outfit. Looked like she'd skinned Monsters, Inc. and sort of put this... Did you ever see Monsters, Inc.? Such a good film. It is blue and fluffy, yes, absolutely. It looks like that. And viewers of Who Do You Think You Are missed out on some of the more interesting details from Alan Carr's history due to an unfortunate camera angle. He was being filmed in a pie and mash shop in Peckham when the mishap took place. This woman was wearing a strapless top and they couldn't use any of the footage because it looked like she was naked. And she told so many interesting things about my family life, all this amazing stuff, but you can't do it because I'm sitting there having pie and mash and she's topless. Welcome to Peckham. Peckham's going to be re-energised. They're going to sort of change it, which is lovely. 43 years in the making, but the Nolans star Denise is finally releasing a solo album. The singer's quit her sister's group in 1978, but her debut record will be out in February. Lord above. The Nolans currently have a programme on Quest Red called The Nolans Go Cruising. Here we go. Watch out, Towie. Peckham's finest aims to be the new king of reality TV with its diverse of South Londoners, with Capital Extra DJ and Lizzo, backup dancer, both on board. Oh, who is the Capital Extra? I don't know who it is. And this DJT show. Oh, right. Oh, blimey. So they've all signed up for this series, and so it'll take you south of the River Thames in order to capture an arty and vibrant pocket. Are we talking about Peckham still? Is that an arty and vibrant pocket? It's going to be called Peckham's Finest. They're saying a bid to compete with Towie and Made in Chelsea. I think it's unlikely. The trouble is, it's all different. I mean, you could basically do one about any area you want, can't you? I suppose. All you've got to do is find enough personalities to appear on it. And that'll be quite nice, won't it? So there you go. There's one person here, Capital Extra DJ T-Show, has had his eyes set on being a household name. There we go. He joined the hit station earlier this year. Also, I'm surrounded by people here. I'm surrounded by all these radio stations with all these DJs. Yinka and Shayna, of course. Marie, DJ Semtex, Tim Westwood, Jay London. All here. They're all here. It's all good stuff, isn't it? It's all going on. And, my brother's booked tickets for the Magic Circle. Because there are only a few seats left, by the way. And this is for the 18th of December. And there's a link on the Steve Allen Twitter, isn't it? At Steve Allen Show. It's on there. And Ed and Amy have bought some too. Oh, blimey, I've got the whole clan coming up. Oh, Lord. Better be good. We like things like that. And a lot of pressure now. I don't like it when the families start turning up to things. I remember we did a show at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon years ago, and my godchildren everybody turned up. It really, we stuck them in a box. It was easier. So every time I looked to the left-hand side of the stage, there were my godchildren hanging over the side of the box. It's all very exciting. We had 2,000 people in for that one. The Magic Circle will be somewhat smaller, because it's only a little theatre, but you get to see some top magic. How about, says Kevin in Luton, the only way is Richmond? Well, if COVID gets much worse in Richmond, there won't be anybody left in Richmond. Top of the ratings they are for getting COVID. Amazing, isn't it? You wouldn't have thought that. Hounslow, I could understand because it's very near the airport. So I could understand that happening, but not Richmond. But yes, Richmond is even above that. And Kingston as well. Another one that says, Steve, John in Smithfield. A lot of people talk about Peckham, Steve. I can't remember if I've ever been there. I know that seems a bit bizarre, but I mean, I've been to Brixton. I've been to most, but I tend not to go that side of the Thames. I don't know why. I tend to be in the West. I've always lived in the West. I never lived. It's a what? It's an arty pocket. Oh, that's right, an arty pocket. Apparently, ketchup probably originated in China, says Frank. Brought back to England, 16th, 17th century. I squirted it into my daily Cornish pasty. Why is it called ketchup then? Why is it called? Why is it just not called tomato squashed? It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Really, tomato. Yes, I mean they are. They reckon ketchup comes from the Hokkien Chinese word ki tiap, the name of a sauce derived from fermented fish. Doesn't sound like that at all. Actually, it doesn't taste like fermented fish, does it? But how was it? The British likely encountered it in Southeast Asia, returned home and tried to replicate it. Oh. It looks a bit darker in the picture I'm looking at, so that's why if it was a sauce. Traders brought fish sauce from Vietnam to southeastern China. So you're quite right. How many bottles does Heinz turn out every year? 650 million bottles. 650 million bottles. And so it is a sauce made from fermented fish, a type of fish sauce. So I wonder when they sort of came onto the tomato thing. So it was a fish sauce, and then it turned into tomatoes. And in fact, they have celebrations, don't they? Where is it in Spain where they have this tomato festival and they literally throw tons of tomatoes at people? We've never seen that one. Oh, it's unbelievable. Seriously, I mean, you wouldn't want to touch tomato ketchup ever again. There's it's La Tomatina, and they go there and they chuck tons and tons of tomatoes all over the crowd. I can't think of anything worse, actually. I think it started in 1945, and they get involved in a tomato fight purely for entertainment purposes. They had to cancel it due to COVID since 2020, but they literally go there, and they've got these wagons that go through full of people standing on board with all these tomatoes, and they throw them at people. I haven't quite worked out why. It normally lasts an hour, after which the town square is covered with tomato debris. Fire trucks then hose it down. So listen, the safety of you, if you're going to this, is absolute paramount. What they say is, have a great fun time. Do not throw tomatoes directly at buildings. Only throw tomatoes to a target you can see. Follow the directions of security staff. Stop throwing tomatoes after the second starter pistol shot. Keep a safe distance from trucks. Squash tomatoes before throwing them to avoid hurting others. Do not tear clothes and do not throw anything but tomatoes. They're quite mad, aren't they, over there, really? It's like bumper cars at the fun fair. What's the big sign say? Do not deliberately bump into any of the other dodgems. And you think, avoid other cars, but the whole idea is you want to go and bump into other cars. I thought that was the best bit of it. The best bit. Jessie Nelson's being subjected to severe trolling over the black fishing row. I've had enough of this now, OK? We've had enough of it. I don't care anymore. I'm really not remotely interested. You know, you were the ones who started it. I'm not interested. Now the whole band's splitting up, which we didn't think they were before. So where it goes from here, God alone knows, but I really, really don't care. Joe Lycett's house is haunted by a ghost dog. Apparently, his doorway has become a toilet for his friends' canines, who are freaked out by the presence of the spooky mutt. Joe has a cat called Winston. He says, I do think there may be ghost dogs in my house. There's this one area that all dogs wee in. Yes, because other dogs are weed there. It's got nothing to do with ghosts or anything else, because they don't exist. It's a case of dogs. That's why dogs sniff. When they go outside, they sniff a lamppost. What do then? They have a wee over the other dog's wee. And if they do it on steps and doors and all sorts of things, provided they can actually smell another dog's wee. You see them doing that all the time, don't you? You know, and then they lift their leg up and have a little bit of a wee. Dirty dogs they are. They can't help it. Steve, Americans put ketchup on everything. They do actually. I'm not particularly bothered by it. I mean, it's okay. It's okay, but I'm not. I wouldn't go out. I mean, you know, if I didn't have ketchup ever again, I'm not going to be bothered about it. I'm definitely dip. I've never squirted. They squirted the other day into my sausage baguette. And don't want that again, thank you very much indeed. Steve, my name is Dennis. Excuse me. And there don't seem to be many about. Well, no, because you're called Dennis. That's why. And Alex says, for next year's Make Some Noise, why don't you, Mr. Moyle, swap shows? Well, leave him in the Steve Allen Memorial Studio? You must be mad, actually. Mad. And I was named Stan. I've never met another person called Stan. Oh, I know some Stans. Very nice people.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast coming up 4 minutes past 6 this Tuesday morning. It's cold and I don't know if it's raining out there yet. I'm sure that there's probably rain going to be around. Yesterday we seemed to have a bit of rain and yet there was no forecast for the blooming thing at all. Steve, I hate my name, Margaret. So I get called Maggie, Marge or Mags. I know, it's not very good, is it? Marge. Always sounds like The Simpsons every time somebody says Marge. Steve, My daughter's called Nancy. Not very many of those. No, not really, actually. Paul says ketchup comes from a Malay word meaning fish brine. Yes, it's mashed up fish, isn't it? And then for some reason we ended up with tomatoes. I don't know how that happened, but anyway. Today, 20 degrees centigrade, light cloud and a moderate breeze. Tomorrow, blimey, we've got thunder and lightning tomorrow. And 12 degrees, thundery showers and a moderate breeze. But it's got the picture of lightning, always a bit frightening. Thursday, rain. 12 degrees, plummets, doesn't it? Friday, 14 degrees, Saturday, 15, Sunday, 15, Monday, 15, and rain. And there was rain on the Sunday as well. So it's getting colder, isn't it? You can feel it, though, in the morning, can't you? Perhaps I should start looking out for jumpers or something like that. Make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? Somebody else suggesting that we swap shows. Mr. Moyles swaps. I couldn't trust myself. You imagine? I mean, it's bad enough playing music anyway. Me playing rock music. Can you imagine? That wouldn't happen. That'd never work out. Lovies. I haven't heard the word lovies for ages, have we? But they've been slammed by an academic for branding the word spooky racist. Now, I'd heard this story the other day. Theatre bosses announced they frown upon the term in the run-up to Halloween, saying it was used by US servicemen to refer to black pilots in World War II. Professor Sir Jeff Palmer, he said, and he's black, by the way, I should tell you that now. He says this seems to be another example where organisations think they're doing black people a favour. They are not. I have never heard the word spooky being used as a derogatory term for black people, and I'm black. It has always meant something to me that's frightening, scary or frightening. It's spooky. Spooky. That was it. Therefore, it is not a racist slur that is part of our culture. These people have just ensured that it becomes one. The word was labelled offensive by the public-funded National Theatre of Scotland. But Sir Jeff, who works at Edinburgh's Heriot-Watt University, says if they want to do something about race, put on a play and explain its origins. Otherwise, they're doing more harm than good. The theatre said it aimed to ensure no offence or hurt is caused by words with historical oppressive connotations. Well, I'd never heard of it before. And this professor, he's a sir, he's been knighted, he'd never heard of it either. Why is it people look for sort of annoyance where there is none? You know, they're just people who are interfering, I think. Steve, I love my name, Donna, from Peckham, Camberwell, bus driver. Woo, Donna. But spelt in a new way, D-O-N-N-A-H. So I've heard of Donna. Who had a hit? Oh, Donna. Was it 10cc? Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm never wrong. 10cc had a hit with Donna. There used to be loads of Sabrinas. Steve, well, the only Sabrina I've ever heard of is Sabrina the Teenage Witch. That was the only one. She now produces her own programme. I thought that was very good, actually. Donna, she's in the news. Yes, she is, for some reason. I can't remember why. And Penny in Bexley says, I'm a Penelope, thanks to my uncle. I think Penelope's good. Penny. See, Penny, you're always going to be called Penny, aren't you? It's one of those things. Donna, which goes, oh, Donna, you made me stand up, you made me sit down. Donna, sit down, Donna. Amazing, when you see the words written down for a song, you know, you sort of suddenly go off it. But Luton, you're obsessed with Luton Airport this morning. What's the matter with you, honestly? You're trying to find out the Cats lyrics to Luton Airport. As I closed the garden gate, I was really in a state. Suitcase in each hand and no transport. The taxi should have been there. He said he was on his way. I thought if you don't hurry up, I'll miss me holiday. Finally, he turned up and I told him what I thought. Then, to my surprise, he said, Soddich, you can walk. I had to show a bit of leg because time was running out, and a geezer stopped and said, Oppin, I can take you out to Luton Airport. Ooh, Luton Airport. When we landed in Mallorca, I was much the worse for wear, and with these romantic nights ahead, I really didn't care. I checked into the hotel. Oh, so it goes on. Amazing, isn't it, really? And you do go back to the Luton Airport, ooh, like that. Who are you, is it? Oh, right. It's nice. It just means somebody's meeting somebody and they get married in the end, which is good. And I've never even heard of Melissa Joan Hart becomes the first to win $1 million on Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. She's got a programme out with some bloke who wears, I can't work out what sort of hair it is on his head. It looks like it's stapled on there. And the programme is, I can't remember. But if you see his hair, you're strangely drawn to it. It's like, is that growing or what is it? No, it's not Elton. But she won, so she was playing for a charity. But she was Sabrina the Teenage Witch, which I quite liked, although the cat was a bit of a waste of time. It wasn't even a proper cat. It was a puppet cat thing, which sort of flicked its tail and all the rest. It's a puppet. It was really terrible, actually. I'm now a spiker, says Gordon. I actually got up earlier to listen to you, cleaning the railway tracks today. That's quite nice. Just leap to one side if you hear the thing coming. Otherwise, it's going to be a dreadful sort of mess. Halle Berry, she's now a mixed martial arts fighter. I'd love to do fighting. They did that on the porn shop thing, which they had, and the bouncers in there are like 7 feet tall, and some bloke, not as tall as they were, threatened one of them, and the bloke went, and he knocked the bloke's feet from under him. He went to the ground. Don't talk to me like that. And this bloke was but he was big and muscly, but it just goes to prove, big and muscly, knocked him down straight away. Ed says race virtue signalers are just looking for excuses to make people look racist when they're not. Well, I'd never heard of it. I thought spooky was, woo, I was spooked or anything else. It was scary, never thought of anything else. And the professor at the university thought exactly the same thing. It's people trying to make trouble. That's basically what it is. People going round. Donna by Richie Valens. The tune says Casey. Thank you. And so interesting. You don't find loads of Sabrinas. Perhaps it's more an American name. It's like, the poor old Beckhams, bless their hearts. Honestly, what do they do for a living? And they've got Harper 7. I mean, what God's name was going on there, poor souls. She's going to have to put up with that. Customers pre-ordering Christmas trees. I don't mind that at all. Garden centre boss Chris Bonnet has seen pre-orders for furs soar by 500% and fears driver shortages. But in fact, they've already decided, haven't they, in some of these places that have got the trees, that if you come and collect your tree, which is entirely possible for them to do, they'll put it in netting, and then you just sort of use it in the netting, then you take it out. If you deliver one to one of your neighbours, then they'll give you a discount on the tree, which seems, because there might not be enough transport out there. So it's good. Another one here. Mickey of Plumstead says that the term spook was used as a slur in Back to the Future when one of Biff's gang's characters was telling the band to mind their own business. I've also heard this before in the past, but I would like to say on behalf of all black people, we're not offended by the use of it, so please keep using it. Well, the trouble is it doesn't really crop up in everyday conversation, does it? And that, of course, it will do around Halloween. And that's it. But you're right. I mean, it's people causing trouble. That's all it is. I don't see it as anything else. Steve, love the show. Been listening for many years. You keep me company on my dog walks. See, I often wondered about people walking dogs at this time of the morning. Listening to the programme. And Steve, my mum's name was Margaret. People called her Peggy. How does that work out? I don't know. I've heard that before, actually. My mother was Margaret. Jean Margaret. But I don't think we ever called her Peggy. I don't think so. Well, I don't remember that, actually, at all. Another one here says, can you miss our daughter Samara? Happy birthday. She's 10 today. Says Andy, we're about to sit down to a birthday breakfast. Oh, crikey. So Andy is the father and Emma's the mum in Chessington. Chessington World of Adventure. That's what you're famous for down there, isn't it? Huge car parks and lots of fun. Margaret was shortened to names like Meg or Meggie, and the rhyming nickname turned Meggie into Peggy. Right. I don't get that at all. It doesn't make any sense, does it, really? But listen... Mystic Peg. Yes, Mystic Peg. Actually, she used to make me laugh anyway. When I used to go to the lottery, Dale and I'd be going out for dinner, after the lottery, and you'd see her walking the corridor. She was quite frightening. She had her sort of acrylic wig on. She was just a little old lady. That's all she was. She was a secretary, I believe, at the paper, and they needed somebody to replace June Penn. June Penn was sort of leaving. And Mystic Meg, but there's now another one in the newspapers. I mean, you can see it's a wig, but she still exists in sort of photographic form. But most of it is applicable for anybody. For example, here Pisces. It says a relationship that has been run mostly to suit one partner changes into a more equal and loving partnership, and a former workmate gets in touch with brilliant ideas. I mean, what does that mean? What? Breakfast? Oh, it could be breakfast. Could be breakfast, actually. Who knows? Sounds good either way, doesn't it, really? And, Steve, I went to Marks and Spencer's in Victoria Saturday. They were playing Christmas songs. Yes. And what is the matter with that? We like a few Christmas songs. It's good. I've got some Christmas albums arriving. And we've just launched our Heart Christmas, which is a brilliant idea. It's on the Global Player, and it's all Christmas songs. You know. Snow is falling all around us, children playing, having fun, 'tis the season. I mean, you can hear all of that. Not on my programme, obviously, unless I give you a quick renditioning.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice to have your company. Steve, as well as being Peggy, Margaret can be Daisy too, from the French for Daisy, Marguerite. Thank you. And another one here. James says, 40 years teaching, just one Gilbert, and recently met a 6-year-old. Wilfred, says James. Crikey. Amazing. And another one here. I've been in Malta for a few days, says my friend Johnny Perry. Looking after a friend who's been unwell. Have you ever visited the island? No, we didn't. No, we never did Malta. Where did we do? Gibraltar we did. Not the same, obviously, at all. But he says the War Museum was so fascinating to visit. The island played an important part in the war. You're looking very well, Johnny. Looking very well. Mind you, if you've got nice weather and that water behind you looks the best blue I've ever seen. In between you and Henry, who's lying half naked on a beach in Nice in the south of France. Yes, although we think he's been doing it somewhere else. We don't think he's in Nice at all. We think he's just made it up. There was a story, wasn't there, some years ago, of a garden gnome that got pinched, and it went around the world and it kept sending back pictures to the owners of where it was. It was by the Arc de Triomphe, the Eiffel Tower, and then it went, Bridge of Sighs, and it went all sorts of different places, sending back. It was called the Travelling Gnome, and I think it went everywhere. I mean, it was, it just went everywhere. So, but I was never sure if it was genuine or if it was superimposed onto the photos of different places. I mean, the concept of the travelling gnome dates back to the 1970s when some bloke called Henry photographed his own garden gnomes, which he named Harry and Charlie, when he was travelling around Antarctica. But it's a prank, apparently. I'm a bit disappointed, actually, because I began to wonder if perhaps it was an airline pilot or a stewardess who must have taken it. A note was found in its place. It was stolen, saying, "Dear Mum, couldn't stand the solitude any longer. Gone off to see the world. Don't be worried, I'll be back soon. Love, Bilbo." It was from the gnome. Barbara Windsor used to have a couple of garden gnomes in her little back garden. And when I first saw them, she went, "No, I'm looking after them for somebody," which made it a lot easier. Oh, porridge. Oh, no, I don't want porridge. Oh, that's where I'm going, is it? Oh, right. Cardamom, pear and maple, a vegan porridge. Oh, I tend to forget, actually. The person I'm going for breakfast with, she's vegan. I've just remembered, actually. I should have remembered. Oh, they do all sorts of things. Sandwich and savoury pastries, shoe buns. Oh, like a shoe bun. We'll have a look, actually. I might better decide before I go there. So it's all vegan. I should have thought about it, actually. I've completely slipped my mind that she's vegan. But there you go. Steve says somebody here, just spotted a massive spider in my bedroom. This is the time of year that they start coming inside. It's a bit cold for them outside, and they like to come inside. I don't think they like to get warm. I think they just they quite fancy a bit of change of scenery. So you get them all over the place. The spiders' webs everywhere. Spider season, early days of autumn. This is also the mating season. So, I mean, you're likely to be woken up in the middle of the night. Yeah, randy spiders in the bedroom. Usually last less than 2 months. What, sex? Good Lord above, I was going to say, there's a session and a half. If you're afraid of spiders, this season will be a nightmare for you. I'm not afraid of them as long as they don't attack me. Sort of mugged by a gang of field mice. No, I mean, I don't really get any spiders inside. I really, well, not that I've noticed, unless they're hiding. Yeah, the pigeons, Pigeons, don't talk to me about pigeons, honestly. Drives me mad. What else we got in the paper today? Duran, or as I heard somebody call them years ago, Duran. Can you believe it? Reckon they'd get cancelled if they released some of their iconic pop videos today. They'd become synonymous with risque, glamorous videos. I don't think they were. Were they risky and glamorous? I don't. Actually, when you look at pictures of them now, Nick Rhodes, Simon, John Taylor and Roger Taylor, they just look like 4 old men. Because that's what they are. You tend to find the ageing process a bit naff, I'm afraid. A little bit naff. And Pop Pixie, Kylie Minogue. Oh, she's not left the UK. She's still here, apparently. But we'll still be able to smell her. The Aussie singer was pretty in pink yesterday at one of her final appearances in London to launch her perfume called Darling. Dear, honestly, why do these people do it? So you can't have Kylie, but you can smell her perfume. The scent is named after a highlight from her recent disco album, Dance Floor Darling, and Kylie completely complimented her lilac dress with a pink bow for the event. I just can't get that whiff out of my nose. So she's leaving us, but not completely. Steve, you must have heard of Sabrina, who had a hit in the 80s with Boys, Boys, Boys. No, I haven't. I mean, I might have heard of Sabrina the singer. I'll need to be, sort of tempted a little bit more, but I can't remember Boys, Boys, Boys. I'm having a look at Kylie Minogue's Darling, and that's good news. It's cheap. It's 40 quid a bottle, and for that you get about a gallon of it, I think, or something. It's the 75 millilitre eau de toilette spray. There's so many of these, what they call celebrity perfumes, but you can't get them anywhere else apart from like Superdrug or the perfume shop or something like that. Definitely not a perfume or something like that. Doesn't interest me in the slightest. But people buy that. I think they all had them out. It's to remember her by. Don't worry. See ya. Not really that interested. What else we got here? ABBA off on a new voyage. They're releasing a 3rd single from their highly anticipated comeback album. Wow. They never stop, do they? I mean, now they've got the bug back again, and the musical's doing really well. I mean, bless their hearts. At least they're getting ready for it. I do like the adorable Labrador puppies. They are gorgeous, but they were dumped. 7 of them on a pathway. They were pictured, and they are pictured in all the papers. They're down at a kennels. Rob took them to Three Oaks Kennels in Bishop's Waltham. They've now been temporarily homed by the local council before going to a rescue centre. Oh, bless their hearts, honestly. They only know that. And there's a plus-size model in the paper today. She's a young mum who was shamed by online trolls after piling on 9 stone. Now, they say she's an award-winning plus-size model. And she went from 5 stone to 14 stone and size 16 in 2 years after having her son. She said, I've been called a whale, a fat pig, and told I should be ashamed of promoting fat. It's relentless. So she was crowned Miss Voluptuous Wales. I've never heard of the competition. I don't think it's going to launch you into the glamorous world. Miss Voluptuous Wales. She's competing. Apparently it's a global title. So there you go. You live and learn. Live and learn. Arnie Schwarzenegger. All the Americans wearing masks, I tell you. Everybody's wearing masks. How many tickets have ABBA sold for their... I don't know. How many tickets for their virtual shows? Oh, how many tickets have they sold? And then you put a price of money down there. So how much money have they made? Oh, that's what they've... Oh, right. 250,000 tickets in the first 3 days. 250,000... I'm not trying hard enough. Come on, put your finger out. Goodness sake. 250,000 tickets they've sold. They have literally sort of touched the golden goose, haven't they? Very much so. Very much so. But all their stuff's good. All their stuff's good. So bless their heart. Steve, Johnny in Watford says COVID cases up 19% and there's talk of more restrictions coming this winter. He says, oh no, not another lockdown at Christmas. No, they're going to avoid that. Well, they've said they're going to avoid it. But at the moment, with the amount of cases that are coming forward, we're not doing very well at all, I'm afraid. Kelly Brook, cozying up in a high-neck jumper and tan boots. She posted a picture clutching a coffee cup for her fans on Instagram as she fills in for Amanda Holden on Heart Breakfast, because Amanda's on holiday at the moment. They both look very similar. I think she looks great, Kelly Brook. I mean, she's 41. She's 41. She looks very good for 41. You look very good, dear, for 41. So I tell her now. Somebody will, word will filter back to her. A new mega telescope can finally confirm whether alien life exists and is heading our way. Well, it isn't. Could have saved them money. The scientists say the 500-metre wide device called the Aperture Spherical Radio Telescope may be able to detect swarms of von Neumann probes. How worrying. There isn't anything on other planets. They're wasting their time and money. But still something nice to have, isn't it? I mean, you can't complain about things like that. And former Corrie star Beverly Callard is swapping Hot Pot for tapas. She's got a new series with her pal Jordan North. The I'm a Celeb duo travel around Spain to organise a wedding vow, a renewal ceremony for Bev and her husband John. Well, there you go. That should be quite nice. I don't know who Jordan North is. He was... Is he... Oh, he's a radio DJ. Oh, right. They've had to... He'd obviously take anything, so he's taken this programme. He's had to dress up as a matador.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Sunil saw the new Bond movie last night. Outstanding. Yeah, I mean, people keep telling me it's very good. It's just too long for me. I mean, 2 3/4 hours. I'm definitely going to go to sleep during that one. And for the second time this week, somebody said conkers dotted around your room will keep spiders away. I don't know why conkers keep spiders away. I don't know. Do they have a smell? I mean, I couldn't work that one out at all. And they don't even make a spray, do they, to get rid of spiders? Do they? I know that you get a spray for, wasps and flies and stuff like that. I've never heard of a spray for spiders. Because, I mean, effectively, they're only little tiny things. Here we go. Oh, there we go. They've got spider repellent spray. It's a peppermint oil. So it's obviously something they don't like. They say it deters spiders and other crawling insects from your home and garden without killing them. So what they do, go, no, and run for the door or something like that. Isn't that odd? So you can use it in the garden. It's totally natural and harmless. It just repels spiders. And so just to really, so if you're terrified of spiders, you're going to hate this one because he's got a picture of a spider on the front of the thing. Just to sort of, the thing that's going to grab you by the throat, drag you back to its lair. I think it's quite, because you do get spider catchers. I've seen little things that you sort of go over there, but they say conkers might not repel them. The story goes that conkers, oh, here we go, contain a noxious chemical that repels spiders, but nobody's ever been able to prove it. There's hearsay that if a spider gets close to a conker, it will curl its legs up and die within a day. Others say spiders will happily crawl over conkers with no ill effects at all. Plenty of people swear by conkers for spider control. They also say it can help fix sprains and bruises. Not on spiders, on you, I think. I'm trying to put a splint on a spider. It's the horse chestnut, isn't it? I think so named because the seeds were once used to treat ailments in horses. It turns out that acin, which can be extracted from conkers, has anti-inflammatory effects and an effective remedy for sprains and bruises. Well, there you go. I mean, when I went into hospital years ago for burns, they gave me plasters with Manuka honey in. You get Manuka honey because it's got healing properties, and they gave me a tube. In fact, they gave me quite a few tubes of Manuka honey. But it was for putting on burns and things like that because it's got healing properties. So there you go. Conkers in your wardrobe could help deter moths. I had moths years and years ago, and they literally start laying eggs on clothing. They seem to like, coats and stuff like that. So I don't know whether they eat it or not. But they say conkers could be the answer. And because as they dry out, fresh conkers, they emit this moth repellent. This is obviously some smell that comes out of them. So I suppose there must be something in it, mustn't there? People keep talking about it. And I think the other day, Sheila and Mike, out at my godchildren's place, they went out to pick conkers so that they could sort of deter spiders and all the other bits and pieces. I mean, I've heard it for ages. I mean, kids still play conkers. Yes, oh, absolutely. Yes. Well, it's banned in schools. I think in some schools because it's dangerous, because you're literally whacking these conkers against something else. I mean, they could sort of go away. You had to get a skewer, skew through the middle of the conker, put your piece of string in there, tie the knot at the bottom, and there were various things that you were supposed to do when you got your conkers. You either baked them in the oven, or failing that, you soaked them in vinegar and then let them dry out. But now, if you play conkers at school, you're supposed to put protective glasses on. I mean, it's a bit dramatic, isn't it, really? But then that's it. So, yeah, imagine that at playtime. God, blimey, you don't even have playtime anymore. It's all little groups. I've been past schools when they've had sort of playtime, as you call it, and they're all in little groups doing little things. The girls will be together, the boys will be together, but you don't see them doing conkers because I don't think they're allowed to do it, just in case. I don't think they even do hopscotch anymore. I think it's a northern thing, isn't it? School things. Apparently, Mr. Neal says, Steve, we use conkers as a spider repellent in our 1855 home. It does work. It does work. So there you go. So it's obviously something in the horse chestnut that is emitted. Perhaps some spiders are immune to it. My favourite thing, I've said it before, is when you see spiders, you see the web, because in these early mornings when it's blooming freezing like it is today, you see the spiders' webs under lights, because the insects are attracted to lights. They go there. The moment they've landed on the web, for some reason, they can't get off it. Yet the spider can happily move about all over the web, what it does. And so it will then go down, see the insect, whatever it happens to be, and wrap it up, almost like a Christmas present, something to eat later. It feels vibration. So what you need to do is get a little tiny bit of paper, teeny tiny bit, screw it up into a little ball and throw it at a spider's web. That will vibrate against the web. The spider will come down really fast, work out that it's not edible, that it's a little bit of paper, will pick it off the web and throw it away. You can exhaust spiders by doing that. But in fact, looking at them here, I mean, there are some spiders' webs, they use electricity to attract prey, a study has found. It's when they wrap things up, I mean, it's like some horror movie, isn't it? What were those spiders? Was it Black Widows, where the spider eats the mate? So in other words, the spider impregnates the other spider and then she turns around and eats him. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, there you go. For male widow spiders, it's a dangerous thing. In these species, which include the black widow and the redback, the female devours the smaller male during sex. You're halfway through, you've had a nice day, about to look forward to a cheese and pickle sandwich, and then you sort of go, oh look, a little bit of how's your father, and then she turns around and eats them. It's a bit frightening, isn't it? How ungrateful do you have to be? So male widow spiders, I think praying mantises, I don't know what they do actually. I think they might eat their mate as well. Sometimes, again, for nutrition. Can't think of anything worse. The behaviour doesn't seem to deter males from reproduction. Well, they don't know about it, do they? 1 minute they're talking to Fred, the next minute Fred's off with a bit of how's your father, and then he disappears, and they just go, oh, perhaps he's gone on holiday. They don't think about it. She plays like, me? I don't think so. I've never seen him, no. I mean, he passed by here a few weeks ago, but I mean, apart from that, I've got no idea. Praying mantises. We used to get those in Hong Kong, praying mantises. I remember looking at them thinking, they're very interesting to look at. They're very clever. They're very clever. It's just that they've got those scary eyes, those big bulbous eyes, but they do eat other praying mantises. Funny that, actually. I can't think of any other animals that eat each other. Not even sort of. Yes. Do please tell me. Hopscotch, says Sarah, isn't a northern thing. I'm from up north, and it's still played in schools across the country. I work in a primary school. Well, where does it come from then? I mean, who invented? Was this, because children didn't have toys, so you had to amuse yourself with a piece of chalk or a skipping rope or something like that? Remember the roast chestnut sellers? Yes, you still get them in London. We still have those. In the middle of winter, you'll find some grubby little man pushing his trolley around, and he'll be cooking chestnuts. They're about £2 or £3 a bag now. Terribly expensive. Steve. Mine go up the Hoover, says Beverly. That's the spiders. That's the spiders that go up the Hoover. I have been known to hoover them up as well. I don't like anything like that, because you never know where they're going to go. I don't want to walk into the... What was that film where somebody turned into a spider? I can't remember who the bloke was. An actor, and he then turned into a spider. Was it a bit of a scary film? I can picture him, and he then turns into a spider on a giant web or something like that. I think I'm facing the wrong way again. They'll look at me blankly. There was definitely a film. It's not Spider-Man, I don't think. It's more scary than Spider-Man, who wasn't actually that scary. But I don't know what it was. But somebody turned into a Earth versus the Spider. No, it wasn't anything like that. No. It's a Greek what? Greek myth. What, the spider? Man turns into a spider? Oh. I just remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen a film where this bloke turns into a spider. I don't know why. I can see it in my mind. It's like a metamorphosis or something. Something happens to him, and he turns into a spider. Isn't it? I'm sure somebody will tell me. How about The Fly? The Fly. That's it. It didn't turn into a spider. It turned into a fly. And was it Jeff Goldblum? Wasn't he the Fly? And one minute he's sort of Jeff Goldblum, and then the next minute he turns into this fly thing. I seem to remember. He was called the Fly. Yeah, see? Yeah, easier than we thought. Helen says, it was the Fly. It was the Fly, Steve. Steve. The Sidcup Julie knew it was the Fly. And Alison in Rochester says, your praying mantis story makes me laugh. Apparently king cobras eat other snakes. I saw a snake the other day being eaten by a frog. A giant bullfrog was eating... No, not in my garden. Obviously, we don't have things like that over here. But it was on YouTube, and it was eating a snake, which is almost as bad as watching that thing where the snakes chase this iguana across... Fright the life out of me. I'm sort of, run for your life, please. There we go. Somebody says, you're thinking of The Fly with Jeff Goldblum, ends up on the web at the end. Yes. There we go. So we finally sorted these things out. Chimpanzees eat each other at the height of their territory. Well, they're meat eaters, chimpanzees. In fact, you can watch David Attenborough. He shows you them going on a hunt to capture another monkey to eat it. And chimpanzees are very, very intelligent.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Do you know, it's actually not as unusual to find cannibalistic animals. Spiders, as we know, are cannibalistic. Freshwater shrimps can be cannibalistic. Sand tiger sharks, dying poison frogs, great apes, other sharks, hippopotamuses, and Tyrannosaurus rex. Now, I've seen hippopotamuses that have died and they're being eaten, but they're being eaten by lions because they end up bloating and they float down the rivers. But I've never heard of other hippopotamus eating them, or hippopotami. We went to a place the other day. We went to Braintree, went to this shopping village, which was very good, actually, very good. And it's very clean and very tidy and all the rest of it. It's the shopping outlet places. And it's got everything there, all the shops you can think of, and then there's a whole road full of all these restaurants. And we went into one, and I can't remember which one. We might have gone to Prezzo, it could have been Pizza Express. Either way, they didn't have any spaghetti bolognese. Because apparently the ingredients for spaghetti bolognese come in from Italy, and disruption to deliveries caused by the shortage of HGV drivers. So the sauce is made in the UK, deliveries are running again, the dish is set to return this week. Other chains have been hit, including Nando's, Greggs and McDonald's. I remember thinking, they've got no spaghetti bolognese. And so it all's got to come in from abroad. But because of all this problem with these blooming lorries everywhere and the shortage of HGV drivers, so I had a pizza. Now, I've not had a pizza for the best part of 2 years. I don't really have pizzas, but it had sort of stuff on it that I wouldn't have eaten. But it was actually quite nice. And they gave me a little wheel to cut it. The pizza knife. It was very good, actually. I'll take that home. And which was very good. And Steve, I swear by conkers, says Anna. Wow. Never a spider seen in the house since they released a chemical called saponin, apparently. Yeah, well, whatever it is, lots of people have been writing all about it and telling us, exactly why they use things. I mean, listen, Mr. Neil says it works. That's enough for me. Who was out the other day? Alex Scott. She's obviously got a new agent because they're getting her publicity pictures because I don't know who she is. She's a TV presenter and former England star. But she went out dressed as Dennis the Menace the other night. So she was partying with friends into the early hours. But as I say, I wouldn't know who she was. She does football. Oh, that's what I wouldn't know. Not my sort of thing at all, I'm afraid. Definitely not. Elton John, 6 decades in the old crocodile, still rocking. He is still rocking, isn't he? He shows no sort of sign of slowing down at all. Number 1 in the charts, which is amazing. The latest John Lewis advert has stirred up controversy over a little boy in a frock and makeup and his mum's shoes prancing around a house causing mayhem. It's incited a social media storm, writes Richard Littlejohn. among so-called feminists and traditionalists. Apparently, the ad is a glorious antidote to toxic boys will be boys messaging and pays homage to the gender-neutral trans agenda. Beam me up, Scotty, he says. Well, there you go. So you can't have things like... Somebody will complain. There's always somebody who complained about something. And why are so many women hooked on filtering out the truth? This is the filter on a camera. So you can make people look absolutely sensational. They've got all sorts of people here. People like... who's this? Jeremy Clarkson's daughter. Sasha Palari. Also Emily Atack. Completely different. Filtered, completely different, unrecognisable. I've never used a filter on any of my photos. What you see is what you get. And that's why I'm on the radio. No filter at all. What else do we have here? The new Battle of the Alamo. Do you know what Phil Collins collects? I didn't know this. He collects memorabilia from the Alamo. From the Alamo, a bit before your time. And the one thing he does have, he's got Davy Crockett's leather pouch. No, but I mean, I think that. Do you know what that is? That's the thing that goes around your waist. You know, you'd have a money belt. It looks like just a little pouch. Some people have backpacks, like sort of a bum bag. But this one was owned by Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier. I don't know. The Alamo attracts 1.6 million visitors a year, and he has donated his war memorabilia. Blimey, it's a nice thing, isn't it? Very nice. I like that idea. But fancy owning something as historic as that. Very, very good indeed. Happy birthday to Sir Michael Gambon. And also, on this day, in 1931, Scarface Al Capone, the gang chief, after a 12-day trial replete with bizarre testimony about his Sartori and other expenditure, has been found guilty in Chicago, not of murder, or any other of 1,000 crimes he's credited with, but cheating the government over income tax. They were so good. John Le Carrier was born on this day in 1931, died 2020. And the stock market crash in 1987, known as Black Monday, wiped billions off the value of companies across the world. So now you know. And also in 1922, a meeting of wireless telephone apparatus makers yesterday in London agreed to register just one broadcasting wireless telephone company in Britain. Marked the formation of the BBC. One condition was that the apparatus must be British-made, except for batteries and aerial equipment. So now you know. Mine of information. All sorts of things here. The Queen has sat for somebody, and the last official picture was of Sir Winston Churchill. This is Michelle Hussein has launched a search for a portrait of her TV producer mother, which is good. Are you watching this programme on the television where they get celebrities on there to paint? Some of them are ever so good. Some of them are very good. I mean, some of them are absolute rubbish. But most of them are actually an awful lot better. Some people are obviously very gifted in the drawing and painting department, and they put a celebrity in there. And then you look at some of them and you think, God, they're really good, aren't they? Why do these people not do this stuff professionally? Who's that weatherman? The weatherman who paints brilliantly. I mean, his stuff is just top of... No, it's not Michael Fish. It's Schaffenacker. He paints like I've never seen anybody paint before. Some of his pictures, I thought they were photographs, but they're not. They're actual pictures that he's painted. Look at them. He's absolutely brilliant. He's the weatherman, and he does pictures of people. And you look at. I'm looking at. He's done Judi Dench. And the Steven Spielberg one, you think it's a photograph. It's not. He's done David Attenborough. These are all pictures that Thomas Schaffenacker has done. When I first saw the first one, I thought, blimey, you are gifted indeed. Very gifted. Oh, and don't ask Paul McCartney for a selfie. He admits he hates it when fans want him to pose for a picture. He'd rather you engaged in meaningful chat, which is what you'll be doing all day on LBC. What do you think of the current energy market and no switching companies, says Chris? Well, so many of them have closed down, but there are only little companies which we've never heard of. Listen, we've got to go because it's Tuesday and I'm eating vegan breakfast. This will be a first for me. I'll have to tell you all about it tomorrow.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to By God It's Wet. It's tipping down. It started off yesterday. My driver picked me up, Mohammed, and it was raining just a little bit, enough for it to sort of put a little bit of sort of wetness on my jacket. I don't know if my jacket's weatherproof or not, actually. To be honest with you, it does get wet and then it dries out quite quickly. And I thought, well, perhaps I'd better go and buy another jacket. So at some point, you know, before payday, we might have to go and invest in another jacket, something. I don't know, I might go black this time. But anyway, and it started off raining. By the time we got to Leicester Square, it was tipping it down. And luckily, I did bring an umbrella, but I was talking to one of our other DJs who works on our Capital Extra programme, a guy called Dynamic, and I said, it's tipping down outside. And he said, oh, I didn't bring an umbrella. Or a coat. Not very dynamic at all, I should say to him. So, Callum, if you're listening, because Callum, my friend, is working in the early hours of the morning, you're going to get wet. Not good, is it? Anyway, nice to have your company. I trust you're all well yesterday. Yesterday was okay. I've got to fill in this VAT thing, which is, it's very... They sent me a thing because I've just set up a company. And because we have to, it's the new government tax thing. It's a VAT1 form. Okay, so we have got a company, and we have to have it now because the Inland Revenue have changed the goalposts. They've moved them quite wide, about the size of the Atlantic are past. So any presenters listening and any other people who thought that they were self-employed, not anymore. That's all gone out the window. So they now deduct tax at source, which is okay. It doesn't bother me. But you obviously saved a bit when you had your accountant looking after you, which was the advantage of it. And having been self-employed for about 45 years comes as a bit of a shock to you. But anyway, so we set up the company so that I get paid into my company. And the VAT people wrote to me a couple of days ago saying, oh, you need to download this form here and fill it in and send it back, signing it, proper signature. We don't want a facsimile signature, and you put down your VAT number. So I thought that was good. So I got Joe, producer. That's not even an abbreviated name. That is his name, you know, not even Joseph, you know, on a good day. And so we downloaded it. It's 14 pages long, this blooming thing. It's 14 pages, and you've got to tick through it. Tick this box, tick that. Well, I've got no idea where I am. Thank God we've got people like accountants, so I'm going to have to phone my accountant, Steve, up and say, listen, if I sign this thing and send it to you, can you maybe fill it in and send it? I don't know what it is. There's questions on there. I don't even understand the blooming things. Sorry? Date of birth, yeah. I mean, complicated. It's all got to fit into the little boxes, have you noticed, on these forms? And the one thing I don't do is forms. I'm absolute rubbish at filling out forms. That's why, you know, I've got friends who can do things for me. Steve, I'm 60 today. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Oh, God, it's a bit desperate when you have to ask the poor bloke on the radio to wish you a happy birthday. Haven't you got any friends? Be nice, says the producer. I can't be nice. Who wants to be nice? Actually, I can be nice about Jane Garvey. We tried to find it online. We can't find it online, mainly because anything in the Radio Times doesn't appear online. You need a subscription to it, so I'm going to have to go and buy the magazine. You're going to get it? Oh, right. And my friend Jordan phoned me yesterday. Now, Jordan works as Zoe Ball's producer. I know all the best people in this business. And he's working all the hours God sends. And we do a FaceTime every so often, you know, like once every couple of weeks, or, you know, at the moment there's a lot of work going on. And he said, Jane Garvey mentioned you. I said, oh, well, that's not why. And he said, well, because she was asked by Radio Times to come up with her top 21 favourite podcasts. And I said, oh, is it? Yeah, 21 podcasts. And I thought, oh, that's quite nice. How much is the Radio... how much is Radio Times? About £1.80? £3.50? We'll have to save up for £3.50. We haven't got the money for this. Heavens above, we've got to fill in the VAT form and send that off. That's going to be extra stamps. And so he said she's picked her 21 favourite podcasts. He said, and you're number 11. I was very impressed. And apparently she's been listening to the programme for ages. Ages and ages. And so she said, I know all about his family. I know about his petrol situation, because you do get the potted history of Steve Allen if you listen to this to this programme, because that's the way it works. In fact, we were talking about it actually with Lucinda Horsley and Dom. He's the Northern bodybuilder, and we were sort of talking about, you know, how you. In fact, Dominic said to me, he said, "Do you get nervous when you sort of go on stage?" And I said, "No, not really. I don't. Perhaps I should do. I've always been the first one to say, if you don't get nervous, you're a bit overconfident." I said, "But I've never. You know why? Because I'm walking into a room on a stage with a group of people who've paid to see me, and so I always think that you start off with a nice plus point, and so how can you be nervous in a room full of friends?" Shane says 14 pages. I know. 14 pages. I think I might sign it and then send it on to my accountant. Let him have a look at it. It's got to be with them by the 17th of November, so you've got to get your finger out on these things. It's terribly confusing, isn't it? And then we've got to do the latest VAT, and then what else have I got to do? Oh, we're still sorting out the Freedom Pass. God, blimey, honestly. All these things which are sort of straining. So anyway, so Jane Garvey, we're very grateful. Thank you very much indeed. I should have looked at the complete list of all the other people, just so I know what my competition is. Because, you know, I might have some serious competition, but of course she is probably listening to a lot of stuff, because there are so many podcasts out nowadays. So to actually make it, you know, in Jane Garvey's eyes to number 11, I thought was, you know, a bit of a bonus. Bit of a bonus. What's the matter? You can't find it? You never... Oh, you've got them there? Oh, right. No, see, I hadn't heard it. Jordan read some of them out to me, and I didn't... I wasn't too well acquainted, but I knew who I was, which is about as good as it gets, I suppose, really. And how much is your taxi bill every month, and do you pay for it? Of course I pay for it. How else? Do you think they give it free? No, I have an account. I forget what my taxi bill is a month, actually. I can't remember. Might be £1,000, something like that. I don't know. To be honest with you, I'll try not to worry about these sort of things. The bill the bill comes in, but it gets deducted straight away from my card. Because the one thing we learnt yesterday, my friend Helena is up from Brighton, and she's having a few days in Brighton, going to the theatre. She went to see the new Tom Stoppard. It could be the old Tom Stoppard. She said she was in tears. Absolutely phenomenal piece of theatre. And I think she's got some more theatre to go to. I think she's going to see Hamlet. I think that's today. Anyway, she sent me a text yesterday morning. Remember I told you? She sent me a text saying, you know, breakfast, because she woke up really early. And so she said, why don't we go to, it's called Ole and Steen. And so I'm asking around, I'd never even heard of it. Seriously, I mean, I know that there are places that open up. And it wasn't until we got to it, because literally come out of our front door and go straight ahead onto the Haymarket, and it's there. You don't have to turn right, left, or it's straight across. It's one straight long line, which takes you about 3 minutes to walk it. And it was really good. And I suddenly realised we've got one in Richmond. There's one on Waterloo Bridge. There's one on the Strand. They're all over the place. They're at the stations. Ole and Steen. Not cheap, but the bread is very good. And I'm not a huge bread fan. I try not to eat too much bread. And so I had, seems a bit simplistic, doesn't it? Ham and cheese roll, but it had caraway seeds on the top of it, and I had a pot of tea, proper china pot, and all the rest of it. She paid. I nearly fell off the chair, you know, because normally I pay, but she was put it because she gets bonus points for this and that and all the rest of it. And it was delicious. It was a really, really delicious ham and cheese roll. It was obviously good quality cheese, good quality ham, and the bread was exemplary. So I was really pleased, actually. Really pleased. So I thought, I'm going to nip out today, if I can manage to sort out this VAT form, and go to Richmond and go and buy 2 of these ham and cheese rolls, because they're particularly good. Not cheap, as I say. I mean, I didn't pay for it. I was very lucky. And then I had to walk back through Leicester Square. She was going off shopping. I think she was going to M&S. And then she sent me a text later on, because John Warrington's not very well at the moment. He's been affected by the flu jab, which is odd, because he wasn't affected by the other things, but he's been affected by the flu jab. And one of her other friends she was going to be going out with last night, they had a restaurant booked and everything. Anyway, I'm walking back through Leicester Square, bump into Courtney, who works on our door at the front. He's the man. Before you gain access to the building, you've got to get past Courtney. It's as simple as that. You know, do not annoy him, otherwise you'll never get in. Okay, they're very strict on who they let into the building. How I get in, I've got no idea. And then blow me down, Will Manning's walking towards me. Will Manning, who works for our sister station, Capital. And he looked very well. He's just come back from, I think he went to Italy. And he had pictures of him pictured in. Was it Barcelona? Where did he go to? Okay. I think he went to Barcelona. Anyway, and I was saying, he said, I've been to Barcelona. I said, I know. I said, I've seen your pictures. One of him in his swimming trunks. And then he said, oh, there's more. There are more pictures to come. I said, more? How can we have more pictures? And admittedly, he does take... I should have mentioned to him about the Trevi Fountain, because there's a picture of him sitting on the wall by the Trevi. He was very lucky not to be surrounded by tourists. I don't know what time they actually did it. But he's sort of one of these sort of trendy boys. I could never be considered trendy, in a million years. But we've both been to the Trevi Fountain, and it's shoved away down an alley in Rome. I mean, it really is shoved away down an alley. And you get there and you go, oh, is this it? Do you expect it to be in a big, piazza and, huge square and everything else? And unfortunately it wasn't, which was a bit of a shame. Rylan has been told to take a year off. He apparently broke down on his radio. Oh, right. Oh, apparently it's not the top 21. They asked 21 different people for their favourite podcast. Oh, right. And I was Jane's choice. So that put me in at number 11. Just 11 on the list. Oh, right. Not a chart. Oh, right. Is that better or not? I was her number one. No, number one. Blimey, I've never been number one. Gosh, I'll have to... You got the article? Oh, right. Is it good? Is it a good article? Who else did they ask? Oh, look, there's a... Oh, dear, dreadful picture of me. And Steve Allen, a little bit extra. She says, nobody else in broadcasting can do what Steve does, which is to start at 4 in the morning. Oh, it's gone smaller and smaller and smaller. And riff for 3 hours with no callers about whatever comes into his set. I've been listening for years, so I know everything there is to know about his chemist, his travel agent, his fishmonger, his family. I know he's going to his brother's this weekend if he get the petrol. I particularly love the fact, she says, that there's no reference to how early it is. It ought to be unlistenable tosh, but it's strangely compelling. And now there's the podcast, which is 20 minutes that he apparently can't fit into the show. Though I think he records it before he starts. I listen to it every day on the tube. God. It's nice, isn't it, really? So all sorts of people. So I get, it's the RT, Jane Garvey, the RT podcast anchor, is awestruck by the energy of LBC's waspish motor mouth. Somebody just said that to me the other day. In fact, my boss said to me the other week, he's waspish. He says, nobody does what you do. I said, why would they want to? I could never quite understand why anybody would sort of want to do the same thing, because there is a difference between just doing a sort of program where you've got guests and phone in and stuff like that, and a program where you freewheel. Because that's what I do. I freewheel for 3 hours. And then somebody said, somebody wrote in the other day, so funny, because yesterday we've got a couple of sort of, I just call them peculiars, and it was somebody who said, oh, so you can't sit through the Bond film for 2 3/4 hours, but you expect us to listen to a 3-hour programme. I don't expect anything at all. You're obviously suffering from delusions of non-entity. If you seem to think that I expect people to listen for 3 hours, I don't expect people to do anything. If they listen, it's a bonus. If they like listening to the programme, that's good. And they have been, for many, many years now. So I don't expect people to do anything. I do a programme. I don't think we've ever sat here, Joe and I, and gone, oh, I wonder if anybody's listening to this. That doesn't come into it, because we know you are. It's as simple as that.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000, plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I'm not famous, says Jane. Me and the dog and the stick insects have been listening for years. It's a funny thing, isn't it, that people sort of think that you're famous. It's not, it's just that you happen to be on the radio and you happen to sort of infiltrate people's lives. I mean, Max and Gaz, they say we listen to you every time we're off working and driving when your show is on. And, and I met Dan the other day. He said, you're Steve Allen. I said, no, I'm not. People sometimes people will they'll either hear me on the telephone or something like that, and they'll sort of go, I know your voice. I've told you before, I've been sitting in a theatre and my friend Darren has said to me, keep your mouth shut, because you get people going, you Steve Allen? They always say it like that. Bizarre. The waspish motor mouth that is Steve Allen. I love it. But it's so funny because you say something about somebody, whoever it is, can't be it Gemma Collins or the Beckhams or whatever it is, and you get somebody writing in going, oh, you're this and that. And I think, but wait a minute. Gemma Collins has never complained. The Beckhams have never complained. So why don't you mind your own business, curtain twitchers? But they make us laugh, actually. We always have a good old laugh, and especially yesterday after our little rant, if you like, on wear a blooming mask, 50,000 people a day. Even James O'Brien did it yesterday, saying 49,000 people. And he picked up on the picture that I saw in the paper of all the Conservative MPs, only 2 of them wearing masks in the House of Commons. Labour side, everybody wearing masks. What does that tell you? There's going to be a lot more people in hospital because they think it's a new strain of COVID. And an NHS leader has said Plan B coronavirus restrictions must be enforced immediately to prevent the UK stumbling to a winter crisis. The deaths, on Tuesday, 223 COVID-related deaths. It just absolutely amazed me. It's the highest number of fatalities since the 9th of March. We are now the brand leader in the world of the country with the most people suffering with coronavirus. And then people write into you and go, oh, don't believe everything that you read on the internet. And you think, you're going to go down with it. You're going to go down with it. You only have to look at the graphs which have come up. They're saying mandatory face coverings in public places. Of course, you're always going to get the peculiars. I'm exempt. And they even put it on TfL. Why? I've got no idea. If somebody's exempt from wearing a mask, let them walk. Let them walk. Don't let them on the bus with the rest of us. I don't want to become ill. Thank you very much indeed. Connie in Minnesota, who's really Constance, but Connie, says, my mum passed 21 years ago, but I fondly remember visiting the Trevi Fountain with her. Oh, right. You see, I was disappointed because because it's literally in a little alley. It looks as though it's vast, but I promise you it's not. Anyway, we take all your texts and emails on the programme this morning, 84850. The one that in Brussels is hidden, but it's very tiny. That's the mannequin piece. It's tiny. It's in a shopping centre kind of thing. It's on a corner, tucked away, and you look at it. And I remember I was with John Warrington actually, and Helena, and we went to Brussels, and they said, oh, can we see the mannequin piece? It's only like yo big. It's tiny. I was really disappointed. Teeny tiny, and all it is a little boy having a wee. Which is, I don't know why it's so famous. I can't quite work it out, but it is. Steve, I love listening to you, says Shane, but I've never been out of Australia. Funny. I've been out of the United Kingdom on loads of occasions, but I don't care what anybody says. It's nice to come back. It's always nice to come home. No matter how many times you go abroad, people go, oh, I get people who write to me now on a regular basis, and they'll say, oh, I now live in Spain, but I like listening to the programme because it gives me a little bit of home. And there's somebody here. Sandra says, listening whilst on holiday in Perranporth. Love it. Cream teas, pasties and yummy cocktails. What more could you want? Oh, I like the idea of pasties. What percentage of Americans have never had a passport? Oh, a big number. You know why? They don't need to go outside the country. They can do everything there. You can sunbathe, swim and ski all in one day. It's really as easy as that. So when I used to host the New Year's Day parade, I was one of the presenters on that. 40% have never had a passport. 20% haven't even got a valid one because they don't need to come out. So for many people, it's the first time out of the country. So for all those people, all the bands, all the kids who come over from America and they come to London, and I always have a little chat to them beforehand because they're really good. They've travelled a long way, which they finance themselves. And I always say to them, listen, you're doing a coach trip. It'll take you around all the sites. Just take pictures because they've only ever seen things like Nelson's Column and Trafalgar Square and Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle. They've only ever seen it on the television, on pictures or something like that. They've never actually seen it in the flesh. And in London, it's actually quite teeny tiny because you've got here and everything within a short space of you can walk Another one here. If you went on Desert Island Discs, what would be your luxury item? What would I take as a luxury item? I don't know, a phone and a charger, I suppose. Get me off the island. I don't like it. I'm not very good at it. I mean, 1 in 3 music industry jobs were lost during the pandemic. I was talking, as I say, to my driver this morning. We were talking about the amount of drivers who were leaving because there wasn't enough work. There wasn't enough work out there to be a cab driver, and the one thing you do need to do is exist. I mean, luckily for me, and what a godsend, radio was seen as not an emergency service, but it was deemed a necessity to give people information. Where else do you get it from? You know, if you don't want to go out and buy a newspaper every day, which a lot of people don't, it's quite expensive to buy a newspaper. The Sunday papers are extortionately expensive. On the odd occasion I bought them, and of course when I did a Sunday show, I used to get a complete set of papers. I got everything. And I remember thinking to myself, paper, I don't want to see another paper as long as I live. And then they axed the one that I liked the most, which was the News of the World, because of all their troubles. The papers are urging you to get COVID boosters. OK? You die with COVID, not of COVID. But, well, it's like AIDS, isn't it? You die of the symptoms. And you die of the things that are brought on by. You don't die of AIDS. You die of something that is related to it. What was the other one? Oh, they're doing that. When they can't think of anything to do, they put down what would be your favourite music at a funeral. And apparently, it used to be Angels by Robbie Williams. Now it's You'll Never Walk Alone. When you walk through a storm, taken from Carousel. Hold your head up high and don't be afraid. And it was Jerry and the Pacemakers, wasn't it? Who did You'll Never Walk Alone. But Carousel, I used to love it. Never failed to bring me to tears. Never failed to bring me to... I can cry at the drop of a hat hearing certain bits of music. I was having a bit of a session earlier on. I like to sort of watch all these different things on YouTube. And they had Prince Philip's funeral, which they put to music. And the police officer, the one who was down on the coast, and he's operating the speed cameras, and he's inside a van, and a bloke pulls up and parks, and this police officer gets out and gives him a verbal mouthful, and this bloke's filming it. Well, it's up already on an American who's done the voiceover for it, saying here's this guy, and he explains the story, and then he shows you the bit of footage of this police officer losing it. I mean, to be honest with you, the only thing he's going to be losing is his job. The bloke in the car said to him, listen, there's no yellow lines here. I can park where I want to. I want to look at the sea and all the rest of it. And this cop was going, I've got your number. I've got your car number. And he was basically making threats. So he'll be kicked out. He was old. You can tell he was old. He was put on traffic duty. You know, the other ones, they actually put on sort of the proper things, I think. Oh, the story about Ryland was the fact that he broke down on air and burst into tears or something. And so they've had a meeting, so they say, and they've recommended he take a year off. A year off. I mean, dear God in heaven, I didn't get that long for my mother's funeral. And in his case, nobody's died. It's just that he's not going out with Dan anymore because of things. He made mistakes, numerous mistakes, he said. So we don't know what the numerous mistakes are because he's omitted to tell you that part of the dreary story. And so they've said, take a year off. I mean, that sounds to me like, you know, take the rest of the world off or something. A year off. I've never heard of it. Apparently, Tina Turner's Simply the Best and The Chain by Fleetwood Mac, which I don't know, actually. I don't know The Chain by Fleetwood Mac. I do. Do I? Oh, right, OK. I do, apparently. I know Tina Turner, Simply the Best. I don't know what I'd like, actually. There's so many different bits of it. I'm not really particularly bothered about music at funerals. I'm not going to be hearing it anyway, am I? So what difference does it make? Steve, off to France for half-term. We'll listen through the night on 4G. Can't go without LBC. You're absolutely right. But that's a good idea. Once you, the good news is, once you've downloaded the app, you can download all of the things and you can listen to LBC wherever you are, which means that it doesn't matter whether you're in France or whether you're in America. You can hear LBC, which is brilliant, isn't it? It means you still get... It's on the global player. Dave in Plymouth. He says, I went to Rome in the early 80s, courtesy of the Navy. I went in the Colosseum and there was an exhibition of trains in there. Really? We got to Rome and I wanted to go around the Colosseum in particular. I've got a DVD of the Colosseum and what's underneath it. Because if you remember, there was a floor And with that's gone, and all you've got are the cages where the animals were kept and the lifts which took the gladiators up into the arena. Now, the Colosseum is known as a theatre of blood. You didn't go there to do a comedy play. You went there because you were a criminal. You were then turned into a gladiator, and if you got killed in the ring, well, they didn't care. People would go there for their lunchtime. It was the lunchtime entertainment. Oh, they've got quite a number of thieves in there today, and they would pit them up against more animals were killed in the Colosseum than anywhere else. They went through everything from snakes, tigers, lions, giraffes, hippopotamuses, everything. Every conceivable animal, just to see what damage they could do to people. You can imagine, can't you, if you were sort of a gladiator in the ring and all you've got is sort of a piece of sort of netting, a tricorn, and there's a tiger coming at you. You know, there's a very good chance the tiger's going to win. But that's what it was. It was known as a theatre of death. Theatre of death. So you can still see the cages. And it's still quite interesting, but it fell apart at one point. The traffic used to go round it and the building started falling apart. But it's still there and it's a great tourist attraction. But I was happy with the DVD because you get to go in all the places on the DVD that you can't in real life. Jill says, will Ryland get paid if he's taking a year off? No, because you get paid for the days that you do. If you don't work, like taxi drivers don't work, don't get paid.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run, spending an arm and leg on disjointed software, and now you're missing a football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Phil says, I've just looked you up after hearing you were somebody's #1 podcast, Jane Garvey's #1 podcast. I mean, you know, should I send money? Would that help, do you think? And Phil says, I think you'll be mine from now on. I love listening to you in the early hours. You cheer me up no end. Well, there you go. That's what it's all about. The Chain by Fleetwood Mac contains the theme tune used for Formula One racing. I mean, do I sound like the sort of person who would have the faintest idea what Formula One racing sounded like? Not a clue. Not a clue. So I'm sure we will find it. There we go. And this is... Can they hear this as well? Oh, they can't. I'm just listening to it. It goes blong, 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 blong. Dum, 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 dum. Are they going to sing or... Oh, there's no singing. And they use this at funerals. Or is that somebody rushing in with a coffin on their shoulder going, quick, 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 and then shoving it into the... Well, I've never heard of anything like that. Peter in Malvern says, I'm sorry I'm late. Letter from the parents. OK, that's what we need, otherwise you're barred. Steve, thank goodness that today's aren't fighting lions with, as you stated, a tricorn. Well, it was a theatre of death. That's what the Colosseum was. It was an entertainment for the Romans. And after they'd exhausted gladiators fighting other gladiators, they then thought, let's bring in the wild animals. I mean, there was no end to their barbarity. They just literally wanted to watch people being destroyed. And so people went there and you took your lunch break in the Colosseum and you would have your sandwich or whatever it was they were having in those days. And you would, watch people being destroyed. It turns out that the walls were actually red in colour, blocks of red and black travertine stone and sections of azurite in the plasterwork, which depicted a skyscape or a seascape. But in fact, if you look at early pictures of the Colosseum, it was practically derelict because the traffic went round it. And what they've done now is they've rebuilt it back up again to make it look as near as, damn it, what it would have looked like, except they haven't replaced the floor. They've left that so that you can go in there and see what but it would have held thousands of people. Thousands and thousands of people. And of course, it's one of those things. If you go to Rome, you've got to go to the Colosseum. You can't not go. You've got to go and see all these things which they've still got. I mean, I think it's fascinating. I'm fascinated by the history of it and the fact that it's still there, which is quite something else. But you can look down and you can see the cages that they kept the animals in, and the gladiators were kept in a certain area, and they could flood the arena, I believe. You could have battles on there as well. The difference being people did die. People did die. Somebody else says my favourite paper, Steve, was also the News of the World. Still miss it on a Sunday. I know. I can't cope with the big papers on a Sunday because there's not enough room to turn them. So I prefer the tabloids. It's much easier, and you get all the information straight away. So and so does this, so and so does that, which is good. Somebody says I started listening to you in 2010 one morning when I was up all night feeling ill, and I was 17. I've not missed a show since. No, I mean we're very lucky. We're very, very lucky that that people sort of want to. But I've often said it's this time of the morning. It's easy peasy because people are sitting there driving the car, aren't they? You could listen to music, and we have more music stations in this building than you can shake a stick at. But you don't want to go and listen now because I'm on, and you never know what you might miss. I mean, there might be some, because Asda have just started selling. Wait for this. Quiet fireworks, so they're bangers without a bang. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? Sainsbury's apparently are not selling fireworks again this year. All right, well, be merry, Mary, quite contraries. We don't care. We can get fireworks anywhere we like. So bangers without so it'll just go crackle, 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 and that'll be about it. I don't really know how you can have a banger that doesn't actually make a noise. Doesn't make sense, does it really? And after hearing you describe Maids of Honour, we looked it up and you described it perfectly. Yes. Dan says Gemma Collins versus the Lions in the Coliseum. Who would win? I'm tempted to say her, but I mean that's just sort of a glib answer, isn't it? Really, I don't know. I don't know who would win actually. But they spent most of their time sprinkling sawdust on the floor to cover up all the blood. I mean, it must have been absolutely dreadful. But that was the way it was settled in those days. The pub chain Punters were counting chips. These are Wetherspoons customers because apparently in different parts of the country they're either terribly mean with the amount of chips. I mean, one of them only got 10 chips. I'd have sent it back. Put the proper chips on the plate. In Liverpool, loads of chips. Not going to argue, are you? Somebody in Liverpool comes in and goes, we'll have the cooked breakfast. And I don't know where they're coming from. Oh, look at this. Look, 10 chips. They weighed them. Some diners weigh them. It is a bit sad. And somebody found 41 chips on their plate when it arrived. I could eat chips now, actually. Other punters have taken tape measures into the budget pubs to work out the average length. 37,000 people have joined a Facebook group called Wetherspoons Poultry Chip Count. I mean, vexed Benjamin Auger visited the Master Mariner in Wallasey in Merseyside and got just 10 with his burger. Well, that's just taking the Michael. However, though, I have to tell you, Benjamin, that if you come to London and you go to most posh places, you don't get a pile of chips on a plate. You get either a little sort of round thing and they put the chips in there, or a little miniature shopping trolley where they put a few chips in there. So you don't actually get a plate full of chips. There you go. The chips are put in a little bowl, and you're supposed to be grateful that they've given you 5 chips. That's Tom Kerridge's, which looks about 5 or 6 chips. 6 chips. I mean, that's just taking the Michael, isn't it, really? They do look nice. I mean, I like the triple cooked chips. Have you had those before? They're very nice. You can buy those in M&S. And then you fry them, and they go very crispy. I like crispy chips. And occasionally it's good to have a little bit of potato, isn't it, really? Steve, we're in Coffs Harbour, currently listening while giant hail falls outside. All we've got is rain. Rain, rain, rain in London. I tweeted about it earlier on, but I'm not sure if it's gone now. Is it gone? It's still chucking it down, isn't it? God, blimey, honestly. Isn't it ghastly? I don't understand. I mean, a lot of people talk about Coffs Harbour. It's just in case those people don't know, it's a city. So it's obviously got a church, a cathedral. It's on the mid-north coast of New South Wales in Australia. So I think it's about 330, 340 miles north of Sydney. Known for the beaches and the big banana monument. Way! And an amusement park. It sounds nice, doesn't it? I've never expressed any desire to go there. I don't mind watching other people going on holiday and going to nice sort of places. And they've sort of got places to, where do you go and eat if you go to Coffs Coast. The Australian travellers talked about it. And the scenery looks lovely. It really does. I'm bored witless. Seriously, I wouldn't know what to do there. I mean, just lie on a beach. Looking at this lovely beach. It's surrounded by water. It's very, very pretty. It's very, very lovely. Where's the KFC? Where is the McDonald's? Where is the ice cream parlour? Where are all these things? Because, you just want to... I mean, they've got a very nice one here. The Anuka Beach Resort, which looks very good. Does look like the sort of place you're going to bump into Sarah Ferguson at. You know, doesn't it? Poor old Sarah Ferguson. We went to a Bill's chain, says Chris. They had about 15 chips as a side for like £3. Well, 15 is just doing better than some of the Wetherspoons. They could only manage 10 chips. And Roger says, seriously, have people got nothing better to do than count chips? No, they haven't. No, they literally... And somebody taking a tape measure in. I mean, what would you think if you're sitting having breakfast with somebody and somebody produces a tape measure? You know, I mean, I suppose it depends if they're chips or fries. McDonald's do them, and they're called fries. They're not chips, because I think the last time they went near a potato was earlier in their career. And they've got 14 different ingredients in a McDonald's fry. 14 different... Everything from preserving them to the colour to everything else. They have to be not just potato, no. I wish it was. But they've now got... Oh, where is it? Where is it? Extra spicy hot chips. Extra crispy hot chips. Yes, it's one of the burger places, and they're guaranteeing that your chips will be hot and crispy when they get to you. And I've read it, and I can't remember where I read it now, which is a bit of a pain, isn't it? Yeah, somebody will know. But yeah, crispy chips and hot, because mainly when you order sort of food, the time they get there, you know, it's gone a bit cold and a bit naff, hasn't it? Really. Didn't Dale like a beach? Oh, listen, anywhere that had water or a sun lounger or something like that. Yeah. He would even do it in London if the weather was good. Mind you, my friend Lynn does that. Exactly the same. We've never been back, incidentally, Steve, in the Bills chain. I went to Bills down in Brighton when I think they just opened. I didn't like it. But then again, you know, it'd be ridiculous if we all liked every single thing. And the reason I didn't like it is because I didn't want my breakfast served on a chopping board. You know, McDonald's fries, ingredients. There you go. Potatoes, blend of non-hydrogenated vegetable oil, sunflower, rapeseed, dextrose, predominantly added at the beginning of the potato season. I think somebody said there were 14 ingredients in a McDonald's French fry because they go very limp and soggy in a very short space of time, sometimes when you got to the top of the escalator. But I did see somebody the other day in a cafe getting chips for breakfast with their sausages and eggs and everything else. You go to McDonald's, they don't do chips for breakfast. I don't know why. They'd sell. Of course they would.
So a short back and sides again, or something a bit different this time?
We chock-a-block all week, I'm afraid.
Lenny's barbershop needs a new staff member, a talented snipper who'll really gel with the team.
If you can wait till next week, I could do Thursday.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed's employer dashboard, you can attract, interview and hire candidates all in one place. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
You know, gone are the days of actually going to a restaurant and your food arrives on a plate. There are certain restaurants in and around the capital and the length and breadth of this land who serve food, believe it or not, one of them on a brick, one of them on a shovel, a metal shovel. We've had it on a mousetrap. There's one on an iPad. I know, it seems hard to believe, doesn't it? Somebody was serving food in a trainer, you know, the ones you put on your feet, and serving cake in an old syrup tin. I mean, somebody had the idea of serving a steak on a slate. The producers had this on a slate. There used to be a place actually in London, I think it's called Hot Bricks, where they bring you a brick and it's very hot and you cook the food yourself. Might as well stay at home. Yeah, but why don't you just stay at home? Why do you want to go out somewhere and cook your own blooming food? Cook it how you like it. Well, listen, I've never had any problems. Have you ever interviewed Ray Winston? Yes, of course, of course. Steve, I'm just off to South Melbourne Beach. 23 degrees here and not a cloud in the sky. Thinking of you all, says Tim, in rainy UK. No, you're not. You're fibbing now. You don't really care about us getting rain. If you woke up in Dubai, you're probably sort of thinking to yourself, oh, I hope it rains today. Very unlikely, very unlikely. Steve, I've been trying to work out where Southend Cathedral is. Southend Cathedral. Oh, because it's a city now. Because it's a city. I bet the council are thrilled because they're going to have to change all their note paper and all the rest of it and everything. Oh, it's going to be a fortune. People at Southend will have to pick up the bill, you know, for it. Today's sunny and a moderate breeze in Dubai. 36 degrees. Double it and add 30. It's over 100 degrees. I wouldn't be going there today. I mean, Thursday is 35 degrees, Friday 36, and it's roughly, it hovers about the 36, 35 degrees. Suffer as if we care. But the rest of it, thunder, showers, we've got lightning and 17 degrees today. Light rain showers. If you want to come around here, light rain showers, like a mini tsunami heading out of Leicester Square. It's stopped now, is it? As fast as it starts, it then stops, doesn't it? Joe says, I've just had a new stereo fitted to my car. I've never realised you sounded so butch. Well, there you go. You live and learn something. But he does come from a place called Alcester, wherever that is. We have no idea where Alcester is. Is it a pretty little place, or is it full of people like Joe, who's into butch people, which is slightly disturbing. Slightly disturbing. Here's Alcester. It's a market town. It's in Warwickshire, and it's quite pretty, isn't it? What are you doing there? Yes, it's quite nice. It's got some half-timbered houses, and it's got a little church, and it's got some quite nice little places. Probably got some yobbo nightclubs as well, I should imagine, if you hunt around for them. It's not bad looking, is it, really? Oh, look, a fire in one of those half-timbered places. And they've got little cafettes, and obviously bars. There's one called the Hideaway. Do you know, this is the advantage with the internet now. Years ago, you had to go to the library, borrow a book, find out where something. Now, you literally click on something and you can see it straight away. I quite like that little street. I bet there's no cars allowed down there, but there's no double yellow, so you could just park in the middle of the road, which I like. It's not bad, though, is it? I mean, it's a nice place. Seems okay. I bet they have Morris dancing. I've just got this feeling. There'll be Morris dancing down there, waving their bells and everything else. But no, I mean, that's... Oh, there's some other houses as well. And but no, it looks all right. Looks all right. Gosh, somebody in Alcester writing to me. Look at that. Steve says, Roger, gone are the days when you'd be able to go to a car auction and buy a cheap old car. Online only now and much more expensive. Everything is. Everything is. It's just ludicrously expensive. My first car was £100. That was what my first car cost. And it was a Ford Popular. To be honest with you, if I'd actually kept the thing, it'd be worth more money now than it would have, than what I actually paid for it. My friend Jordan has sent me an image of me talking to Daniel Radcliffe. Although I think that must have been... Were we that close? I can't remember whether we were that close. We like Daniel. We like him a lot. My friend Jordan always gets in the car every morning and sort of asks to be listening to LBC. Do you think we were sitting there by the same microphone? Or... Oh, well, I haven't ever seen that particular picture. Yeah. Oh, well, never mind. My friend Ian says there's a Japanese barbecue place up the road from me. They serve your food raw and there's a grill in the table which you use to cook the food because the meat is seasoned. It's actually quite tasty. I would have agreed with you that you don't want to cook your meal if you're in a restaurant, but this place was fun. Yeah, I'm sure it's a bit of a novelty, I can imagine. But I feel a bit... I mean, Benihana. You would sit there and watch the chefs cooking and everything else. I met the man behind Benihana. He used to sell ice cream in New York. And he saved up to get his first restaurant, and they came in the days when I had a programme on the radio where top London restaurants would come in and cook for me and my guests, and we would sit down and talk about it. And Benihana came in, and little man, but he brought in 2 geishas who served the food. I mean, seriously, it was like an experience and a half. These girls, fully made up, dressed, the white faces, full geisha. Every so often they would come into the studio, and before they served the food for us, they would bow. It was seriously. I mean, it was at my request. No, I didn't. I don't like to do things like that. It was very good. Apparently, Alcester is pronounced Ulster. Oh right. Pretentious or what? It's called Ulster. Apparently, Wetherspoons don't take £50 notes. Yeah, if you don't have any cards on you, so you can't get a lot of things nowadays. They only take... Where did I go? Harrison Hoole. When we were doing which is Tesco's, I believe it's owned by Tesco. But when I went in there to get a cup of hot chocolate, and they did hot chocolate, but they didn't do it with cream for some peculiar reason, best known to themselves. And I said, I've only got cash. He said, we don't take cash. This was when they were doing the pandemic. There were quite a few places that didn't want to take cash. And unfortunately, I use cash. And I don't really want to use cards all the time. I don't trust anybody, actually. Tesco's new shop doesn't take any cash. It's Or have a checkout. You do it all yourself. You watch. All the prices start rocketing through the roof because of the shoplifting. It's the first checkout for... You see, I quite like the checkout experience. I don't want to talk to anybody, but it's called Get Go. It opens in the High Holborn today. But you know why? You know why? Because it'll be closed at the weekend. Because High Holborn it's part of the City of London. So there it is. It's the same branch that was the first to go cashless. They'll still have staff in there. We've got 3 little Tesco's round our way. Even we're bored with it. But we are having the Pret vegan or vegetarian or whatever they call it. Veggie Pret. So pretentious, honestly. So pretentious. I wonder what they'll be taking. Will they be taking... But they're saying that you can shake hands with somebody now. I don't think so. I don't want to risk it. Listen, if there's 49,000 people the other day, we lost 260 people who died the other day, COVID-related. So that's not so good, is it, really? My first car, Steve, was a Renault Fuego. Totally extinct now. I don't ever remember that, actually. And Joe says Alcester is pronounced like Ulcester. I don't care. OK? It's as bad as BBC Radio Shropshire. OK, I really don't care. Bless them. They're still struggling, aren't they? Dawn Neeson in a column today. We'll get round to in a moment. Liz Hurley and Mr. Perfect in Pants. Mr. Perfect in Pants is a model in this country. This is the one I mentioned the other day. He's David Gandy. And he's a model, you know, because he's good looking and he takes good pictures and he spends a lot of time, as Dawn and I know, of modelling in his pants. And somebody wrote to him. He was trolled. I think he's about mid-40s, heading towards 50. I think 41. But he was trolled by somebody going, oh, you've got all these wrinkles now. And you think, my body looks very similar to this. Very similar. Yeah, they've just superimposed his head on my body. In fact, when I first saw it, I went, they've used my picture. But there he is, just by the river in Twickenham. But somebody wrote to him saying, you've got wrinkles. And I thought, God, I bet you look like the back end of a bus. You can always tell if somebody writes criticising somebody's looks, there's something the matter with them. They can't go out because they look like the Elephant Man or something like that. I love it. I tell you who's died. And I was only mentioning him the other week because I thought he was such a talent. Such a talent. He'd written music for so many films. Leslie Bricusse died at the age of 90. He came in to be interviewed by me because there was a book out. And his music will live on forever. A marvellous, marvellous, marvellous person. And he came in, I remember thinking, wow. I mean, he also worked on theatre musicals. He did the music for Dr. Dolittle, Goodbye Mr. Chips, Scrooge, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Tom and Jerry, the movie, Goldfinger, You Only Live Twice, Can You Read My Mind, from Superman, Henry Mancini's Jazz Heart. Don't meet that jazz. Born in Pinner in Middlesex. He was a member of the Footlights, Secretary of Footlights between 1952 and 1953. And he had a fruitful partnership with Anthony Newley. He wrote the show, The Roar of the Grease Paint, The Smell of the Crowd. What a marvellous, marvellous man. He got an OBE for services to the film industry. And he died just a couple of days ago in France at the age of 90. So our commiserations to his family. I can tell you now, if you check out the music for Goodbye Mr. Chips, which is the one that featured Petula Clark, there's some super songs on it, absolutely super songs. I would recommend the film anyway, because I bought every version of Goodbye Mr. Chips.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wet Wednesday, as we've affectionately called it, because there's water everywhere, which is okay. Just means that the car, every time it rains or something happens, somebody somewhere is affected. So today it'll be the car washes, because everybody's going, it's all right, the car's wet, it looks fine. We seem to have got rid of the pigeons. we seem to have got rid of, for some reason, I've not seen them. We had 6 at one point. You know, once, I mean, really, ghastly. And the flies disappeared. When you listen to my free podcast today, my little bit extra, I'm having problems with a fly, a tiny little, not even a proper fly, like a sort of one of those irritating little things. William says, you mentioned Ole and Steen earlier. I hadn't heard of them until I moved to Copenhagen in August. And I'm on the train to work in Hillerød right now. When I get there, I buy 2 excellent croissants in the station bakery. And so I've got the Ole and Steen app. Well, I'd never heard of them. I seriously hadn't. The entire newsroom out there had heard of them. They were all, Dominic was singing their praises and this and that. And it's all for, the bread's lovely. But it was the ham and cheese that I particularly enjoyed yesterday. And they do all sorts of things. I mean, they do salmon eggs and avo, short for avocado, on toast, but that's £8.80. Bacon, eggs and avo on toast, £7.80. But they do Danish breakfast roll with cheese and butter or cheese, ham and butter, £3.10 to £4.10. Or you can have a smoked salmon roll. I mean, they do it. It's not cheap. They also do a mango and coconut yogurt, which sounds particularly nice. But that's only available till 11 a.m. But they're all of a sudden, they've just appeared. It's like, have you seen the other ones that we have in London called Café Concerto? And they're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And then a few closed down after the pandemic. But their sandwiches look delicious. But they're really, the bread is very good. Very tasty. So, I mean, I'm going to have to treat myself today. It's going to be my little... And they're everywhere. Canary Wharf, Hampstead, Ken High Street. Some of them open at 7:30 in the morning. The one over here opens at 7:30. Leicester Square. Notting Hill Gate, Oxford Circus, Oxford Westgate, Richmond. What time's that at? That opens at 7:30. Oh, I now know where to be found this morning, I suspect. St James's, the Haymarket, that opens at 7:30. Strand, Tottenham Court Road, Victoria... There's loads of them. Isn't there? I wonder if we can get anywhere to open earlier. I mean, Westfield, White City, doesn't open till 8:30. Well, poo you. Very lazy. And I think it's good. Opening soon is Eccleston Place, Belgravia. I mean, to be honest with you, till what, 9 at night? They're open till 9, 9:30, 9 o'clock. Do you know, very shortly we are going to be, aren't we, a 24-hour... Well, I mean, London, we're used to being 24 hours because you can, if you want to get something to eat, you can get Chinese takeaway till the early hours of the morning. I think our McDonald's is open till, is it 5, and then it closes for half an hour or something, and then opens up again. So it's all, you know, it's because we're living the 24-hour... lifestyle. London is open 24 hours. I mean, there's never a time where it closes down. Never. Steve, my sister lived in New York and she took me to Benihana. She says, I remember they served their cocktails in little white Buddhas. Well, I've never been to Benihana's. I was invited to go after the boss came in, and it's, you know, quite something to watch the chefs cooking for you. And you think, there's an art to it, isn't there? There is an art to this sort of thing. And you pay and you sit around. Everybody films it. The chefs must be the most filmed people in living memory. It's like if you were a guard at Buckingham Palace. There's a very good chance that you've been filmed and had your picture taken and people have had their picture taken with you. Lovely food. You've been there, have you? You're so rich. Honestly. Somebody else paid. Oh, yeah. Oh, well. My first car, Steve, was a Riley Kestrel. Leather seats, walnut dash, and the rest of it designed to dissolve in rainwater. I've never heard of a Riley Kestrel, but it sounds quite nice. And then Shane says, I'm scared if we go cashless, I'll probably overspend using cards. I try and not use cards. I like to try and keep a hold on my money. I know it sounds a little bit bizarre. Now I've got this app. Seriously, because my friend Helena, is, you know, she sort of handles all my little bits and pieces. But I think she's getting to the stage now where you should know how to do these things. And I did have the app for my bank, and it was on the phone, but I didn't know how to use it, really. And she said, look, we'll do this, put in the password, blah, 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 blah. She said, there you go. And up come all my accounts. I mean, when I say all my accounts, it makes it sound a little bit grand. And I've got FaceTime on it, so you get a little tick, and then up come your accounts, and it tells you the balance in every single one of your accounts. I mean, I say every one. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 7 accounts. Because some are savings accounts and some are accounts for pensions and different bits and pieces. And I remember sort of thinking, and I said, I can see all my accounts. And she went, yes. I mean, there is enough room on the screen for the balance. I mean, some of the accounts don't have very much in there. But I thought this was a brilliant thing. Absolutely brilliant idea. So I felt as though at my ripe old age of 397, I can actually, and you can send money and transfer between different accounts, and it gets there instantly. And you just, and I thought, well, that's about the best thing I've ever been able to do. She said, well, you can order on Amazon, can't you? And I said, yes. She said, I can tell that because she can see all my spending. I do write to Jeff Bezos on a regular basis, but it's a case of I felt I'd learned something yesterday at my age, and it's quite a surprise because I'm just not very good with things like that. But now I've done it, I'm constantly checking the balance of my accounts. I mean, some of them are, as I say, savings accounts and stuff like that. Yeah, Payday, I can't wait to see what happens. That's the only account I've not got in here. It's the only one because it's with another bank. Steve, concertos do a nice lamb shank and a great afternoon tea. Well, there was a huge one over the road from the Ritz, and it was on a corner. It was next to that nightclub, which has also gone, which was popular with the Ukiyo set. And you get lots of girls with very short skirts and big Neanderthal-type bouncers standing outside. And it was called, I can't remember, but Harry apparently had been there. Where had he? Sorry? No. It's, it was opposite the Ritz. It'd been there for ages. You'd go down the stairs to it. But there's always crowds of, people hanging around outside then. I'm blowed if I can remember what it is. Very famous place, he says. We're not getting any better, are we, at doing? No, not Maddox, no. Oh, what was it called? Directly opposite the Ritz. Because just down opposite the Ritz is that Mayfair Hotel, which seems to attract the Essex girls from The Only Way is Essex. Well, I mean, you would think that's what they were. They've got a huge theatre in their basement, which I've been to a few times. Steve, during the first lockdown, my friend was walking his dog when he was hit by a car and died from his injuries. On his death certificate, they put it down as death by COVID. Ever since then, I don't believe the random numbers the government come out with. Well, the government don't come out with these numbers. The government, Mahiki, thank you. The government don't come out with these numbers. This is the NHS numbers. So it's as simple as that. You have to be well aware of things and just don't believe everything you read on the internet. But no, the government don't come up with these numbers. The NHS do. There's no point in over-exaggerating. What would be the advantage to over-exaggerating if you're the NHS? Whole idea is you don't want people going into the hospitals. We don't want 49,000 people on one day. But unfortunately, people who believe some of the garbage on the internet are the ones who are probably making this situation worse. And so that's why the Sun say on their front page, today the Sun urges all readers to put rocket boosters under the shattering jabs rollout. Nothing is more vital to save lives. Because if you don't get it before winter, if you're entitled to it, this could be the worst winter that we've ever had. And we don't want to go back into it, do we? Definitely not. Here's a picture of, there we go. If you die within 28 days of getting a COVID test, it counts as a COVID death. That's what they put it down as. So not all of them die from COVID, but the deaths are still much higher than they should be. We are the highest in the world. So, although we haven't had all the American figures in. But there's no point in the people lying about this sort of thing. This is a killer. The pandemic was real. We know that. 150,000 people are dead as a result. You go back and tell the families, I think the government have made this up. You go back and tell them. A picture of Maura Higgins. She's looking a bit dreary now, actually. She's split with Giovanni Panici. Maura is 30. She's getting on a bit now. And they'd been going out for the staggeringly lengthy relationship of 4 months. So obviously something very serious. And apparently Maura's taken a step back to let Giovanni concentrate on the show. Of course she has. I shouldn't imagine she even knows what he does for a living. Not a clue. Not a clue. What have we got here? Oh, celebs hit by scam. Surely not. What is this one? Well, this is people who were tricked into promoting a crypto coin con. Joey Essex, not the brightest penny in the box or the brightest crypto person, agreed to promote Eats Coin, which was linked to supposed food delivery app Crypto Eats. So Joey was joined for a launch party at a top West London club last week by an ex-Radio 1 DJ, somebody called Charlie Sloth, who's 40, and Love Island star Bella Hassan. Between them, they have millions of followers, but yesterday, all traces of Crypto Eats Online had vanished. It's thought people had invested £500,000, and it's gone. Joey posed in a Crypto Eats cap at the London Rain Club. He told The Sun, "I'm fuming. This company used my name to dupe lots of people into investing money." Oh, surely you can't be that naive, dear. What do you think they were using you for? Not for your sparkling conversation, that's a fact. You know, he said, "I feel bad for anybody." Well, that's the trouble, you see. People are they often use celebrities. I mean, you must have read these stories in the past, Joey, surely. You can't be that dim. I mean, they often use people's images without even telling them, but he posed for them. He posed with the cap on. He went to the party. They're all holding their free bags up and everything else. £6 million market value cryptocurrency pitched their coin at. And they've got these people, somebody called Mandy Vakili. I don't know who she is, but she looks like she could have walked off Love Island. Bella Hassan. And they go, "Oh, yes, I'm being used because I'm an influencer." And it turns out that it was no such thing. The Financial Conduct Authority has warned people to think carefully before investing in high-risk products such as cryptocurrency. Last night, the Met said they were unaware of the scam because there are loads of scams. We lose billions every year to scam. All they've got to do is find a few dim celebrities who don't check these things out. They don't check them out. Somebody, will go to them and say, "Listen, we'd love to use Joey as the face of cryptocurrency. We'd like to use Bella Hassan or Charlie Sloth or something like that." They sort of pitch up holding all the merchandise and everything else. And the next minute, people invest because they obviously trust these people. Although they've never given me any evidence for me to trust them, so I can't imagine I would ever invest in anything like this. And they all turn up at a party, and it turns out to be, now it's all vanished from the internet. Mind you, I told you, that's that great place, YouTube. Go and watch the American guy. Watch him talking to the call centres in Delhi and... where else was one of the other ones? Mumbai, I think. And he's hacked into their system. He's hacked into their computers, and he deletes all their files while he's talking to them. It's very, very clever and very, very funny.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Deleting scammers' files. Tried the Scottish guy, Jim Browning. Very entertaining. Well, this American guy puts on the voice of a woman. Or he's got a little voice box that he can change. And you can see him talking to the people. And you can see sometimes into the scammer's office, where they're all sitting there. They're basically, they phone up. They don't want people to know that they're in India. So they give themselves different names. So they'll say, and I think one of them was, I think he was pretending to be from Amazon Returns or something like that. And he said, "Oh, hello, my name is Kevin Marshall or something." And the scammer at the other end goes, "No, it's not. His name's Krishnan Patel," or something like that. Whatever it was, they then pretend that they're in America. And so he says, "Oh, where are you in America?" "Oh, we're on the South Coast," and all this kind of stuff. And he goes, "No, they're not." Anyway, as he's talking to them, he's able to access their computers. How clever this bloke is, I've got no idea. We have Will Guyatt. They have this bloke on the internet, and he can access their computers. And as he's talking to them, pretending to be this woman, he's going, I'm going to get a receipt for this. You want me to transfer money? And yes, you have. Somebody's tried to access your account, but don't worry, we can sort it all out for you here, and we're very helpful. No, they're just crooks. They're crooks. And in fact, I think the Panorama programme phoned up the guy who owns the company and said, "You're scamming people, aren't you? We know exactly where you are. We know where your office is. We know where you're based and all the rest of it." And people pay. People pay them over because they claim to be either it's the overpaying system, and it's annoying they just get to run away when they're confronted. Yeah, I mean, although the police, there's a lot of bent police around the world, as we've discovered over the years, but they say, "Oh, it's very difficult to prosecute these people." You think, yeah, that's why we have to expose them as crooks. We've got them on camera and we've recorded everything they've said. But what this bloke does is, he said, "I've just deleted 50,000 files." And then it goes off, and then he comes back again. He says, "Are you doing something on my computer?" And this bloke, pretending to be the woman, says, "No, honey, I'm not doing anything at all." And gradually his files are disappearing before his eyes. He can literally watch his own computer. Fantastic stuff, I tell you. I love it when people get caught by that. If you type in "delete the scammers" on YouTube, a whole lot. Oh, there's loads of them, Gary. There's loads. I love things like that. I like any of those programmes. They used to do them on the BBC. The BBC used to be quite good until the presenter side of it started taking over, and they didn't. But they were basically, trying to unmask crooks. And one of them was was it Rogue Traders? One of them was an actress. She was an old lady, But she had to pretend that she didn't understand what was going on at all. And the bloke came round to the house. And I think Matt Allwright did this particular one. And so she's sort of sitting there being all frail. And this bloke comes round and what he's selling is fire extinguishers. But overinflated. He's literally ripping her off because she's a pensioner. And so he sits down with her and they have a little chat and all the rest of it. And you can imagine... He's thinking, this is going to be a pushover, this one. You just have to convince her that if a fire started, you're going to need it, as if she could ever operate a fire extinguisher. And so he says, this is this one here. Yeah, I mean, she couldn't even have lifted the thing. And so he then does all this thing and he says, now, this one is, and we can do easy terms on it. And so I think it was something like 1,600 for this fire extinguisher, which you could have bought in B&Q for like 25, 30 quid, or a fire blanket, all overinflated prices. And he says, if you just like to sign, I'll phone my boss and see if I can get you a discount on this one, because you seem like a nice person. And as he says that, he produces all these bits of paper for this little actress to sign. And then all of a sudden, Matt Allwright walks through the door and goes, hello, Matt Allwright, Rogue Traders. This bloke can't pack his bag up quick enough. And so Matt follows him all the way down the road back to his car. He goes, you're a crook, aren't you? You're a crook. You're trying to cheat people. Then he just drives off. I'd have let all his tyres down. Can't go anywhere now, can you? It's lovely. But we don't seem to have those really good programmes. Dominic Littlewood does a few of them. But I do like it. That's right. Don't get done, get Dom. Another brilliant BBC title. Honestly, they get worse and worse, don't they? I like the one that Anne Robinson did. Was that Watchdog? Yeah, she was quite good. They had a few sort of good people on there. But it was good. It was good, but delete the scammers on YouTube, and you listen. I mean, you have to. I mean, sometimes they're a bit tedious because they go on for such a long time. But it's when he deletes all their files on their computers, which I love it. And Michelle says, if I hadn't seen it myself, I would have thought you were joking. I'm trying to teach my husband how to access our accounts online. He's a bit older than you, and he's always left the household admin to me, says Michelle. Well, it's brilliant. I'm assuming all the banks have an app that you put in there, and literally I just click on the app. It's got face recognition, and then there are all my accounts laid out, and you can click on different bits and pieces. It's actually a lot easier than I thought it was, and you can transfer money in between accounts and do everything. I haven't learned how to do that bit yet. She said she'll teach me, but pass it on to you. But it's very good. The only thing you can't do, I've got an ISA. I think I've got an ISA. I don't know. I can't remember. And you can't just transfer money from that. That you have to, speak to them on the telephone. Because I'm just worried one day the money is going to drop in it substantially. Because I've had it for donkey's years. We just put money in it and I don't think about it. Somebody said the moment you take out an ISA, maybe the first time round the money drops and people panic and go, no, take it out. I was always told by my advisor, literally, put it in there, forget about it. So it's been in there for 15, 20 years, which is much easier. Do you remember a similar show with Roger Cook? Yes, Roger Cook had a bit of a track record. I can remember some of his stuff was staged for the television, but he used to do it because Roger Cook did it on the radio, and then they sort of did it on the television. He was a large bloke, wasn't he? I'm not even sure he's still with us. But he was doing it because he then got caught out on one of them because to make the story have more impact, I think they put glycerin in some baby's eyes or something. Anyway, to make it look as though it was crying and all the rest of it. And I remember thinking then, it's a made-for-television programme. Ask anybody who's ever worked on, television programmes. They're making television programmes. Rachel says, on my banking app, I can now pay a check-in without having to go to the bank. It's one of my favourite features. Yes, you can take a photo of it and you can transfer it because somebody told me about this one. In fact, actually, the lady who told me how to do it in the first place. And she said, so you don't have to send a cheque to somebody. You can do it just on the app. And I thought, it's terribly clever now. Very shortly, we won't have banks because you won't need them. Physically now, if you need to take money out of a bank, what do? You go to the machine and you take out whatever your daily allowance is, or failing that, you get it transferred to somebody. So whenever I've paid tax in previous years gone by or VAT, we just transfer it into an account and then it's transferred from there. And they're closing down Royal Bank of Scotland branches all over the place. All over. What am I looking at? Oh, the volcano. It's still going, that volcano. How long is this now, the volcano? It's still going. It's ages, isn't it? Shows no sign of slowing down. Mind you, it's coming from the centre of the Earth. So I should imagine there must be lots of hot molten. I'd like to go down there and see if it's just like a giant lava lake. Yeah, that you can sort of go down and they do trips to the lava lake, which is like 3 miles underground. I think that'd be quite good fun, because I don't really know what I'm supposed to be looking at. I know what happens when it spews out over the top, and the sulfuric acid, and the gases and all the rest of it, and the pyroclastic clouds. That bit I understand. But I don't understand whether there's a lake down there and it's like a giant funnel that's going and then sending it out the top. Middle of the Earth's all like that, very hot. Good, isn't it, though? I mean, it's quite clever. Don't want to live near it, thank you very much indeed. Steve, I got a cheeky 20% off Cafe Concerto with the London Experience. Oh, no, sorry, I'm just having a look at this thing again. Once these lava rivers flow down from the side of the mountain, you can't stop them. There's no point, you couldn't build a brick wall in front of it and hope that it just goes straight through it. And also, you can't put water on it and try and dampen it down, for the simple reason that the water and the lava mix produce sulfuric acid. And so the clouds can asphyxiate people, so people die. They're trying to rescue dogs and everything else. And you look at the speed in which it moves, it's really fast. It's just like a huge lake which gushes out of the side of the volcano. And no signs of slowing down at all. But I think it looks beautiful. I just don't want to be there. 40 tremors they've had. And, the experts, you only have to look at it. It's spreading out all over the place. It's going to completely destroy this town, isn't it, by the look of it? But apparently, he said, we are at the mercy of the volcano. It's the only one who can decide when it ends. Yeah. So far, it's laid waste to 742 hectares. That's just under 2,000 acres. That's just under 2,000 acres. It's an awful lot. An awful lot. But it just looks so amazing. So amazing. I mean, Maria Jesus of El Paso is one of the thousands of residents who can see the volcano from the window of a home. Oh, look, there's the volcano. Shall we have a cup of tea? Do you want a cup of tea and a bit of cake? Let's watch it, shall we? Oh, dear God, it's coming down our way. Because it just, you can see it. We're looking at a picture of this woman. This is Maria Jesus of El Paso. And out of her window, she's got the most dreadful wallpaper, there's a picture of the volcano. I wouldn't have a door with that sort of glass in it either. That won't last 5 minutes, will it? Pretty common, that one. And she's one of these people who leaves the keys inside in the lock, so she locks the door. So if the volcano arrives, she's got to get out as fast as possible. But unfortunately, the lava will be heading in her direction. It started erupting on the 19th of September. And it's still going. And they have no idea when it's gonna stop. I mean, it is terribly, terribly pretty. But at the same time, it kills. I mean, it's going to affect flights and everything else. There's an awful lot of flights that have been cancelled. I mean, the whole country's gone a bit paralysed. Nadine Doyle is in the papers. You know that she was in Girls Aloud. Sorry? Coyle? Not Doyle. Coyle Doyle, whatever. It's Nadine. And she says the ghost of Sarah Harding throws headphones at her. No, she doesn't. Let's not be silly about this, okay? You're supposed to be an adult. She doesn't throw anything at you at all. And why would she throw headphones at you? Apparently she's been spooked. Oh, there's that word again. Spooked, you see. So we know what it means. By items being hurled across the room since her pal died last month. Nadine has been shooting an Irish TV show called Last Singer Standing. Said the scary antics have left her colleagues on the series screaming in fear. You need to grow up, dear, and get a life. She doesn't throw anything at you, OK? It just isn't possible. OK? Just thought I'd mention that now, just in case you were thinking maybe she was.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's amazing looking at the graphs which they're putting up on all the television programmes. They're in all the newspapers today. The COVID-19 cases by the age group. They think there's a new strain of COVID as well, which means things are changing quite dramatically. We'll wait and see. But you hear it first, actually. George says, listening to Steve Allen Show on LBC in Thailand, which is quite nice. I wonder what your weather's like in Thailand. I should imagine it's probably quite lovely, isn't it? Certainly not at the moment over here, which is the one thing that we've got is rain, and they've got snow as well. We're expecting snow. Thailand today, Bangkok gets 32 degrees and sunny. They get, actually, funnily enough, Thursday they get rain. Friday they get lightning and Saturday lightning. But the temperature hovers around 32 degrees, for most of it 30, 31, something like that. So it's still not bad. Have I ever been to Thailand? No, I haven't. No, I love Thai food, though. I do like... In fact, you find an awful lot of Thai food in pubs, don't you? Because they don't need very much room to cook. And we used to have a couple of lads, David and Vid, who used to own Thai Nice up in Acton, and we used to go up there quite a lot. And they did really fabulous food, fabulous food. They've got Burger King in Thailand. You got food poisoning, did you? Actually, I bought burgers yesterday, but I haven't cooked them yet. I haven't cooked them. I make sure I will, actually. But, Steve, trust Joey Essex, says Simon. I wouldn't trust him to polish hooves. Well, put it this way, the thought that the people, if you're asking somebody to invest, I'd be looking for somebody, like, I can't think, but anybody apart from that, Graham Norton, Alan Sugar, somebody like that, not Joey Essex and some poor old soul off Love Island. They'd be the last person. I mean, Joey Essex Financial Management? I think not. The sort of people that would know who Joey Essex were would be the sort of people who would watch. I mean, he can't even tell the time. What would be the point of saying, oh, yeah, I'll invest my money in this? I mean, it must be some joke, mustn't it, really? Mind you, talking of Joey, you'll remember I mentioned the other day Joey Turner. Now, unless you've seen Tower, you wouldn't have the faintest idea who he is. He was the guy on there. He was very camp. I mean, he was very camp. But anyway, there was a picture of him in the paper because he weighs 7.5 stone. And he said, and I quoted on the programme, he says, I'm happy, healthy, I can't help being skinny. And I said, he's ill. It's as simple as that. People do not recognise what this is. And Jane Moore in her column has said the same. She says, during his time on the show, he was a healthy weight, and now it looks to me as if he's in the grip of an eating disorder, and I think anybody pretending he isn't is doing him a serious disservice. I mean, he looked good before, he looked fine, and you look at him now, and he looks dangerously ill. And she says here, hopefully, the supportive, in inverted commas, people around him will be doing everything in their power to get him the professional help he needs. Anorexia is at an all-time high amongst young women, but it affects men too, and there's nothing healthy about it. He's ill. It's as simple as that. And people don't realise because they don't see what we see. I can remember there were 2 girls years and years ago, and they had this eating disorder, and it is now seriously something that you need help on it, because they didn't see themselves as skinny, and they were bones. They were bones. And even when the first sister died, it didn't stop the second one. They were trying to say, listen, eat, because what a lot of people do, people who have anorexia, will look in the mirror and they will see fat. They think they're overweight, so they would eat something and then they would confess. They would go to the toilet and make themselves sick. So they didn't keep the food in their body, because when they looked in the mirror, they saw it. And when you look at this Joey Turner, you are seriously ill. I mean, surely some hospital or your parents or somebody must actually be able to, the people around him should encourage him to get some help and as quick as possible, because this isn't 7.5 stone he weighs. I don't know how old he is. He's probably about mid-20s, I should imagine. But I said yesterday, he's ill. I know what the signs are, and believe you me, he's got the signs. Also, Jane talks about an eco or an ego trip. Guess who we're talking about here, because there were loads of pictures in the paper the other day of some woman who'd had enough of the Insulate Britain protesters, the arrogant little Tarquins, and all these other Pandoras and everybody else, with apologies to Pandoras or Tarquins at the moment. But she'd had enough of it. She was prepared to, let her car run them over. But Jane says an Insulate Britain protester who doesn't lag his own loft, and now the latest one who went on an 81,000-mile global trip in a non-eco 4x4. How many of these irritants who've been blocking our roads actually practice what they preach? She says probably very few, because after all, it's not really about making a difference, is it? It seems an attention-seeking exercise to make themselves feel good about themselves. And now they very kindly announced that they'll be pausing their annoying behaviour until October the 25th. But one doubts it's an act of altruism, more like it's half-term and they're probably flying off to a gîte in France. OK, Tarquin, get the car loaded up, and then we're going to be sitting on the pavement when we come back from the halls. with the boys, Tarquin Jr. and Pandora Jr. And here they are again. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, there was one bloke tied to a railing with his own banner by a driver. Brilliant. Brilliant. I think they also called for the speed limit to be lowered on motorways because they thought it was a danger to themselves. Well, get off the roads then, buffoons. I mean, you know, you sort of see all these people. They don't practice what they preach, unfortunately. We wish they did. But Priti Patel, she's been claiming we're going to lock people up. So far, she's achieved absolutely, excuse my French, nothing. Nothing. I nearly used another well-known phrase or saying, but I can't use it because I get into trouble. But it's a case of she goes, we're going to do this and do that. We're going to stop people coming over from France, you know, the illegal immigrants and the immigrants and everybody. No, that's not happened. 800 came in the other week. 800 came in the other week. Now, her latest little target, she has tried with the Insulate Britain people. We're going to put them in prison. That's achieved absolutely zilch. And now she's started on travellers. If they set up a camp anywhere and disrupt football matches, they're going to be arrested as well. Well, good luck, darling, because at the moment, it's all chat, and nothing. We don't get anything at all. But I always like reading all the columnists. And here they are. The school-run single mum. Did you read what somebody wrote? Showing how stupid trolls are. This school mum, and she's got her 4x4 car. The smug eco-protesters, Pandora and Tarquin, were sitting in front of the car, and somebody wrote to her and went, I see that you haven't got any tax on your car. And somebody else wrote to this poor troll and went, we don't have tax, dear, anymore. You're obviously a bit thick, aren't you? But anyway, Sherilyn at first got out of her black Range Rover to remonstrate with them because she wanted to get her boy to his lesson. She's a mental health worker. But they laughed at her because they're thick and stupid and look thick and stupid. Put it this way, they don't even appear to be working, these people. What's the matter with them? So she gets out, remonstrates with them, and it's an £80,000 car she's got, which is quite nice, you know. But that's got nothing to do with it. She nudged it into them. This is in Purfleet. Onlookers eventually dragged them away, but Sherilyn's latest, or usual 10-minute trip took 45 minutes and they were late for school. Sherilyn, who comes from Grays, says, when I got out of the car, I walked up to them and said, nicely and politely, can you please move out of the way because I've got to get my son to school? And a woman was very rude and said, yeah, everybody's got to get their kids to school. She then said, we're not moving, and laughed, and that really sort of did me in a little bit. So in the end, she said, if you're not going to move, I'm going to drive at you. So I got in my car and went up to them, but I didn't hit them. I just nudged them along the road. How do you nudge somebody in an £80,000 car? She said, I thought they'd move, but they didn't. So basically, they dragged them out the way because these people, they're attention seekers. You know, the very idea that they're wearing fluorescent jackets, you know. But I noticed, no police. No police. Where are the police? Ridiculous. She says, what they're doing is wrong. They're not peaceful. They're obstructive and rude. They're ignorant. They're ignorant, but you can't drive into them, dear. I mean, because otherwise, you know, the police officer will come down. Of course, the police officer will be on their side. But we do love the police officer the other day. He's up on YouTube already, Mr. Dimwit. He parks up with his little Nick PC Dimwit, I do beg your pardon. I mean, to be honest with you, he looked a little bit old to be doing traffic. And he's got his little camera set up in his vehicle, and somebody pulls up in sight of the camera. He's about, 10, 15, 20 feet away. Little policeman, Nick, gets out. He's furious. What do you think you're doing? I'm parking up, I'm looking at the beach. Can't park there, I'm here. He said, there's no double yellow lines. There's no law, I can park where I want to park. The policeman gets very upset. Very upset. So it's up on YouTube. He's now fitted into that programme of people put up movies of other people losing their tempers, people who won't use masks or anything else. And he's up there as a little police officer. And he then threatens this bloke. The bloke goes up to him and goes, what's your number? I want your PC number and all the rest of it. And he didn't give it. And then he said, I've got your car number. He said, you'll be getting something in the post. A nasty little dictator. Yeah, don't mess with me, pal. I mean, I was on the side of the motorist. I'm never normally on the side of the motorist, but on this one I was. Because I thought it just seemed ridiculous. Police officer, luckily caught on camera. The bloke said to him, I'm filming you. I'm going to put you on YouTube. Didn't stop him. You'll get summons in the post, you will, mate. Thought, you nasty little piece of work. You should be kicked out of the police force straight away. You can't speak to the public like that. Thank you very much indeed.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Shane says, do you remember Karen Carpenter had anorexia? I absolutely do. And in fact, I have first-hand experience of that. She died at the age of 32 of the side effects of anorexia. She came into LBC. She came in 40 years ago. It was. She came into LBC. She was wearing all black, and I remember distinctly. You remember certain things, and I remember her AP said, "Can you not mention the weight?" And I said, "Okay, fine." And she was wearing like a black pair of trousers and a black top and everything else to try and disguise the fact that she was very, very, very thin because she was ill. And it was quite sad, actually, really, because I thought the Carpenters were great. I still do. I haven't changed my opinion at all on her. But when she started looking very thin and gaunt, and then you look at the picture of this Joey bloke from Towie, and he looks the same. He looks seriously ill. And you can get treatment, but it's very difficult because these people don't see themselves as thin. I can't explain it to you because I don't understand it enough, but I understand what somebody looks like, and they will always say the same thing. "Oh, I feel perfectly healthy," and all the rest of it. And you know that they don't. But friends around them should say. I think somebody said something to one of his lady friends, and she then started saying, "Well, I can't tell him what to do," and all the rest of it. I thought, well, you need to. They need to get him into hospital just so a hospital can check him or the doctor can check him. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated, is it? So, yes, I remember Karen Carpenter. An almond drink. I said, when you go and you buy coffees now, they've got all these different ingredients that go with them. Soya latte and all this kind of stuff. But this poster for this almond drink has been banned over misleading claims it's good for the planet. The poster used on buses breached guidelines about its boasts about Alpro, almond, oat and plain products. Its assertion it was good for the planet provoked a complaint as almond farming can be environmentally harmful. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Apparently Alpro insists almond farming is kinder to the planet than dairy. I've never even thought about it before. Almond farming. Have you heard the like? Yes, we remember as well, Joe in Bexley, Lena Zavaroni, who also died. She was anorexic. Lena Zavaroni she appeared on Opportunity Knocks. She was a little girl. I think she appeared on it when she was about 11 or 12, and she sang, "Mama, he's making eyes at me." And she had a big, big voice. She was very friendly with Bonnie Langford. They both, Lena's parents lived in Scotland, and she came down to live with her agent, somebody called Connie Filippello. And she stayed with her, and she was on every TV show because she had a big voice. And then when she started moving into adulthood, she started getting thinner and thinner and thinner until people suddenly realised that because in those days nobody really knew what it was. It was in its infancy, and if somebody was thin, it was just. But I mean, some of these people appeared skeletal, and it affected her, very badly. But yes, I remember Lena Zavaroni very well indeed. Never interviewed her. Saw her parents being interviewed. I think they had a musical act as well, but she had a big voice, and she was very good, but appeared on Opportunity Knocks. Starbucks have 6 different milk options. There are 3 dairy options, non-fat milk, 2% milk and whole milk, as well as 3 non-dairy options, soy milk, almond milk and coconut milk. Whatever happened to a cup of coffee? So, can I have a cup of coffee? I think, didn't Victoria Wood do a sketch about it? She took her elderly mother out, played by Julie Walters, and the woman behind the counter, she said, "Can I have two coffees, please?" And the woman behind the counter said, "What sort of milk do you want?" And so she turned to her and she went, "Mum, what milk do you want with it?" And she went, "Oh, no, just have cow's milk." "Yeah, the cow's just over there by the hat stand. Help yourself." Lena Zavaroni. Middle name, Hilda. Now, there's an old name. From the age of 13, she suffered with anorexia, and she also developed clinical depression when she was 15. She starred in her own television series, but she had an operation to cure her depression, but she died at the age of 35 from pneumonia way back in 1999. I mean, she was a little powerhouse, but, she worked hard. She had an album in the top 10. Youngest person in history. She was on stage. She was everything. Her mother was also Hilda, sang, and her father played guitar. So she was sort of show busy from an early age, but she became very friendly with Bonnie Langford. They were both young at the same time. But it was the health issues. And if you look at pictures of Lena Zavaroni, you see in this Joey that, there are serious problems there which need to be addressed as quick as possible. I don't want to sort of start reading anything else apart from that. But, people need to get help. But they have to accept the fact they have a problem. And most of them don't admit they have a problem. What have we got? We found a shop. But this is not just any old shop. This is a shop which has remained frozen in time for 5 decades. 5 decades since the owner refused to accept decimalisation. We used to have a place in Staines in the marketplace. It was a jeweller's, and all his prices were in pounds, shillings and pence in the window. He refused to accept. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, they had to then convert it for decimalisation. But they've got boxes of Pears soap priced at 3pence, Stork margarine, tins of Prince's pink salmon, and Guinness is advertised as being good for you. The shopkeeper, Frank Elliott, then in his 70s, refused to roll with the times. In 1971, when the pound was switched from 240 pennies in the pound to 100. Instead, his store, set up by his dad in Saltash in Cornwall in 1902, became a time capsule when he turned it into a museum. Frank died in 1995. So funny, you see, we didn't have supermarkets. You'd go into your corner. Oh, there, you got the picture up. You went into your corner shop and they would sort of slice you ham, or you could buy 1 or 2 eggs. Didn't have to buy 6 eggs. And a tin of salmon was a bit of a luxury. You had to have a bit of money for pink salmon. But I remember the Lyons trifle sponges, and I don't remember the Wincarnis wine jelly, but I remember Rowntree's jelly. Always remember, to have a jelly on a Friday was very big and posh, wasn't it? And then they've got all these wines: cherry wine, apricot wine, peach wine, Sanatogen. Come on, if you're a certain age, you'll remember Sanatogen. It fortified the over 40s, didn't it? Friends of mine used to joke I'm having it delivered by tanker. Domestos, been around for ages. Lifebuoy soap. Lifebuoy soap was very popular. And the caption was, I can't read it. Drives B.O. clean away. So there you go. Because they used to do that. Oh, there's the old shop, what it used to be like. Isn't that amazing? You see, I used to love shops like that. We used to have a Lipton's in Twickenham, and the plaque for it is still in the wall, but it's now, one of these opens at 7 in the morning and runs through till 10 at night, mainly selling booze to students. We have a lot of students in Twickenham. These different milks, Steve, they charge 20% extra for. I know, I just want milk. I'm not really bothered about anything else. I'm really not. So the chips, 10 chips on one portion of food, 13 on another, 49 chips was the best. 49 chips. That's almost a meal for 2 people, isn't it? Well, I think it's Facebook Wetherspoons said they had 44,000 people signed up, as well as pictures of the measly meals. The site has weekly spreadsheets with diners' average chip portion. That's how boring. Facebook have just announced they're changing their name. What, Facebook are changing their name? Are they? To what? Facebook are changing their name? They tell us now on a Wednesday when it's tipping down with rain outside. They're changing it to... They haven't said, but they're going to rebrand it, citing a source with direct knowledge of the matter. Rebrand the company with a new name. Well, that's ridiculous. Why don't they just leave it as it is? Mark Zuckerberg plans to talk about the name change at the company's annual meeting, which is coming up very short. What on earth could they call it? Are there any hints of what it could be? Nothing at all. Oh. Rebrand could position the tech giant's social media app as one of many products under a parent company which oversees the likes of Instagram, WhatsApp and Oculus. I don't even know what Oculus is. What's Oculus? Something to do with eyes, I can tell, being Oculus. But so the parent company, so do they have those other companies as well? Instagram is them? Is it? It's all the same. And WhatsApp, all the same? Blimey. Honestly. I can't keep up with it, I tell you. I get so befuddled with things. It was so much easier years ago. And Steve, I'm very curious about these no insulation in their lofts, as in grey matter, I suppose. Yeah, hypocrites. Hypocrites, that's what they are. Hypocrites. It's a case of, we're going to do this, we're going to upset your life. And they're so arrogant. As I say, all Tarquins, we love it. Boxer Anthony Joshua has been given his own show on Snapchat. It's a documentary series called A Fighting Chance. Fans can follow him. Can't imagine why. I mean, I've always discovered that boxers are the least intelligent people you'd ever meet. Mind you, Sylvester Stallone is still going. He's offered Tyson Fury a big bucks role in the next Expendable movie. He was so dazzled by his boxing victory over somebody nobody never heard of. And Stallone called the classic bout above the fight of the century. There you go. I didn't watch it. I was busy that night. I think I was washing next door's cat, I think, or something like that. Can't think of anything worse, actually. I don't really get boxing at all. It's just it's like cage fighting, isn't it, really? Handshakes are officially back. Lucy Sampson from 3GEM, who carried out this survey, said a year and a half ago there were predictions the handshake was consigned to history. Now they're coming back again. Not round here, pal. Not round here, thank you very much indeed. I'm not bumping elbows. I'm not that stupid. But definitely, I don't think handshakes are back just yet. I mean, I have hugged a few people. You know, then that's just me. I just go up to them at bus stops and go, hello. Nice to be back with you again. Steve, Oculus is via your headsets. Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Sandra says, I remember that jewellers. I think I brought some pre-decimal earrings in there. It was very famous. Very famous. Jackie says, Philip Schofield looks very thin. But, no, he's just naturally slim. He's not thin, he's slim. This other one, dangerously bad.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be along with you. And another one here, which says the Queen has turned down the Oldie of the Year award. She says, I'm not old. Yet Philip accepted it some years ago, and they've had all sorts of other people. I don't know how old you have to be, but they wrote, she says, you're only as old as you feel. Please don't do the jokes. I don't know how old Philip was when he actually got it. He won it in 2011, so you can probably count backwards and work out. But she did send them, 92, but she did send them warm wishes. And her assistant private secretary, Tom Lang Baker, wrote, Her Majesty believes you are as old as you feel. As such, the Queen does not believe she meets the relevant criteria. But she does. She does. She's an oldie. But apparently they had the first person awards ceremony at the Savoy Hotel in London, first since 2019. And Giles Brandreth revealed that actress Dame Maureen Lipman, one of the judges, raised the prospect of honouring the Queen in recognition of her leadership during the pandemic. They're going to print it, I think, in the latest edition of the oldie, which is quite nice. So it's another magazine I have to go out and get, honestly. We've got to buy Radio Times, just so I could sort of bask in the fact that somebody's picked my... You've emailed the page. Oh, have you? Oh, right. Somebody's picked my podcast as their favourite podcast, which is lovely. So Jane Garvey, apparently listens all the time. Listens on the train and everything. Knows everything about me. Gosh, honestly, no secrets. No secrets. But thank you very much indeed. There's all these different people in there. She's celebrity number 11. And they sort of said, which is your favourite podcast? And it's me. It's the little bit extra, which is very nice indeed. There's all sorts of people. You won't have heard of a lot of the other people on there. It's all different people picking them. But I get Jane Garvey. She says nobody else in broadcasting can do what Steve does, which to start at 4 a.m. and riff for 3 hours with no callers about whatever comes into his head. She's been listening for years, apparently. She says, I know everything. His chemist, his travel agent, his fishmonger, everything else. And then there's the podcast, which is 20 minutes that he apparently can't fit into the show. Although she says, I think he records it before it starts. Somebody's talked. But thank you very much indeed. That's quite nice. Just to be mentioned is nice, isn't it, really? Always good. Steve, when you were talking about going to the outlet in Braintree, I want to go again. Haven't been in years. We liked it. I'll tell you what they need there at the outlet in Braintree. It's all these designer shops, Braintree Village. They need some more benches to sit on, because when you get to a certain age, the one thing you're looking for is to sit down on a bench. And we did sit down on a couple of it, because people say, oh, we're going to go into Tommy Hilfiger or go into, Gap or whatever it happens to be. I said, I'll sit outside. I can't get excited about shopping. I mean, I do go shopping, but I'm not really interested in, not for Tommy Hilfiger. I don't think they make it in my size. I think it's meant for younger people. But that's all right. That's all right. Which is, it's quite nice. Nice to see Anton Deck pictured in the paper talking to Kate, and it was about addictions. So appropriate, do you not think? Do you not think so? I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but for goodness sake, £86,000 fine, that has to go to the top of the list, doesn't it, really? Because it's based now, if you get stopped for drink driving, it's based on your earnings. That's what it comes... That's what, because when they said he was going to be fined £86,000, I remember, 86... I mean, I couldn't believe it. And then somebody said, well, you know what they're earning. They earn a lot of money. What earning? Oh, I think they'd be a few million a year. Definitely. I would think 3 million a year for the two of them. Would you not think? £1.5 million? They are. They've signed they're reported to have signed a £40 million 3-year deal. But that means that they get Britain's Got Talent, I'm a Celebrity, Saturday Night Takeaway, and Ant and Dec's DNA Journey. That's a lot of programme. Well, I think that's quite a lot of programmes to make, isn't it? So, but I see somebody said here, Ant and Dec's worth in the Daily Sun, how much they get paid. How much they get paid. So I don't know. That's something definitely we should get in Dawn Neeson's column just to find out. 20 million each over 3 years. That's provided you have to believe that that's really the amount of money that they're being paid. Seems an awful lot, doesn't it? But they haven't been on the television for ages. Have they? Have they had a programme recently that I'm a Celeb's coming? Yeah, but that's just filmed in Wales. Nobody cares about that. It'll be another... And they apparently are trying to overhype it and say, oh, it's fantastic because we've got some really great celebrities. And you think, no, I've seen a couple of little lists, actually. And a lot of people talking about insulate Britain's tactics aren't working. I had to laugh. Said somebody when LBC criticised them and then do that. Oh, right. Well, the funny thing is, the reason you have to is because it's dangerous what they're doing. They're sitting in the middle of a road, disrupting the traffic. The public have had enough of it. These people are not special. You know, they should be arrested by the police and thrown in prison. Break the law. I can't just go and sit in the middle of a motorway. So that's why. That's why we have to sort of chase them all up, I think, which works. Noel Gallagher has branded traffic jamming Tarquins middle-class idiots who deserve to be run over. I wonder why he's jumped in on the bandwagon. We don't encourage it, but he's livid. Well, they are Tarquins. You know, Tarquins and sarsaparillas, I suppose. But his choice of language, a little bit bitter, but, you know, at least it's there, I suppose, you know, doing it. A plague of fleas is sweeping across the nation. Fleas? Well, did you know that could have been one in here, couldn't it? Oh, is that a plague? Oh, my goodness. I think I killed it a moment ago, actually. Tip of the iceberg. You watch, any minute now, they're going to be dropping out the ceiling. Millions of them. And the reason is, rain and a mild autumn have led to perfect breeding conditions. Somebody called Chris Socrates says we've seen some really unusual weather patterns. When you combine this with thousands of potentially first-time or inexperienced owners who welcomed a pet... Oh, it's from the pets. It's from the pets. That's what it is. 5% of the insects are found on pets. The rest are uncovered in the homes. Dear. Perhaps you can get a spray. Is that what they look like? Blown up? Ugh. Disgusting, aren't they? Stranger things in heaven and earth, ladies and gentlemen. But, and they're sort of like brown in colour. So it could be the worst flea and tick season we've had in years. Because most people, you've got to get... I remember when I had a hamster, we had to get what? We had to get a puffer spray. And, we got that for the cat. We didn't get it for the hamster at all. I'm talking rubbish. We got it for the cat. And so you sort of get this puffer spray. It's like a tin with a little plastic thing. You go, and the cat used to go, like that, and then you'd rub it in and it would kill fleas. Or you got a flea collar, because cats pick it up all over the place. You know what cats are like? They go out at night, dirty little stop-outs, and then they sort of come in the morning. God knows what illnesses they're bringing back in again. Dogs are bad, aren't they? Because some people just don't bother looking after dogs and washing them. You don't wash cats, though, do you? I don't think cats like water. I don't think they do. You still have to wash them. Perhaps you get another one of those puffer sprays. Steve, from a very windy Isle of Wight, I made a Mary Poppins impression and fly to work this morning. It's very windy here. But it's the wet bit. It's the wet bit. But we can cope with it. Newcastle fans could be banned from wearing Saudi headgear as football chiefs think. Wait for this one. It's racist. Hundreds of Toon supporters wore homemade Saudi headgear. And the spectacle around the arena, famed for its Newcastle Brown Ale, reportedly dismayed officials from the Football Association, and they may get involved if the club fails to act. They're going to make people take it off again. I mean, it is slightly strange, but following the takeover, MP John Nicholson said, "I'm trying to imagine what it must be like to be Jamal Khashoggi's widow when her husband's been chopped up and murdered on the instructions of the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia." Yes. Newcastle, neither the FA, Kick It Out, or Newcastle United responded to requests for comment. I've watched this thing. What did we call it yesterday? Jumping up and down. Is it jump up and down? They do it before every jump around. Before every football game in America, they play this music and the crowd go crackers. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Check it out. It's on YouTube. A pub boss is vowing to stop Britain running out of Nigels by staging the world's biggest Nige Fest. Because apparently we're running out of Nigels. We don't seem to have many people. I thought we've got loads of people called Nigel. Well, they're not having children. No, not having children. Oh, babies are not being called Nigel. Apparently there will be prizes in this pub for anybody who's named their child Nigel and any expectant mums who promise to name their sons Nigel. Good Lord above. I didn't think it was that bad. Dawn Neeson talking about Mr. Perfect in pants. This is David Gandy, might be the country's highest paid male model, but even he gets trolled over his looks. Evidently he gets people going on about how old he is. 41, writes Dawn, and the fact that he has wrinkles. Age is used as a weapon, he sighs. Not entirely sure it's age most women think of when they ponder David and the word weapon. Bless him, honestly, little David Gandy. Who did he go out with who was famous? He went out, was it Molly King he went out with or something? She's disappeared, isn't she? I'm sure he went out with somebody. He did. Am I right? It's unbelievable, isn't it? Where does this stuff come from? Yes, I thought they'd been out together. A very odd combination, I always thought. Very odd combination. Meanwhile, Professor Pants Down, Neil Ferguson, has yet more COVID doom and gloom. This time he's condescendingly advising us all to be careful with our daily interactions. So no sleeping with anybody else's wife or husband then. Got that one? You know, I mean, people have to worry about these things. She talks about Liz Hurley. She says the reason she's got good figure and everything else is down to the love of a good vegetable. Which, to be honest with you, I mean, granted, she called him Hugh back in the days, but there you go. His old flat has come up for sale, actually, 8.95 million. It's got a nice roof terrace. I was looking at it. And then I thought, no, do I want something that Hugh Grant lived in before? But it looks quite nice from the inside, the outside bit. I'm not sure about roof terraces. Yeah, it is quite nice. It came up for sale, and the selling point was it used to belong to Hugh Grant. That was a long time ago. Janet says there are stranger things on Earth apart from fleas. Most of them on Love Island. Oh, so cruel, honestly. And I'm sure some of them are okay. Jan says down in Taunton in Somerset we've got heavy thunder and lightning going on. Woo! Apparently rebranding Rowntree's jellies are now Hartley's jellies. Steve says, Ahmed, you had no idea what you were talking about in yesterday's soundbite.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
The other thing that Dawn Neeson in the Daily Star writes in her column is the National Theatre of Scotland, who we mentioned the other day. These are the people. Word spooky to be racist. Please, she said, can we just make this nonsense stop right now? Spook actually comes from the Dutch word for apparition or spectre, and nobody in their right mind thinks anything more of it than that. Naturally, the taxpayer-funded theatre management team, who are all people of colour, who truly understand what it is to be racially victimised. Oh, wait, silly me. Nope, with one total exception, they're all white. The person who complained about it was the black professor who said, we're not offended by this at all. So make a mental note, National Theatre of Scotland. Another bunch of dimwits out there. Goodness sake, honestly. Stop trying to make things out of something that's not there at all. Looking at Hugh Grant's flat, I was thinking the one I'm thinking of buying. We found it. You know, this internet is so brilliant. I never cease to be amazed by it. It's got a vast roof terrace with a hot tub. I don't like hot tubs. You have to sit in there with strangers in your swimming trunks. Not my idea of fun at all. Well, how else are you going to get? You're not getting in it with all your clothes on, are you? What, do you do them naked? Oh, right. No, they're all strangers if they were going to be in my hot tub. And but anyway, it's thought to have been too high profile. I think he bought it for about 2 million or something. It's now on the market for, I think, 8.9 million. 8,950,000. It's only got 3 bedrooms. It's not a lot, is it? But it looks like it's quite roomy. And somebody's obviously decorated it, which is quite nice. Too many things that need dusting. But I quite fancy it. And I don't mind the outside area. So, nice. But the trouble is somewhere is wood panelling all over the place. You've got to keep doing it every year, refreshing it by painting it over again. It's very tedious. But there's some lovely houses for sale recently. I just need to win the lottery. And I mind you, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Is that the bedroom? Look at that, honestly. So much action going on in the bedroom, as they say. Looks very nice. Leading to the hot... See, people are obsessed with hot tubs. I did go in one a while ago. I didn't want to. I had to pad across the grass to get into the blooming thing. And it was in the middle of winter. And I remember thinking to myself at the time, I'm not going to enjoy this. And I wasn't. We have found Eddie Mayer's soundbite. So we shall find out exactly what that is. This is what was this yesterday? This is yesterday's soundbite. Every day he takes a clip from my programme and puts it out. And we have no idea what it is half the time. We really have no idea. So that's why this morning's comes as a bit of a surprise. Anyway, so what was I saying? I can't remember what I was talking about, actually. I kind of wander off at a tangent. Oh, yeah, so, no, I've forgotten now. It doesn't matter. See? It's getting to me. This age thing. Oh, I did win on the lottery last night. £3.30. Don't know what to spend it on first. I shall have to go to that Olay and, the mortgage. Yeah. Nigel from Pontyclun in South Wales says, so the name Nigel's dying out. Thank the gods. It's funny, isn't it? Because other people are actually trying to panic buy Nigels. You know, if you find a Nigel, snap them up immediately because they'll all be gone by Christmas. And, if you haven't got a Nigel in your home, you're nobody. So rush out. If you can find one, put adverts in local papers, the newsagent, things like that. Any Nigels going spare, buy them up. Just stockpile them if you can. Because if they disappear, what are we going to do? Nothing. Oh, I found a garage in London's Mayfair. It's just a garage to park. It's 29.5 foot by 10.5 foot. Moments from Selfridge's store on Oxford Street. And how much they want for this garage in Mayfair? It's $1 million. That would be quite... No, it's not as expensive as that. This is only £750,000 for a garage. Yeah, but it's 29.5 foot long by 10.5 foot wide, so I could get the car in there. I like length. You know, given the choice, length beats width, I think, most of the time. Anyway. E-cigarettes, apparently, in the eye of the beholder. And Jason in Ascot says, you won't be able to spend your £3.30 on a Radio Times. It costs more than that. I know it does. £3.50 it is. The trouble is, I'm not going to bypass this opportunity of seeing my name in print. I've featured in Radio Times before. Yeah. People had to vote for their favourite presenter. Don't ask me how I got that one. I think I came number 1, didn't I? I was number 1 or number 2 or something. I can't remember. Whatever it was, I was terribly impressed by it. I went for a thing, and then somebody said to me, "We know who's been voted for." I said, "Oh right," but and I was quite pleased about that, actually. I was a bit thrilled. You know, you don't expect to get anything, do you, really? You sort of wander through life. But, good. But thank you, Jason, for reminding me. I can't even afford to buy the Radio Times. Got to save up. And Steve says, Terry, I went to the Chiltern Radio 40th anniversary reunion on Saturday. Tell Moyles he missed a good afternoon. Tim Page was there. And he now works on BBC Radio Shropshire. Don't be silly. Nobody works on BBC Radio Shropshire. It's a myth. We invented it. Mark in Romford. Oh, dear. He says, I'm listening to you, Steve. I'm very sorry, but I'm dunking. Hobnobs. Those are those biscuits that fall apart, aren't they? I think it's such a disgusting habit. They're sturdy, are they? Hobnobs are sturdy. I've never heard of that one before. But, that's what it is. He's been dunking them. And then actually sort of then apologises, which I quite like. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Donna in St Margaret says, you can't move away from Twickenham. No, I can't. I could buy another place, though. But I'm not sure if I want to live in a place that Hugh Grant's lived in. I don't know. 8.95 million. And it's only 3 bedrooms. I was only 10th. Really? In what one was that? Radio Times one. Oh, yes. This is the nation's favourite radio voice. Well, I mean, that's out of the whole country. You never heard of them? You've heard of John Humphreys. You've heard of Ken Bruce. You've heard of John Suchet, Henry Blofeld, Barry Cryer, and me. At least I was on the list. I was very excited. Men's top radio voice was Eddie Mayer, of course, playing my little clips. Kirsty Young for the women, which is interesting. And Jane Garvey's on that list. She's even higher than I am. Anne-Marie Minhall's there as well. I've forgotten all the names, which doesn't really help, does it? Apparently, if you use e-cigarettes, they don't help you quit smoking. Many people say that you will relapse after going on to e-cigarettes. You do get clouds of smoke, though, don't you? I've never seen. You can always tell if somebody's doing vaping because the clouds of this stuff follow people down the street like a small volcano. And Sandra says you may now be able to afford that penthouse. It's been reduced by $1 million. That makes a lot of difference. I've given up worrying about things like that. It's never going to happen, is it? But I mean, listen, perchance to dream. For goodness sake. Hi, I'm Nigel from Surrey. Clue, I remember the 70s. You don't want an old Nigel, do we? You want a young Nigel. That's what they're offering to pay for. The Great British Bake Off's German-born contestant Jürgen Kraus suffered the worst possible fate last night. He failed to win the Channel 4 show's first ever German week. It was won by the Italian rival Giuseppe Delano, who bagged the prize Star Baker Award. Dear, honestly. I'm so bored with these cookery and you've got another one coming up shortly. Marco Pierre White and Gordon Ramsay. As if we need any more. I mean, we don't... Oh, they what? Oh, they had a feud. Yeah, they had a feud for years and years. But if it's a case of getting a sort of, another television programme, then people go for it for some reason, but it never interested me. Cliff is getting closer. He was at Bournemouth last night, apparently packed to the rafters, not a spare seat in the house. Not long till next week. Gosh, it's not long, is it? He's working himself very hard, actually. Very hard indeed. Here's a picture of Frankie Bridge. I'm a bit bored with Frankie Bridge. She's on Loose Women, and she's not really very good at it. But apparently she was in a group called the Saturdays. I don't know anything about the Saturdays. Name me a Saturday song. I don't know. So Asda is selling these quiet fireworks. I can't wait to get them. I just want to... They must fizz. Mustn't they? They must do something, but they're not going to go bang. Although it's called the TNT Rainbow Low Noise Selection Box, containing 12 different bangers without the bang. What's the point of that? Apparently, a Dogs Trust spokesman said we congratulate Sainsbury's on their decision and encourage others not to do the same. Although they can look beautiful, fireworks can be very distressing for dogs when let off unexpectedly. Well, keep them inside. I mean, honestly, we're mamby-pambies. No, but we're not the fireworks, but the dogs. You keep them inside. You don't let them out. That would be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, we don't want to be if Sainsbury's don't want to sell them, that's their business. Couldn't care less.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, looking at this volcano on La Palma, which has been running since mid-September, it shows no sign of slowing down at all, as we said earlier on. It's just absolutely phenomenal. It is spewing out at the rate of knots. I mean, there's no indication of when it might end because they don't know. The only thing that knows would be the volcano. Steve, was there a song about looking for Nigel? I believe it was XTC. I believe, actually. Yes, making plans for Nigel. Oh, right. Well, there you go. Conrad says, Steve, one Saturday song is Saturday Night at the Movies by the Drifters. We had a Drifters musical playing at the Garrick Theatre at the back of us. Making plans for Nigel released the opening track from XTC from the album Drums and Wires, written by Colin, the band's bassist. The lyrics are told from the point of view of parents who are certain that their son Nigel is happy in his work, affirming that his future in British Steel is as good as Seal and he likes to speak and loves to be spoken to. They're not still going XTC, are they? I don't think... It sounded a bit confusing, that, didn't it? I tell you who's coming back, JLS. I mean, to be honest with you, they're all sort of, older men now who've filled out quite a lot, and they've got some dates booked in, and they've got an album out as well. I can't remember why they finished. I mean, was it sort of... that it sort of just had run its course? I can't remember anything. They all went off to do different Little Bits and Pieces. They did that record, which I do like, called Makes Me Wanna, She Makes Me Wanna. You know, la 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 na 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 na. And I'm singing it to myself here, honestly. I thought it was good. That was one of my favourite songs. I didn't know. No, everybody. No, that was another one. No, She Makes Me Wanna. Is it? Have you ever? Yeah, She Makes Me Wanna, featuring Dev, and that got to number 1. It was really catchy. Do you remember it? Do you remember the song? Oh, it was really good. They did it on a beach somewhere. They had all sort of people. Makes me wanna, da. Lots of backflips. I could do backflips. Not. Break my back, I should imagine. And Steve, you won the Listener's Choice Radio Times Award after first making the top 10 shortlist. Don't you remember? It happened a year after your goal, says Alison. So I got the Listener's Choice Radio Times Award. No end to the excitement, I tell you. It gets so confusing now, doesn't it? And Beat Again was their all-time high point. Beat Again? Says Charlie Girling. You're not going to argue with Charlie Girling, goodness sake. Beat Again, there you go. Got to number 1, 2009. Certification went platinum. I don't know how many records you need to sell now to go platinum. But I don't think I've ever seen them in... No, I didn't. It was Blue I saw in concert, wasn't it? I always get confused by them, which I shouldn't, actually. One was a black group and one wasn't. But J-Lo's got the album out, and there's a single as well. So The Club Is Alive is a song by them. I didn't realise they had so many, but She Makes Me Wanna. Do you remember it, the song now? It's so good. When I first heard it, and I had it in my brain the other day, I kept singing it to myself, which of course, freaked me out a little bit on the train. I was saying, da, 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 and the other passengers who discreetly moved away from me. Don't go anywhere near him. He's one of those mad people who sings on the train. You do get that, don't you? You get people who sit at bus stops. They've got their earphones in, going, you think, what on earth are you listening to? John Bishop is banned from making jokes about Doctor Who. How can you make jokes about Doctor Who? He's going into Doctor Who. Why would you want to make... There aren't any jokes that go with Doctor Who. But apparently one of the Doctor's oldest foes, the Sontarans, are back. Never even heard of them. The Sontarans. Have you ever heard of them? Apparently they're famous for their domed potato heads. Well, I've never... The only people I've heard of are the Daleks, the Cybermen, the Swamp People... and probably a few others. Look at them. I don't even remember these people. Thank goodness I don't watch this stuff on the television anymore. Does anybody watch it? Probably not. Probably not. But John Bishop's going into it. And I can't remember why he decided to go into it. Perhaps his kids said you should go in because it's very popular. But no, the Daleks were the best people, and the Cybermen as well. Another picture of Jamie Redknapp. Marrying Frida Anderson. We had this yesterday in the papers. I don't know why. We got Harry and Sandra turned up. And also, they say, among the guests were Jamie's parents, Harry and Sandra, his sons Charles and Beau, and their mum. So Louise Redknapp went, because she wasn't doing anything. But she was the one who said, and also Frank Lampard and his TV host wife, Christine. They went as well. He doesn't look very happy, old Frank. I don't know why. Sitting in a car, you could have a few sherbets, couldn't you, really? That'd be okay. Do you know these other songs that they've used for funerals? We told you the number 1 was You'll Never Walk Alone by Jerry and the Pacemakers. My Way, Frank Sinatra. But, I mean, it's a bit of a misnomer because it's And Now the End is Near. Well, it obviously isn't because the person's dead. So it's not a case of the end is near. Always look on the bright side of life. To-do. That one. Simply the Best by Tina Turner. Ed Sheeran's Supermarket Flowers. I'm not sure about that. Time to Say Goodbye, Andrea Bocelli and Sarah Brightman. Time to Say Goodbye. It's a very good song, actually. Apparently the rankings also feature some more controversial requests, including WAP by Cardi B and Megan, The Stallion. It's WAP. Oh, is it WAP? Okay. Girl on Fire by Alicia Keys. Ha Ha, You're Dead by Green Day, and Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead from The Wizard of Oz. Apparently, potentially offensive songs can end up being vetoed by funeral venues or the person who ordains the service. I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you fire. Da, da, da. I mean, that'll be mine. It'll be something like that. But obviously a funeral venue, because funerals only take about 20 minutes. and the people who are waiting to come in, because as you're going out one door, the next lot of people are coming in. It's like a never-ending conveyor. But I'll just get an LBC jingle. That's what I'll get. Steve Allen on LBC. That could work well, couldn't it? Leading Britain's conversation, or leaving Britain's conversation. I like it. Catherine says, knock, knock, who's there? Doctor? Doctor Who, you said it, couldn't resist it. Thank you, you're barred. Craig says, I'm due up in court today to be a witness for something that happened at work. Well, that's quite nice. I bet you've had to buy a suit. Everybody has to buy suits now to go to court. For some reason, you have to dress up to go to court. I've got no idea why. Not that it's going to make any difference at all. I don't think so. And I saw XTC at the Isle of Wight Festival this year. Wow. They were great. They played Making Plans for Nigel, says Casey from the Isle of Wight. No idea. No idea. Also, Molly King has a radio show now. Does she really? How marvellous. I think there's two of them, aren't there, really, actually? There's two of them. I mean, you couldn't trust her by herself. It's easier to sort of put somebody else, but she's disappeared completely. She's not, you don't see... before you used to see pictures in the paper. For some reason, some of the paparazzi used to take pictures of people coming into buildings and going out of buildings. I've been going out in and out of this building for years, and nobody's taken a picture of me ever. I feel quite miffed about the whole thing, actually. But it doesn't matter. I mean, Mylene Klass is pictured, I think, in some of the papers today, because she comes in the building every day, and you get Amanda Holden, who gets papped as well. It's funny, it's always the girls. It's never the boys. It's a bit sexist, isn't it? Perhaps if I grew a pair of boobs or something, or put a blonde wig on, perhaps I'd get photographed. Just, I should imagine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. An incorrigible week. A lot of people say, I mean, to be honest with you, the papers they're not full of the most exciting things today, mainly because we're all a bit worried about where COVID's going, and because there's a new strain of COVID. And I think that's something to worry about a little bit. Plus, jeering protesters surrounding the MP, Michael Gove, who gets lost, and trying to see the police officer. Where are the police? Where are the police? That's the dangerous thing here, isn't it, really? It really isn't so good. And the readers taking this in the Mirror, of course, taking a swipe at one rule for the Prime Minister and Carrie, but what about the rest of us? Well, we'll have to wait and see. And the family whose house blew to pieces. This is on Monday. This was over in Glasgow, and it literally is completely obliterated. The entire house just blew up. They think it was a gas blast. You have been warned. You have been warned. 6:45 is the time. The headlines, Simon Conway.
NHS leaders want the government to immediately enforce Plan B of its COVID strategy.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I'm so sorry for sneezing into the news. I felt it building up. I tend to sneeze on the programme. It seems like every day, and I don't know why it is. I can't think of any. I don't know what triggers sneezing. But anyway, I started reading, saying, to get the latest news headlines. And as I started reading that bit, I could feel a sneeze coming on. And so I managed to get the name Simon out. And then, unfortunately, we sort of lost the word Conway in my sneeze. I'm so sorry. Very unprofessional of me. And it will never happen again. I'll be drummed out of the brownies. Apple have got a cloth. I know, it doesn't seem very exciting. To clean the screen of your phone. Devotees have waited for ages and ages. Well, they're obviously not waiting for this one. It's about £19. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's an embossed cloth, pictured, made with soft, non-abrasive material. You can wipe clean any Apple product safely and effectively. But you can get similar cloths online for £1. They do packets of these cloths now. And the phone screen, apparently, is 10 times dirtier than a toy. Is it? Good Lord above. But anyway, it does seem a lot of money, £19 just to clean the screen. I mean, to be honest with you, if ever I've had to clean the screen on my phone, I just wipe it on my leg. Seems to work perfectly well. Thank you very much indeed. This new strain, the new COVID strain, which I was talking about, this variant, and maybe fueling the rise in cases, named AY4.2. It's an offshoot of the Delta variant, currently seen in nearly 1 in 10 COVID cases. So that's the latest one. But they're saying they're also doing the chilly blast for heat pumps. You know, the solar panels, triple glazing required to retain the heat. No point in having, all this expensive stuff put in. And they say here, ground source heat pumps cost £15,000 to £20,000. The pumps generate 30 to 40% less greenhouse gas than a gas boiler. The pumps heat water in radiators to a lower temperature, so they need to run longer. They may have to be 10% bigger. If you actually read the Daily Mail today, one of the headlines is they're one of the biggest cons I've seen in the building trade. This is by Roger Bisbee. Now, Roger Bisbee put my central heating in years ago. He was LBC's DIY man, and he was a fully qualified plumber, electrician, everything else. It's the first time I've seen his name in the paper for ages and ages, and he's a charming man, and he put in, because he actually appeared, I think, on Rogue Traders and House of Horrors and all sorts of things like that. But he did my central heating boiler. So there you go. Small world. The £5,000 grants to replace the gas boilers are a middle-class bungs, say the critics. But when you look at what's got to go in this thing, so, I never believed in solar panels. I really didn't. I wasn't interested. The grants will be available from April 2022. At the moment, heat pumps are about 10 grand to buy and install, so the grant would cover half the cost. I mean, to be honest, I don't know how many, as we discussed before, and you've heard everybody saying on LBC, most people don't have £10,000 lying around, let alone £5,000 lying around, let alone £500 lying around. In fact, most people have got less than 100 quid in savings. Who's going to afford to pay for this? Nobody. Bad enough telling us that very shortly, within a few years, they're going to be taking away petrol cars and everything else. And I remember distinctly a government saying to us, diesel cars, that's the way forward, buy a diesel car. So we had diesel cars, and all of a sudden, diesel car prices went through the roof, the petrol went through the roof, and now they're saying, don't buy diesel cars. So now they're saying, oh, you can have £5,000 towards a new boiler and a new sustainable system. They reckon actually to end the sale of new petrol and diesel cars by 2030 with £620 million for zero-emission vehicle grants. So all the people who are making all these cars now, well, forget about you. Petrol stations, all be closed. There won't be any petrol available. There won't be anything to have, and so you'll just have an electric car. Where are we living? Where are we living? My funeral song, Steve, will be Matthew's Southern Comfort, Woodstock, with the appropriate line, going back to the garden. Just the old hippie in me, says Kevin the Milkman. It's true. It's true. I remember that very well, actually. Very, very well indeed. And Chris Lowry over in Spain, because they've got the weather. He's got solar panels, 9 of them, saving us money. 9 solar panels. But, I mean, they're in Spain, so they get a lot more sunshine. I can't even get, Chris, the sunshine that we've got at the moment, because we're now in this sort of autumnal period, to charge up my my fairy lights on the patio. There's not enough sunshine to charge them up. You need some real big, strong bursts of sunshine. I'm very disappointed because I've got 2 little things with what they call the flickering flame, and it's hidden behind it. They look really good. I mean, they're terribly good. I've got, all sorts of things, but the sunshine is just not there. So if you're buying solar lights at the moment, don't bother, because they'll not be working properly. Justin says, I've been self-isolating for 8 days now after catching the COVID. My symptoms started with a sneezing fit. I sneeze every day. Every single day. I don't know why I sneeze every day. I'll have to try and work out. Whose birthday today? Danny Boyle. Trainspotting. And also he got an Oscar for Slumdog Millionaire. He's 65 today. Happy birthday to him. Tom Petty was born on this day in 1950. Died a few years ago. And Dame Anna Neagle, born in 1904, died 1986. She was born Marjorie Robertson in London. Now, many of my listeners will know exactly who Anna Neagle was. I can remember, she played lots of historical characters, Nell Gwyn, Queen Victoria, Florence Nightingale, and Nurse Edith Cavell. She was described by the British Film Institute as Britain's favourite actress. And I saw her in pantomime. She was down at the Adelphi. She was fairly old by that time, and I think it was Lionel Blair who'd booked her for pantomime, and I think she played the Good Fairy and whatever it was. But she came on stage, and emerged through a door and was waiting for the round of applause which would have greeted an actress of her stature. But unfortunately, because the audience was made up of children, they didn't know who she was. They had no idea at all. And I felt a bit sorry for her. I didn't want to clap by myself, so I didn't. You know, one of those sort of things. And also, as I said earlier on, and you should really check out his music, Leslie Brickus has died at the age of 90. Responsible for so many songs in so many British movies, and such a nice person. 1946. I only throw it in because the puppet, yes, it was a puppet, Muffin the Mule, made his first appearance. Do you remember there used to be a woman, I think called Annette or something, she was saying, "We love Muffin." I think that's what she sang. And along came Muffin the Mule on top of a piano. It was happy days, ladies and gentlemen. It was simpler times. And in 2003, Amy Winehouse released her debut album, Frank. She was so unhappy with her record company's interference that she says, "I don't even have it in my house." So there you go. And, cladding. The building giant adding £50 million to a cladding fund. That's Bellway Homes. And beauty spots across Britain. What's being nicked? Falcon eggs. And who buys them? Wealthy sheikhs. And they charter planes now to fly their hawks all around the world. They sit seriously. I mean, I know you can't believe it, but no, it's not April the 1st. It's really quite serious. They literally commandeer aircraft and they put their hawks on there. They all get a seat each. Morning, everybody. Wet and raining and miserable and flooding. You know why? Because it's autumnal weather. We've had the leaves. The leaves have clogged the drains. The council have got no money to pick up the leaves out of the drains with their huge vacuum cleaners. So consequently, all over the place, especially in London. I don't know, it's like your neck of the woods, but around London, Hammersmith flyover, we had to come through earlier on this morning. A mini tornado left a tail of destruction in Widnes, if you please. I mean, people going around going... I mean, there was somebody's trampoline, you know, these kiddies' trampolines, got taken 150 foot up in the air. Trees were uprooted. I suppose we shouldn't complain about just the water that we've got, but it's a bit bad in London. So if you've got one of those cars that's a bit low in the water, as they say, today might not be... I have seen that before. I remember seeing a woman years ago. She broke down on the Hammersmith flyover and she was seen hunched over the wheel, sobbing her heart out because the traffic built up for miles behind her. So all of those stories and more, and you on the phone. Well, with the texts and the emails, you know, the usual sort of thing. The Furious Vet. There's a vet in the paper today. It sounds like a joke, doesn't it? Which I remember from some years ago. It says jail threats to people who feed their dogs vegan food is ridiculous. Apparently, you know, dogs can be vegan, can be vegetarian, and they can be diabetic, and they can be just about anything. And he says, you know, there is a threat of sending people to prison for a few weeks. And he said vegan pet food is as healthy for cats and dogs as meat. Because once you train an animal into eating a certain... I mean, you know, we've all had cats. Well, I'm assuming most of you had cats. And you give food to them. And sometimes the cat just looks at it and goes, "I'm not eating that. I'm not touching that." And you think, "Go on, eat it." And they go, "No, I'm not." And they walk away from it. And so you do that thing which they did in the programme Sorry. Do you remember? Timothy, the young man in it, played by Ronnie Corbett. And he played a young man. And his mother would give him the food. And he'd go, "I don't want to eat that, Mother." And she'd put it in the fridge, bring it out the next day for him. She'd bring it out and go, "You didn't eat this yesterday, you'll be eating it today." And that's what it was like with cats. Cold winter morning, and the cat's got to stick its nose in sort of smoked salmon and stuff like that. And it was, horrible. It used to smell even worse than it looked. So why not give cats and dogs vegan food? As long as somebody says it's okay. If your vet says it's okay to give them vegan food, well, then fine. Andrew Knight is a veterinary professor at the University of Winchester. He said his research showed that cats and dogs had as good or better health outcome on plant-based diets as they did when they were fed on meat pet foods, provided they were carefully formulated. I've always worried about the meat in pet foods. People used to say years ago, I mean, I now know that they put down beef and it's got to be beef, but before, when it just had sort of pet food, apparently it was all sorts of things, like horse meat was quite commonly used. And I remember thinking, do you think the animals know this? The answer, no. They really don't. I'm watching this programme on the television. I mean, it's not just in pet food. We had the problem, didn't we, some years ago, where somebody was mixing horse meat with normal meat and turning it into burgers. But we ate it, because apparently you can eat it. It's just that we don't like the sound of eating it. And yet in France, they have horse restaurants. You can go and eat horse in there. Why you'd want to go, I can't imagine. But that's just me being funny. I'm assuming meat is meat is meat. So, with all the news that's around at the moment, how many more people died yesterday? Nearly 200 people died of COVID. And that's the story I was thinking of, Joe. I saw a picture in the paper of two blokes, anti-vaxxers, who turn up at a Colchester hospital and presents them with a file on the pandemic is all fake. And there's a picture of the people there saying, we're not interested in this. I'm sorry, there are people dying in this hospital. And they presented, to the staff in the hospital, this thing that they'd read on the internet, which said, because that's where most of these idiots get their stuff from, they go to the internet and it says, oh, no, the pandemic doesn't exist. And you think, well, why don't you tell that to the people who are dying even as we're sitting here? Even as we're sitting here this morning, 200 people, nearly yesterday, died. As you heard James O'Brien say the other day, 49,000 cases of COVID in one day. In one day. And you don't think that we're still in the pandemic? We are. I mean, the government, they say, is being willfully negligent by refusing to enforce the Plan B strategy. So Sajid Javid says that additional coronavirus restrictions, which could include face coverings becoming mandatory, are not going to be introduced in England. Well, expect the cases to rise. Expect the cases to rise. You see people sitting on the bus, sitting there quite happily. I mean, yesterday, there were two men that got on with their little children. Nobody was wearing masks, chatting away, and I'm thinking, you quite clearly have got some sort of death wish. Why would you want to play with a loaded pistol? There's going to be somebody on that bus who's going to have COVID, and they probably don't know that they're a carrier. They're going to give it to you, and you're going to go to hospital because you're going to take full advantage of the NHS. And all of a sudden, something dreadful is going to happen, and your children are not going to know what the heck's going on, and you're stupid enough not to wear a mask. Because you can always guarantee that you get abuse from people. Whenever you talk about the anti-vaxxers, and in America it's worse. They have people who vehemently go on television. Well, they don't vehemently go on, they just walk onto the television, but they're vehement in the fact that you don't need to wear a mask. It's all made up. It's all made up. The government are making up figures, and you think to yourself, but people are dying, and then they get it, and they go into hospital. And I told you the couple the other day, both anti-vaxxers, even their parents said you should be getting the vaccination. And they both died, leaving behind 5 children. 5 children, both mum and dad died. Warren says, flu jab, I've had the COVID booster today, which means that there's a 6-month gap in between your jab before you get the COVID booster, so I don't get it till November. And he says I can't sleep. Apparently that's a side effect. Wow. See, I never have any trouble sleeping. I sleep really well, although I'm getting bone idle. I should have done yesterday. I've got to fill in this dreadful VAT form, which is like, I'm sure we've got the wrong form. It can't be this complicated, but it's 14 pages long. So I've got to read it all through to see whether you sign at the end, and then I'm going to have to send it on to the accountant, and then he will fill in the bits and pieces which are relevant, and it will take it on from there. And then we've got to chase up the bus pass people, the freedom pass people. Not having much luck in that department. And then we've got to do the VAT. So apart from that, brilliant. Shane says Sydney is going to get 2 weeks of rain. Boring. Well, it's not so much boring here. It's terrible. People go scooting through puddles. And just be careful, because if there are people walking on the pavement and you go through a big puddle and they get wet, they can sue you. Because you've deliberately driven through a puddle. Never happened to me. I've seen loads of people, because they used to put it up on those comedy programmes on the television. Somebody be standing there. You used to think it was Barry from EastEnders on his wedding day. And they sort of have it. And then all of a sudden, it's like, when they used to send in things. What was that comedy programme where you sent in clips of somebody holding a birthday cake behind the door and somebody opens the door in the kitchen? You've been framed. And they had that, and you think, I'm sure that some of these people have deliberately set out to mislead the television programme. They used to say, you get £250 for every clip that you send in. And so you'd have somebody with a birthday cake, which happened to be all cream, if you please, standing behind the door. The door swings open with the person coming in, and their face goes on. I mean, it still goes on with Harry Hill. And you look at them, but I'm sure these people who stand by water, next to a road. Well, actually, I saw someone the other day. There was some poor cat. It was sitting by a swimming pool, and a dog, little puppy, came up to it, and the cat freaked out completely, threw itself into the swimming pool. Now, cats don't like water. They're not very good with water. And it swam to the other side, got out, and ran for its life. The dog, of course, has got no idea what's going on. What else do we have today? Oh, it's official. Dame Mary Berry, so she's very pleased. And also, they found a lucky farthing on HMS Victory. I mean, they've only had it for God knows how long, and now they found the lucky farthing. They're going to put it on display. Have you ever seen mind you, most of you probably won't have ever seen farthings. We had farthings, pennies, threepenny bits, sixpences, florins, which were you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? You have no idea what I'm talking about. Well, yes, I can't remember when we went decimal. I can't remember, but 1971 was it, and it got because everything went up in price 50 years ago. I've got a decimal set, like many of you have. They're not worth anything. They really aren't worth anything at all. It's because I thought if you hang on to it, because it had the 50 pence piece and the 2 pence piece and everything else. But there used to be 240 pennies in the pound. You can imagine trying to keep a pound's worth of coins in your pocket, 240 of them. I know now there's 100, but because of the coinage, you can sort of whittle it down a little bit. In the early days, you couldn't really whittle it down much. We used to have the florin, which was worth 2 shillings, and then you had the half crown, which was 2 and 6pence, which I think was about 12.5 pence. I'm only saying this because I'm doing it from memory, and I did buy years ago, thinking that my godchildren would absolutely love it, bags of old money. Old farthings, sixpences, threepenny bits, and it was about 20 quid a bag. And so I bought about 4 of these bags, showed them to my godchildren, who kind of looked at them with distaste. So I've still got the blooming things. Perhaps we should give them away in a competition. Katie in Penge says, Steve, re-COVID. I was surprised and disappointed to see the heir to the throne, Prince Charles, presenting her damehood to Mary Berry, and neither of them were wearing a face mask, despite the fact their faces were close to each other. Yes, I don't... It's an odd one, isn't it? It's an odd one because Boris knows what COVID's like. He's been down with it, and loads of other people have, and some people come back. I mean, you thought they would lead by example. I mean, Prince Charles should have really been wearing a mask, and Mary should have been wearing a mask. But people are now saying, oh, you don't worry if you're outside. And I suppose the hallowed rooms of Buckingham Palace are so big, it probably doesn't affect anybody. For people used to modern currency, all you need to know is that there are 100 pence in every penny. Everything went up in price. Chips went up in price. They rounded everything up. Old money mainly consisted of the penny, the shilling, and the pound. And they were used until 1971. You got a shilling, the pennies, which were low, and we used to clean them. And somebody said, don't clean them. You've taken away the value. And the pound note. And we had a 10-shilling note. I love the 10-shilling note. That was, if you found that in a birthday card, as you all know, that was like you've arrived. A 10-shilling note. 50 pence. And we used to go, 50 pence. I mean, if there wasn't one in there, you used to get a little bit miffed about the fact that, if you got a pound in there, that was brilliant. The florin was better known as 2 shillings or 24d. That's pennies. Imagine how many you had in your pocket. And people used to wear worn-out pockets. All sides. The crown was worth 5 shillings. That was a special occasion. Only kind of coin. And the half crown, 2 and 6, you'd hear shopkeepers call this, but it was basically 2 shillings and 6 pence, old pence. The 6pence, 6d, was silver before 1937 and was a common cause of broken molars when it was routine slipped into the Christmas pudding. I don't know whether Joe is old enough to remember when your mum and dad used to put a 6pence in the Christmas pudding, and if you got it, it was considered lucky. But of course, you put it in your mouth and you sucked all the Christmas pudding off it, and then very poor family. I know. Well, we weren't much richer, let me tell you. And Kim says it's -1 here this morning, Steve, but at least it's dry. See, I wouldn't mind cold. I can cope with the cold. I'm all right with the cold. It's the wet that makes you feel miserable. You sit on the bus and you can almost feel the steam rising, can't you? As you sit on there, it's all a bit embarrassing. 18 minutes past 4 at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you till 7 this morning. I trust we find you well. Stephen, with a V. They always used to ask you that, didn't they, years ago? I never understood why there were 2 spellings of Stephen. I'm PH. Makes it sound like a chemistry set, doesn't it? I'm in Bangkok, he says. We've basically been in lockdown for 2 years now. Slowly coming out with great results. A mask here is mandatory. If you don't wear one, people will shout at you. It's rude not to wear one. Well, here, if you shout at someone, they're more than likely to attack you. But you see people sitting on, I mentioned yesterday that on my train, there's a man gets on every morning French. Well, I'm assuming he's French. He speaks French to his children. And the boys, both of whom are probably, one could be 6, one could be probably 7, something like that, all wearing masks. And then you get these other people who get on the bus round our way, not wearing a mask, the kids not wearing masks, and I saw a load of school children on the bus as well the other day, and where's it spreading the most at the moment? Schools. The kids are not wearing masks. And you think to yourself, you're taking your life in your hands. They think it's gone away. Mind you, I think the people sitting on the bus without masks on are a bit dim. Steve. One here. So Michelle says, my parents have been fan of yours for many, many years. And now I've been to, it's my father's 70th birthday in November, and I bought 3 tickets myself and my parents for his birthday for your show in February. I managed to get 3 seats, a row at the front, so I'm looking forward to... Oh, you're at the front. Oh, goodness me, you'll be picked on. Oh, my goodness me, I've got to watch out for you, Michelle. Definitely. People generally studiously avoid the front row of most shows because they're so worried that sort of... I mean, there was one lady... When we did the theatre, it must have been 2 years ago, and she was in the front row, and I could tell that every time I looked at her, she looked at the floor, and I thought, oh dear, she doesn't want to be mentioned. You can't help it, though, if you've got a room full of people in there, and I always use the same lines all the time, because I pinched them from well-known comedians from years ago. I said, you know, there are some very good-looking people in here, and there's some very unattractive people. You don't need to put your hand up. You know who you are. And we do that. Don't forget, says Christine the Guinea. Go on, well, the producer won't have heard. He's heard of none of these things. That's £1 and a shilling. £1.05, but a guinea. Yeah. And Zach says, my partner, who is of same vintage as you, mid-30s, remembers using a Ready Reckoner in retail. He's that old. I bet your AP won't have a clue what one of those is. Well, I'm trying to rack my brains as to what a Ready Reckoner is. And I've seen it now. And it's a printed book or table with pre-calculated values. So it was metric weights and measures and stuff like that. And you're right, we all had one. Does it ring a bell? No, nothing at all, I'm afraid. It's completely nonplussed by that. But so that's what it is. You can find out, actually. It was useful for sort of trades and everything else. It was like the old tills. Sorry, not the old tills, the old scales, which had all the different amounts of money all the way down. And you'd go, if it was 3 and 6 a pound, you'd go along there and you could see exactly how much that cost. Nowadays, it's all on the till. It's like going into a bar. Not that I go into bars, but if you go into bars, they've got electronic tills which will tell you exactly how much something is. You don't need to physically work it out. In my day, you had to work it out. You had to stand there and go, that's £3.10 and that's £2.50, that's £3, £4.60. And so you would go like that. Now you just push a few buttons. And I believe it was introduced to stop fiddling in bars, because it's quite an easy thing to do. You know, if one of your mates comes in and they go, can I have a vodka and Coke? And you just give them a double. You know, and it doesn't do anything. It's got a little clicker on the bottom of it now to stop people fiddling. But if somebody wants to fiddle, working in a shop or in a bar, you would sort of just say, well, of course they can, because people know how to do it. In fact, the majority of shoplifting goes on by people who work and know the system. It's the only way. You know, you're not going to risk it because you don't know who the store detectives are. We used to have store detectives when I worked in a department store years and years ago. And they were moved around the store by a series of lights, which looked like little sort of like the backlight of a car. And it was green, red and yellow, I think. And depending on which light lit up, they would walk around. One of them was an old woman, and she used to have a shopping basket. And we used to see her and we go, that's the store detective. We never spoke to her because it didn't like to draw attention to the fact she was an undercover store detective, and she would sort of be picking up things. I mean, it looked as though she was doing her shopping. So that's why she was very, very good at it. But we used to have a couple come in, a mother and daughter, and they used to wear capes. You remember in the days when you looked like a reject from The Sound of Music? You'd have a cape on and they'd be walking up, you know, singing the hills are alive, and I mean, climb every mountain. And it was all very good fun. And inside the cape, they had all these hooks. And they would take something on a hanger, move underneath the coat, hang it on the hook. And it worked very well. I mean, we all knew that they were doing it. It was catching them. But until they walked out of the store, you couldn't do anything. Because whilst they were walking around the store, you could pick up loads of things. And it meant you might be going to pay for it. It was when they walked through the front door, then you go, gotcha. And our little old lady used to go chasing after them. They have things that now go beep by the door, you know, because you haven't had it checked in. You go beep, 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 beep. And a security man who looks like he really should be anywhere else but there. Yeah, just go through there. I thought that what they should have is, because they're checking in Tesco, aren't they? There's one Tesco they're checking because they've got the worst cases of shoplifting. People just go in there and pinch stuff. You see it all the time. How many people do you know? You go round a supermarket and they're not putting stuff in a basket, they're putting it into their bag. How do you know that they're taking everything out? I mean, I'm very suspicious about stuff like that. Steve, I think the techie guy likes you. What, Will? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, we're related. So that's why. He can't stop mentioning it. Well, that's what family's like, isn't it? You know, family that sort of play together, stay together. And, no, it's great. We have a lot in common, actually. He's younger than me, and blood, of course, as you know, runs thicker than water. Certainly does in my body, because I'm on blood thinners. Steve, you could buy a new Ford Escort Mark I for less than it would cost you now to fill up your Bentley fuel tank. Twice, says Jonathan. Really? I remember somebody saying to me once, you know, how much does it cost to fill your car up with petrol? And I said, well, exactly the same as a BMW, a Range Rover, an Evoque. Any of these 4x4s cost more to fill up than my car does. I mean, it's always the way. I think, and Clive was actually talking about smoking and how much did cigarettes cost? Well, they weren't as it now. Who was it talking to me the other day? Oh, my friend Helena, and she said, do you know, a packet of cigarettes is about 15 quid now. Well, when I was buying them, you could buy 200 for about 12 quid. I used to buy them duty free, but I had friends who worked the airlines, and they would buy all the duty-free cigarettes, and then they'd sort of phone. I'd go round for a haircut, and they'd go, oh, we got some cigarettes for you, Steve. And I'd stagger out of there with like 1,000 cigarettes because they were selling them to me cheap. I think in the shop they'd be 20, 25 quid, and I was paying, I think, about £12 for 200. But then all of a sudden, the prices went up, and I remember thinking, thank God I don't smoke now. I don't know how people afford to smoke. I mean, people use roll-ups, don't they? And I've always thought that was sort of, I think you've kind of reached the end of the road if you're on roll-ups. I used to have a little machine, and looked like a tobacco tin, and you put a paper in there, and then you put the thing in, then you squeeze the tin, and it rolled it. It was very clever. But to be honest with you, two puffs, and the blooming thing had disappeared because it was never very thick. They think under new UK proposals, smoking kills could be printed on every cigarette, because they've got it on the boxes, haven't they? You know, if you smoke this, you're going to die. You're going to die of emphysema, and it's not going to be very pleasant. And I can't read. Oh, I love the way you're holding up your cigarette box and telling me. I can't read that. What does it say? It's bad news. It's bad news for smoking. Definitely not. And so now Waj says, locked into the spike, I'm going to watch a classic Rolling Thunder, 1977. Have you seen it? I don't even know what it is. Classic Rolling... Is it a film? I suppose it must be, actually. Rolling Thunder. And it's a Vietnam vet thing made in 1977. Tommy Lee Jones, William Devane, Linda Haynes and James Best. None of whom I've heard apart from Tommy Lee Jones. That's the only person I've heard of, which doesn't really help, does it? But it's a Vietnam vet who returns home after years in a POW camp. Major Charles Rain is treated as a hero, but his family proved to be distant. Dum, dum, dum. 1977, I can't imagine what the quality looks like for something like that. I was watching old films yesterday. I've started buying old comedies because I see little bits on the television. They showed Hue and Cry the other day, which is a good one, filmed in London, made by, I think, the Children's Film Foundation. And there's lots of famous people in there, but... Rome, was it Rome? No, St. Peter's Square they actually filmed in. And I said, why? Happy birthday. I can, Connie. I wish you a very, very happy birthday. 54. smoked. And I remember some Americans came in, and the Americans in those days were very, very anti-smoking. And I remember the woman
for everyone, for free. So if you're starting up, start here at the Business and IP Centre.
or the conductor sort of pushes a little button, saying, wear your mask over your nose, because some people So the Queen's cancelled her duties, and we wish her well. And a stonemason. Been locked in a box in a sealed room, and it's awaiting collection by an expert. I mean, people who, opened the crate and found the viper were very lucky to be alive, because I should imagine it must have been fuming. Absolutely fuming. I mean, as you know, I'm not particularly good with snakes. It was a very agitated and aggressive creature. Fancy not knowing when you put a sort of a group of rocks together. Also, have you ever heard of people buying rocks from India? I mean, it's a very well camouflaged snake. You're not going to miss the blooming thing. But they've had to put a note on the door at the South Essex Wildlife Hospital saying, "Do not enter, dangerous animal." He said, if you need to enter, speak to Tom or Sue, which kind of justifies it, doesn't it? Tom or Sue getting, all the little bits and pieces from them. I wouldn't touch one. I really wouldn't. I couldn't tell. I mean, what they've got is toxic venom that's got enzymes known as, anyway, it's a very long word, which leads to hemorrhaging. So basically, you bleed to death. And they're very aggressive snakes. I've seen them when I've seen Steve Backshall, all these other people on the television who start messing around with them. And these things, I mean, some of them spitting cobras, if you please. Have you seen the one? There's a bloke on YouTube. I have to tell you this because I thought it was pretend. And he's a magician. And he's got rats. He's got 4 rats. And he lifts them up and moves them into different positions. And then he moves one away and the rat comes running back in front of him and gets into position. I didn't know you could train rats to do things like that. It was very entertaining. I think in India. Yeah, I mean, I was watching it thinking, that's really clever. And sometimes he just sort of slides them to one side and they come running back into the middle again as if they were on elastic, which is very good. Stephen Apple TV production team are back in Twickenham to film more scenes for the latest series of Ted Lasso. The show is about an American football coach who switches code and becomes the manager of a fictional football team, AFC Richmond. Meanwhile, filming took place in Richmond for the new series of The Great, and what's reported to be the new Marvel production is being filmed as well. Isabella Plantation and Broomfield Hill car park in Richmond were closed for parts of the week due to 2 separate productions. Yeah, they're always filming around there. You know why? Because top of Richmond Hill has got loads of old houses, so it's quite easy to do, and the views are sensational. And if you come and film in Twickenham, they filmed Goodnight Sweetheart there. They've done loads of things because we've got Church Street. In fact, the Sky advert for their football was filmed in Church Street in Twickenham. So I remember looking at it thinking, that's our carpet shop. They did our carpet at home, which was very good. Do you remember when cinemas, Steve says Janet, had smoking and non-smoking sides? Yep, absolutely. Right-hand side, smoking. Left-hand side, no smoking. But of course it drifted, and when the film started, because it was coming from behind you, all you could see was sort of this pall of smoke everywhere. You could, just about see the screen. But the one thing that we used to do at the cinemas, at the end of each performance, they used to play the national anthem. And people, I must be older than I thought. 67, somebody reminded me the other day. And you would stand for the national anthem. But of course, most people were getting buses or trains or stuff like that. So people had skipped out the door. They did it when television closed down as well. Yeah. Yes, at night time, television would close down. They were telling you things the other day to do to save electricity, and apparently when people turn their television off and leave it on standby, that's still using electricity. If you leave a plug-in connected to your telephone all night, even when the phone is fully charged, you're still using electricity. It doesn't stop using electricity. But the television one, my mother was one of those who would unplug the television from the wall. When they went to bed, they would unplug me. I'd just leave it on. Well, apart from it's on standby. But apparently that's a way of boosting your electricity bills. And I've lost track of how much I'm paying on electricity. Because I have some lights on. Yeah, more than 4. Well, everybody's paying the same now. But I have lights on all the time. I've got 2 lights in the sitting room that stay on 24 hours a day. They're energy-saving bulbs. Whether or not you save money on that, I don't know. Bathroom lights on all the time. And the bedroom lights on all the time. Honestly, I know it's a bit naughty, isn't it? I should be a bit more sort of resilient and a bit more sort of cost conscious. But I'm not. But I've changed all my bulbs just to make sure that I wasn't paying. But I don't understand how it works. I really don't. Steve, I might be coming, says Waj, to London on Tuesday. Can you recommend any places to visit? Well, do you know, Waj, I get on a bus. I get on a bus in the Strand and go all the way to Tower Hill, get off. I always say this one because you can go to the Tower of London. It's by Tower Bridge, and you've got St Catherine's Dock. You just walk through, and there's loads of restaurants and everything else, all sorts of food there. But you can stand or sit by the side of the Thames by Tower Bridge, or you can walk down the South Bank if it's nice. Very shortly, because they're putting the lights up in London, very shortly as well, the ice rinks will be opening. They're not open yet. And they were putting up the Christmas light in Twickenham the other day. It's all very exciting. Things hanging in trees again. And here in Leicester Square, not just yet, but at the end of the month, so next week, there's going to be the Christmas market. So that's it. But I would get on the bus. And it says Tower Hill, I think, on the front of it. And you just go through. It's an old-style bus. Like they used to be. Like they used to be. And you can go all the way to Tower Hill. And you could look at the buildings around there. Some really super buildings. And you can see outside the Tower of London where they did the public executions, because there's a space about, 15 foot by 20 foot, something like that, with the names of all the people who were executed. Most people miss it. Then you cross over the road and you walk down to the Tower of London, and you pay to go inside there. And that's worth it. They've got a canteen in there. You can get, it's really good food. And you can go in all the towers, go see the Crown Jewels, listen to the talks. I always say to people, if you're going to the Tower of London, don't be clever clogs and think you know it all. Go on one of the tours done by one of the Beefeaters there. They do them. And there's a couple of ladies there now, which they didn't used to have years ago. And they will tell you the history of the Tower of London, who used to be imprisoned there, who was executed there. And you just literally, there'll be sort of like 30 or 40 of you trailing round behind. And it was really good, actually. Really, really good. So do that. They do expect a tip at the end. They do expect a tip. But in fact, the people who are held prisoner in the Tower of London, Lady Jane Grey, George Plantagenet, who was the first Duke of Clarence, Anne Boleyn, not a happy time for Anne Boleyn, I'm afraid, Guy Fawkes, sorry? The Krays were there, yes. Joseph Jacobs, I don't know who he was actually, Rudolf Hess, everybody knows. But Guy Fawkes was held there before they decided to drag him through the streets and publicly execute him. He was the hung, drawn and quartered, which was their method of sort of prolonging somebody's agony. But I mean, for Anne Boleyn, it wasn't very old either. And they'll show you where they think the axe fell. They weren't too sure. It would be somewhere within the Tower of London, but they sort of say, oh, we think it was about here. And then the bodies would be taken and buried in St. Peter ad Vincula, which is the church which is within the Tower of London. And it's amazing because you stand in the Tower of London, you look up, and all you're surrounded by is high-rise buildings. That's all you get, high-rise buildings. So, I mean, if it was nearer Christmas, Waj, we might be having snow. They've said we could be having snow. I don't know when we're going to get that. I just pass it on. They might be fibbing. I've got no idea. What's our favourite fruit? This will be very popular on BBC Radio Shropshire later on today. You'll better phone up and speak to the vicar, and he will tell you what the favourite fruit is. Because apparently, in the fruit and veg stakes, your favourite fruit is strawberries. I mean, to be honest with you, it is the most ridiculous. Who comes up with these surveys? And the Woke Brigade were trying to close down. The Woke Brigade are hilarious in this country. The fish and chip shop called Jack the Chipper, based on, presumably, Jack the Ripper. And they were going, no, it's got to be closed. It's got to be closed. And anyway, I think it was the Sun who saved it from the Woke Brigade. And so he's opened as Jack the Chipper. What was the other one we had? We had another one, didn't we? Jack the Clipper, which was the hairdressing as well. I mean, people get funny about stuff, don't they? Why Jack the Chipper? Admittedly, the bloke who owned it wasn't called Jack, but he did make chips. Because they never use bags of chips in fish and chip shops. They actually cut potatoes. They have sacks of potatoes delivered. That's why they're all odd shapes. Whereas I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I quite like a chip that looks like a blooming chip. And we do count them after yesterday, and I take a tape measure. And if I'm going to Wetherspoons, I want a bit more than 10 chips, thank you very much indeed. I mean, I don't want loads like they give you in Five Guys. Is it five? Yeah, Five Guys. You get more chips than, I mean, I don't know why. You order a portion of chips, and they just keep loading it on there. We left so many.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
I do love the story in the paper today, and there's one particular story that stands out head and shoulders, apart from Her Majesty the Queen and her cancelling the duties. It's a World War II veteran who has just won a lifetime membership to the National Trust. Now, I should imagine, listening at the moment, there is a fair number of people who are members of the National Trust because it's a very worthy organisation. They're very rich. I think they're about one of the richest. But he's won a lifetime membership. And here comes the rub. He's 106. I mean, how long is this membership going to last? I don't want to sort of be rude or hasten his end in any way, shape or form. Couldn't they have given him something better? I mean, the National Trust membership, he's got free entry to over 500 places. He's 106. He gets a magazine, free parking. He's 106. Surely to God he's not driving still. And you get access to their online members area full of first look previews and behind the scenes features. So do you think he's got a computer? Probably not. Probably not. And you have to check the property web page. Well, I shouldn't imagine he knows what that is. He's 106. 106. But they're very rich. Very, very rich. Steve, do they still have ravens at the Tower of London as pets? No, not as pets, but the ravens are there. I think their wings are clipped so they don't fly away. They have a raven master who sort of looks after them, because you can go there and some of the beefeaters sort of pet them and things like that, and they hop into some of the little boxes and stuff like that. And at night time they look after them. And they're there. But it's always said, isn't it, if the ravens leave the Tower of London, the country will fall. Slightly disturbing, I think, especially when they're sort of overhyping figures. What was it Boris was saying the other day? You know, soon it could be 100,000 cases in a day, and you think, oh, Javid said that, so I do beg your pardon. And you think, no, you're just saying that, so when it comes in at 30,000 or 40,000, you can go, see, it's under our estimates. So they just overhyped it. It's a bit of a shame, really, because, as I say, nearly 200 people died the other day of COVID-related illnesses. And so for all the people not wearing their masks, which I don't really understand what the problem is. I really don't. I know people say, and they say it on the TfL buses, you know, you must wear a mask unless you're exempt. And I'm looking around the bus and I'm thinking, they can't all be exempt. Otherwise, there must be an epidemic of asthma out there, which nobody's ever mentioned, because there'd be half the bus are not wearing masks. I always make noises when they walk past me. I always go, ugh. I can't help it. I think to myself, because they're actually putting everybody at risk. And they say on the TfL buses, they say, you know, it's there to protect everybody. But of course, if they're not and they're breathing out well, I don't mind the breathing in bit. It's the breathing out bit that I'm worried about. I mean, thousands of people have been prosecuted. Transport for London have prosecuted, they say, nearly 2,000 people for not wearing face coverings on public transport. But they can't, can they? Because I was always told, I might have got this wrong, that if they come up to you and challenge you, you don't have to tell them what illness you've got so that you don't have to wear a mask. I mean, you can print off these little things around your neck off the internet, you know, just saying, I am exempt from wearing this. So anybody can go and get one. The fines were £200 for a first offence, reduced to £100. It's a bit like a parking ticket if you pay it within 14 days. People who refuse to pay the fine within the time limit allowed could be sent for prosecution. So the average fine of the people that they've prosecuted, £549. That's what they've brought in so far. But either they're going to make it the law and say, listen, you know, I mean, apparently on London transport, masks remain compulsory. Well, there's a lot of people with illnesses getting on public transport. That's all I can say. Because I get on public transport every day. And there's loads of people on there not wearing a mask. And they're not just young people. They're all sorts of ages. And you think, you know, if you're old or you've got an illness or something like that, you stand a really good chance of collecting COVID. And believe you me, you don't want COVID. Scott says no more route masters on the 15s anymore. The wonderful mayor got rid of them in September 2019. Are there really no route masters? Nick Ferrari campaigned for years for the route masters, and they were really nice. It's just that there's no room on them. I wonder where they all went to then. They can't have just they can't have scrapped them, can they? I quite like the route masters. They used to have that bit of string that went all the way down the bus. You could pull it to make the bus stop. Now, I mean, the bus stops at every single stop. There you go. They've retired the last heritage service of route master buses. Boo! Boo! They had loads of them. And it was the capital's last running heritage service. It ran between Trafalgar Square and Tower Hill, opened by Stagecoach. And it's such a shame, actually. The 15H remained, but was curtailed to a seasonal service to cut costs, with 10 buses operating between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. on summer weekends and bank holidays between March and September only. Oh, I feel a bit depressed now. I was looking forward to getting on with it. But you can get any other bus down there. It's not too bad at all. I wonder what they do with them. Do you think there's a field somewhere where they've parked up loads of these route master buses? Well, they do have disco buses that go around London. Disco buses. I haven't been on one, no. And they also have the wedding thing. On the front it's got, you know, Doris and Mary are getting married today. You know, this is their bus, and the bus turns up bedecked with ribbons. You always hope it's not going to break down, don't you? But I think they were prone to breaking down. So thank you, Scott, for that one, ruining everybody's day. Richard says, what cheeses me off with smoking is the best seats in restaurants in the summer outside. Kingston's a prime example, with seats overlooking the Thames. In Australia, you're not allowed to smoke within 15 metres of the restaurant. Oh. I know exactly where you mean, the seats overlooking the Thames. It's just as you go over Kingston Bridge. It's on the right-hand side, with loads of swans. We've got an epidemic of swans. Some countries don't let you smoke anywhere near doors. Near doors? Oh, right. Oh, outside. Isn't that funny? But I saw something the other day which I've never seen before. So I was going to get my train. Well, I did get my train. But you sit there, and my train comes in at anywhere from 29 to about 34 past the hour and to the hour. And I thought, oh, maybe it's coming in on another platform. So this particular, it turns out to be the guard, walked off. He was sitting on a seat and he walked off down. And then I thought, they've obviously changed the train platform. We're going to have to go to platform 24 or something stupid, which, you know, for me is a nightmare walking. And And so he sort of walked down the platform, head off, and I saw a young lady there, and I said, is the train coming in on this platform? She said, platform. And so I checked on that one, but it didn't go to Richmond, which is not much use to me. And just as I said that, the one came in the platform, and the guard comes back. So I thought, well, that's good. Obviously, this is our train. This is where we're going to, and you wait till it flashes up and all the rest of it. And so I always get on. I sit in exactly the same place, so I want to make sure when I get off the train, I'm by the staircase, because it's almost like a rush. People are jostling and trying to get through. It's a very busy station, Richmond. Very busy. And so we did all of this. And anyway, one of the stations, as we get near Richmond, I think we were 2 stops away from Richmond. It's very near the B&Q. Anyway, they sort of say, oh, this train's going to Hounslow, blah, 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 blah. And I look behind me, and the guard is standing on the platform by the door with a cigarette on. And I thought, is he smoking it? Yeah, he was actually smoking it on the platform. And I remember thinking, oh, he was definitely the guard. He was the one who opens the doors for you and go, oh, ladies and gentlemen, and they tell you all about it. Yeah. No, it wasn't not a candy stick. No, it was a cigarette. I remember looking at it thinking, that's a bit I've never heard of somebody. I mean, he must have been desperate for a cigarette. Must have been crawling up walls, I should imagine, to try and get the cigarette in. But I didn't think you were allowed to smoke anywhere. When it first came in, people were still smoking on the stations, and then they put up a sign saying you can't smoke on the stations. I never understood why you can't smoke on the station. Oh, is that after the King's Cross fire? Yeah, but we don't have anywhere like that on our station. They're just open platforms, and then you get an escalator. If you manage to go to Twickenham, because it's a bit more modern than Richmond, we've got an escalator that will take you... Is it an escalator? I can't remember. I thought it was an escalator. Might not be. I think they were going to... No, wait a minute. There is no escalator. I've just remembered. They were going to put them in, but it was too expensive. But Richmond, you've got to climb up the stairs. And if you're a woman with a pram trying to go up and down the staircase, it's a nightmare. If you're on a regular commuter train... Really is bad, actually. Steve, the RMs from the 15 are mothballed at West Ham Garage, says Scott, who obviously knows about these things. I can tell he's an anorak, because he knows all about, he lives in Littlehampton. Littlehampton was famous. And it was famous for, I think, a theme park, because we went on the roller coaster, and it was called Littlehampton. What was it called? Something like the Wild Mouse, or something like that. I'm pretty certain at Littlehampton. I don't know why, actually. Harbour Park Amusements. And has it got the Wild Mouse there? I'm only asking because I might have got it wrong completely. But there was definitely a thing called the Ocean Coaster, the Dolphin Leap, Otto's Wild Animals, Dodgems, the Water Chute. God, it's got loads of different things, hasn't it? Not a mention of a blooming roller coaster. So obviously it wasn't Littlehampton, but I'm just pretty certain it was Littlehampton. I don't know why. And it's got things to... Because kids love... playgrounds, don't they? They like playgrounds and they like, going on the rides. And apparently, did you know that the waltzer, the one that spins you round, you've got a brake in the middle, you put the foot on the brake and then you take it off and the car spin round. And it was basically designed for lovers. Because you'd both sit in it, pull the handle down in front of you, which you can still do now. These rides have been operating since the 50s. And then when the thing swung around, your girlfriend or you would slide into one another because the seats were curved, and that meant that you could get a bit of a snog going on. Yeah, and you could headbutt them at the same time and throw up in their lap. I used to think, actually, the one ride I never wanted to go on was the waltzer. Not so good, but I love fun fairs. They did a thing on the television the other day, and it was one of these, we're going to pick some rubbish out and sell it and do it all up. And they were using Carter's Fun Fair, which I think is the oldest travelling fun fair in the country, because all the rides are very early. They're very early, but beautifully painted.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 3 minutes past 5, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. The World War II veteran we mentioned just before the news, and it's official, it's Dame Mary Berry. So she's very happy. We've got a rare letter from Napoleon up for sale. Could fetch about 180,000, which means it'll go to 1 million. You can just tell, can't you? A Lowry painting of an auction room. Could fetch nearly 2 million at auction. And the Rolex rippers have struck again. It's 2 women. They ask you for directions on the streets. This is their 23rd time. And what they do is they spot somebody's Rolex, because apparently they're quite easy to spot. And they embrace you after you've given them advice on where they're supposed to be going. And at that moment, they slip the Rolex off your wrist and they're away with it. It's as simple as that. Oh, and happy birthday to Manfred Mann. Believe it or not, 81 today. Many happies. We've got the newspapers. We'll go through those. The cheating capital of the UK is Bath. And we've got 2 new anti-COVID drugs to lead Britain's fight against the virus. Although at the moment, and as you heard yesterday with James O'Brien and everybody else, 49,000 cases of COVID in one day. So far, we've lost, I think about 166 people died yesterday. And Sharon says you're quite right. I went on the Wild Mouse at Littlehampton quite a few years ago now. I can't remember anywhere else that we would have gone to. It was a little roller coaster, not like some of the giant things you get nowadays, and it was called the Wild Mouse. And I just remembered. Scott in Littlehampton says absolutely spot on. Harbour Park. It did have a large roller coaster until the 80s. The site was owned by Butlins, one of the few amusement sites that they had. You're our mine of information this morning, aren't you? Goodness sake, knows about the buses in London, knows about Littlehampton. Because when you went to a seaside resort, the first thing you would want to see is the amusement arcades. You would go to the amusement arcades. The Wild Mouse is a type of roller coaster. Yes. Oh, there's lots of them. Oh, right. Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was just that one was named the Wild Mouse. I remember thinking it was very daring as a child to go on something like that. And it gives you G-force. Wild Mouse coasters first appeared in the 50s, and following a period of decline in the 80s, new innovations led to a resurgence in demand. Yes, because they make them as... Oh, there's loads of the blooming things. But they literally, you know, if you go to America... Well, I mean, there are loads. Pages and pages of wild mouses or wild mice. If you go to Seven Flags Magic Mountain, that's what it is. It's roller coasters. You know, some old types and some modern types. And we used to have a fun fair in Battersea Park. And then, unfortunately, they had an accident on the roller coaster and they closed the park down. But I remember going there as a child. It was Londoners' best day out. So Sharon went there. You see, everybody went there. They were very good. It was exciting as kids, but we wanted to go to the amusement arcades. And in fact, based on one of the amusement arcades, Stephen Mulhern has got a game show on the television where, you know, they obviously liked the other game show thing, which is done by Ben Shepherd, and now they've got the Stephen Mulhern thing. They're obviously working their way through all the penny arcade machines. Very shortly, you have a giant fruit machine where you pull the handle and something comes up, which could be quite good. Some of the biggest names in music will sing at the Royal Variety. They don't normally release who's going to be at Royal Variety, but there is a list of people which they've started talking about. But the trouble is, most of you, it makes no difference. You won't go to the theatre to watch the Royal Variety. You'll watch it on the television, and it's pre-recorded. So if anything goes wrong, they always have enough time to take it out. So what they do is they film the rehearsals. What they do is, so just in case some of the performances on the night are not so good, they can go for the rehearsal. I seem to remember going to see Meatloaf, who happened to be in one of our things, and by the time it got to the evening performance, he came over as being as if he's had a bit of a sherbet going on. I'm not even sure if he's still alive, actually. Is Meatloaf still going? He's still going. I used to love Bat Out of Hell or Midnight at the Lost and Found, which I thought was very appropriate. But so they ended up, I think, running the one that they'd done in the rehearsal. It was a little bit better, and they liked it. Rugby players are the sort of people who appear to have no inhibitions whatsoever. They get out there. They're always considered, I got no idea actually, to be sort of a bit classier than footballers. And the rugby fans that we get in Twickenham, it is the OKR Brigade. There's a lot of that going on. But anyway, these rugby players dress up as women. And they do it because rugby players go out there and they drink and they do all sorts of little bits and pieces. But they're doing it for charity. And they've been snubbed. They've raised more than £40,000 over 18 years for the hospice. It's not very much money, is it? I don't really mean about it, but 18 years and £40,000. Blimey, I could do better than that in 3 hours. In fact, actually, in an hour. But they're worried. Well, the hospice is. They're worried that their antics may offend the LGBT community. Fundraiser Mark Tomlinson, who decks himself out in women's gear, says it's absolutely balmy. We've been raising money for this charity for nearly 20 years and nobody's had a problem. Now they've conjured up this situation where they say we could offend people. But I didn't even know about them before. If they've been doing it for 20 years, I didn't know about them, so it wouldn't make any difference. They dress up as women, but it's not they're dressing up as women. They're dressing up as comedy women. They aren't, putting on fake boobies and putting on makeup and lipstick and stuff like that, or wigs. They're just basically wearing some tatty old dresses, which they've obviously got from a charity shop. They've stuck some hats on their heads, and they're silly ruggers. That's what they are. But they raise money for charity. It's a shame, really. They say we do tours where we dress as naughty nuns. That's bound to offend everybody in the church, isn't it, really? Chief Executive June Patel says a couple of years ago we received complaints that we'd upset members of the local community. We want St Richard's to be welcoming to all. We do truly appreciate the fundraising the group have done. If in trying to be sensitive we got this wrong, then we're sorry. They're only raising money for charity, and it's comedy. It's not. They're not being. It's the sort of thing your granddad would do. After he'd had a few beers on a Saturday night, I dress up as a woman, eh? I don't know why they're all northern for some reason, but admittedly they're a bit slow in the fundraising department. 18 years and 40 grand. Crikey, that's it. £2,000 a year. It's for a hospice, which is good. People sort of like that. And Steve, it was Littlehampton, says Will. It was called the Tom and Jerry roller coaster. No, the one I went on was definitely the Wild Mouse. And I remember it because it's stuck in my brain, for all the way through. It was the Cat and Mouse roller coaster in Littlehampton. It was in Smarts on the seafront. It's now called Harbour Park, and the roller coaster was taken down many years ago because of injuries. I used to go there, says Stuart, in my school holidays. £2 an hour to make candy floss. How lovely. How lovely. Another avenue of pleasure denied me. I used to love candy floss, but it's just sugar. But you'd buy it and you go, this was that and a toffee apple was, about the best thing that you ever could have had if you went to these. No. Well, I didn't know I was diabetic back then, so it's probably eating that gave me the diabetes. Although I have cheated. When Paul Cooper gets in toffee apples, he buys them in the market and then brings them in and sells them in the shop. I have been known to bring toffee apples into work because they're, I don't know why they're associated with Halloween. Well, toffee apples, I've got no, I think because they do a lot of apple bobbing at Halloween. So this is just taking toffee apples a stage further, dipping them in toffee. No, it's not very COVID friendly, but no, apple bobbing, I don't know, sticking your mouth in something. It's like peanuts, isn't it? I can't bring peanuts in for the people here because they'd all be putting their hands in and stuff like that. So I've got to try and find stuff that's individually wrapped. See, I'm being careful. I'm thinking about it. Whether it makes any difference, I've got no idea. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Here we go. Banksy, still popular. His print of a boy in a hoodie with a barking dog has fetched £112,000 in a sale of the artist's work in London. I never understand Banksy. I never understood it. I think the pictures are very good, but I'm assuming they're stencils. He puts it up and then sprays it because they look too good to be anything else but stencils. They're certainly not freehand drawings, are they? I've seen all sorts of them. We used to have one behind one of our buildings years ago, and it was a pussycat with a hat on. And I remember thinking, it looked as though it was a Banksy, but I was never too sure whether or not it was. But why don't they ever find out who it is? They don't know who Banksy is, do they? They have no idea. And yet, all the CCTV cameras that we've got in London, you can't find a bloke spray painting a wall. How difficult must that be to do? Steve, if you fancy, look at these. I think some of them are brilliant, aren't they? But what they do is the people who own the thing have been known to sort of cover them over and then take them away and then sell them. And they are good, actually. I can't deny that they are amazing. But that's why, looking at this one here, there's a kid and it looks like it's snowing. They've got one in Weymouth. He seems to travel about all over the place. But very good. Somebody's written next to his. He might have written it. This will look nice when it's framed. Do you remember one of his came up for auction and then they shredded it? Most of it was shredded, and I remember thinking, goodness me, they won't sell that for anything. 18 million. Hello? 18 million. It's like, would you like to write on this piece of paper, Banksy? I'd love to find that. Love to find it. You know, if this stuff is fetching good prices, it's very good indeed. Steve, there's a lift at Richmond Station. I use it whenever I go there, says Leslie. I know, but you have to fight it. I don't want to share a lift, Leslie, with other people. Because that's what they do. Strangely enough, James O'Brien was talking about getting in the lift here. And he gets in the lift when he comes into the building to come up. And then I think 3 other people got into the lift as well. He said, so he pushed himself into the corner. He said, nobody was wearing masks. He said, and he wasn't wearing a mask either. He said, and then we stop at the next floor. And he said, and somebody else gets in. He said, by this time, he said, I didn't know what to do. The bigger one, I think you can have 2 or 3 people in it. The small one is only 1 person. But you do get people who sort of get in the lift. I don't know. It's a way of making friends. If you haven't made friends before, you just stand in the lift and eventually enough people will pile into it. I used to like it in Harrods and Selfridges. You get in the lifts there, and they used to have in Harrods a lift man. And he would sit on his stool by the entrance wearing his uniform, and he'd get in the lift and he would close the doors, and you get up and he'd go, ladies' underwear, floor 3. And you'd get off it because people couldn't remember where they were going. So he actually did the button, and he operated the lift. He had a handle, and he made the lifts go up and down. And we used to think that was the best job in the entire universe. Really. And Steve, if you fancy reminiscing in the old Routemaster buses, the box set of On the Buses is great. Especially for the old street scenes and buses, says Gary. I have the box set of On the Buses. I have the back set of the box set, and very good they are too. And Donny says tickets to the Magic Circle purchase will be attending with Puckers, and he can't wait. Yes. And Paul says the Wild Mouse was a popular coaster in Riverview Park in Chicago many years ago. Well, if you go onto the internet and type in Wild Mouse, there's hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. Donny's getting married on Saturday, so many congratulations. Many congratulations. Hope it goes very well, which I'm sure it will.
Bad management costs employers around £84 billion a year. Good management is a skill set, not just a job title. It needs to be recognised, nurtured and practised. And yet 82% of new managers in the UK are promoted without formal management training. At the Chartered Management Institute, we're working to change that. Imagine if you made it your business to change that too. Take action. Search CMI Action.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I quite like Rod Liddell's column today. He's got one little bit in here, and he talks about a story that we did a few days ago. And he says, I know that what she did was wrong. I know it should be utterly condemned by all right-thinking people. But didn't you just feel the slightest admiration for frustrated driver Sherilyn Speed, who nudged those Insulate Britain protesters with her car? He says, I'm getting seriously hacked off by these smug middle-class know-alls disrupting our lives. Somebody buy her a steamroller for Christmas. But it is, they're all Tarquins and Pandoras, and with apologies to anybody called Pandora, because I do know somebody called Pandora. Embarrassing, honestly. And what have we got here? Thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money being spent on luxuries such as National Trust passes, footy tickets and PlayStations for NHS patients. On earth would they want it? But they bought all sorts of bits and pieces. They bought beach huts. Have you seen the price of beach huts? They're fortunes. And a trampoline, because those are actually a lot cheaper than you imagine, these trampolines. For if you've got little children, they can bounce around and they can't go anywhere because it's got a bit of netting on it, which is good. I quite like that idea. Apart from in Widnes, where one took off because they had their little bit of a tornado. I mean, in Widnes, out of all the places to get it, you know, and Storm Aurora. I think it's Aurori. Anyway, storm moving in from France. Not only do they take our Euro millions, but they're now sending us storms as well. So southern parts of England suffered heavy rain. It was very heavy rain, especially last night. Forecasters said the wet conditions could cause transport disruption, difficult driving conditions, power cuts and floods in some homes and businesses. There was a couple of places in Richmond that were closed last time I looked at them, just opposite the station. Closed due to flooding, they said. Closed due to flooding. I couldn't believe it. But coming in this morning, it was very wet out there. It was tipping down. Not so good, is it? And if you own a car wash, you'll be going, oh, goodness, what are we going to do now? The answer is nothing at all. Chris says, our Cheltenham Banksy was great, brought tourism to cafes, and then some local moron defaced it, destroyed in the end. It was GCHQ one, very good and apt. It's funny, why do people do that? We've had people before destroying all sorts of monuments and things to the war dead and everything else, and we had somebody, didn't we, swinging on the cenotaph. You know, I mean, about as disgraceful as it possibly gets, but those we sent to prison, which was good. Steve, I remember about 40 years ago, me and my mates were trick-or-treating, and we knocked on this particular door, and the old man preempted us doing a trick and bombarded us with eggs. You see, I quite like that idea. It appeals to my sort of sad mind, I'm afraid. At the Beverly Wilshire Hotel in Los Angeles, they've got a small 2-seater sofa in the elevator as featured in Pretty Woman. Have they? I like the idea of that. Actually, in Vienna, I stayed in it was a lady's flat, because a lot of people rent their flats out, or rooms in their flats. And this was a lady called Hildegard Hahn. And they had a lift in her building, as they do in most of them, but you needed to put a shilling in, an Austrian shilling, for the lift to operate. So I used to have to make sure I had a little pile of shillings in there. And there was a seat at the back, a nice sort of comfy seat, obviously for elderly people who didn't want to stand in lifts. So I like the idea of a small 2-seater sofa. The Beverly Wilshire is very famous. I think there can't be many stars who haven't actually stayed in the Beverly. I mean, it was also a hotbed of all sorts of action years and years ago. Have you been to the salt mines in Poland? No, I went to them, Stella, in Germany. The smell was unbelievably vile. The salt mines. I can't tell you why it was awful, because I can't remember why it was, but I just remember we went on a little train in the salt mine, and it had they'd carved a church inside there and all sorts of different bits and pieces. It was really good. And we use the salt mines at the moment for storing all the documents, the ones that they can't fit in to the National Archives at Kew. And so down 300 miles away, they've got the salt mines. They drive tractors in and everything else. They're so big and so underground, and that's the best place to keep them, because you've got to get through about 3 doors. You're not going to drill into this place and take anything. The Beverly Wilshire Hotel, Elvis Presley and later Warren Beatty spent a number of years there. It was also the home of John Lennon when he was separated for several months from Yoko Ono. He had a fling, I believe, actually. But it was the primary setting for the movie Pretty Woman, though most of the interior scenes were actually shot at the Ambassador Hotel nearby. It also became a common filming location for Entourage, a television series from HBO, with cast and crew filming there at least 3 times a season when it was produced up until 2011. But they've all been there. Michael Caine, Michael Douglas, Farrah Fawcett, Bette Midler, Dustin Hoffman, Angelica Houston, Mark Knopfler, Elton John, Lil Wayne, I assume a rapper. Yeah, it's very convincing. Walter Matthau, Al Pacino, Robert Pattinson. Loads of people. Angelica Houston, Eric Clapton. My God, I mean, they've all stayed. It is the place to stay. Never looked it, to me. It was very nice though. But it's located at the intersection of Wilshire Boulevard and Rodeo Drive. And Rodeo Drive is, of course, where you go to do your posh shopping. We did the tour bus, as you know, and we sort of stopped in Rodeo Drive. It's a bit like Fifth Avenue, but very posh. There's some really posh cars on the streets, and it's ladies what lunch, and ladies what do shopping, and it's very expensive. And us, but we didn't get off the bus. Or did we get off the bus? One of them broke down twice, our bus. But it's interesting to see it, because we started off in broad daylight, and we finished up, in the early hours of the morning, freezing ourselves to death because the bus had broke down again. We could tell as we went over a bridge, there was all this banging from underneath it. And I remember saying to Amanda, who'd come out there with me, I said, here we go again, another blooming breakdown. So, yeah, twice, 2 different buses broke down twice. I couldn't believe it. But you do get to, it's like going round London. We've got all the tour buses round here, and you pay quite a lot of money, actually. It's not cheap. And you go on a tour bus around London, because if you're only in here for a short space of time, then you want to try and get round as many things as possible. Japanese tourists buy a ticket, and they end up, and it says includes a West End show, and of course they all hope they're going to Phantom of the Opera. They take them to the Mousetrap. I am told, I have a very reliable source who says that the cast come out on stage and the entire first 3 rows are all asleep because people are so tired. So tired. Steve, I love Turner. His ship in a snowstorm is awesome. And he was on the ship himself, says David. A proper artist, not like Tracy Emin or Damien Hirst. Oh, I think Damien Hirst is an artist, don't you? See, the trouble is it's the definition of art. What was Damien Hirst famous for? Was it something to do with diamonds or something, isn't it? Oh, no, I tell you what he did. He did the cutting the shark in half, didn't he? The shark in half, that was very, very famous. The physical impossibility of death in the mind of somebody living. I forget who, but somebody bought it. Why you'd ever want to buy something like that, I can't imagine. But I suppose people get conned into it. Yeah. Imagine having that in the bedroom. And you wake up every morning and think, oh, look, the mother-in-law's arrived. And you can have things like that. People like them. I've got a lovely story coming up a little bit later on of famous dead people. I know it seems a little bit bizarre, and you'll think it's slightly bizarre, but these are people who are preserved for all eternity. In other words, you can see them in their little habitats. So I know it sounds a bit bizarre. It does sound like a very unusual story. It's a bit like Lenin. You go to see Lenin, who's in Red Square, isn't he, in his own little tomb. Well, it's a huge bit. People queue to see him. Is Marcos one of them? Oh, God, no, we couldn't care less about him. He systematically robbed the Philippines blind, didn't he? I mean, he was seen loading gold bars onto the plane to get out of the country when there was a coup. And then Imelda, she was interesting. She fled to America. America took her in with all that money, all her ill-gotten gains. I'm not even sure she's still alive. Is she? Oh, what a disappointment. Something to ruin your day, isn't it, really? She's still going. Still going. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. So, I mean, she must be in her 80s by now. At least 92. 92. Gosh. Oh, well. God moves in a mysterious way. Steve, over 100 ex-London buses will be at Brooklands Museum for a major event on Sunday the 24th of October. Private owners from all over the UK bring them down. Private owners? So you could live on a bus, couldn't you? A double-decker bus. Nowhere to park it in London. You can't get it in, the NCP car park in Leicester Square. But you can transform them into, a bus like Cliff Richard did when they did Summer Holiday. And I always liked that. That was very good. And you just convert it, the bedroom upstairs. I mean, you can't really stand up on these things. They're not as high as you want them to be. But in the London Museum, is this the one in Covent Garden? Yeah. Brooklands. Oh, right. So there you go. Sunday the 24th of October. It's called Transport Fest. Buses, coaches, military, commercial, emergency, taxis, all sorts invited. Bus excursions, free shuttle bus and traders market. Because you can go and buy things that you would get on the buses. You could probably buy ticket machines, and they'll have all sorts of memorabilia. Sounds very exciting, doesn't it? Browse the traders' marquee for books, models, photos, ephemera, and much more. There you go. There's a date for your diary. It's this coming Sunday? God, we're not up to that date already, are we? This coming Sunday? God, blimey, honestly, I can't believe it. Cannot believe it. So thank you for telling us about that one. We think that's a very good idea. So more than 100 buses will go to Brooklands. Other stories, sacked Brucey. This is some football manager. And he's been... Steve Bruce, is it? He's been paid off £8 million. That must ease the burden, mustn't it? But I believe they were terribly rude about him as well. And Holly Willoughby is helping flog crystals from a healer who reckons she talks to the dead. Apparently, This Morning host Holly has used her Gwyneth Paltrow-style wellness site to promote the work of pal Emma Lucy Knowles, a clairvoyant. Come on, stop it. We don't want to do things like that, but you don't want to flog crystals. I don't think crystals do anything at all, but it keeps an industry going, I suppose.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Do you remember I mentioned the J.K. Rowling book the other day, which is called The Christmas Pig? It's her 16th #1 book. Already it's gone right to the top of the charts. It's sold during its first week. Phenomenal. 60,000 copies. I mean, for a book, this is absolutely amazing. Almost double that of the book in second place. And I was thinking of buying it, actually. Current Strictly Come Dancing's Tom Fletcher, the Christmas Saurus, and the naughty list has sold 33,000 copies. It's all going on, isn't it, really? I mean, it is quite amazing that there's all these books which are selling. I mean, it's quite pleasing, because I always worried that bookshops were going to go out during the pandemic. But if J.K. Rowling can sell 60,000 copies, presumably that's sort of taking into consideration, you know, books that you buy, e-books and all the rest of it. Because a lot of people don't actually physically buy the book now, do they? They actually buy an e-book. So lots of people don't physically want the book. And I always thought the book was the main thing to actually have. Second-hand cars that are dearer than new cars. I know, unbelievable. So cars up to a year old are selling for more than they cost new. See, years ago you'd have a car and you'd run it in. Now people don't run cars in at all. The average price of second-hand vehicles has risen 24% in 12 months. Data from Auto Trader shows around 10,000 used vehicles registered in the past year, 17% of the total, and are on sale for more than the showroom price. It's amazing, isn't it? Things, it's Jaguars, Hyundais, Ford Focuses, Land Rovers, Mitsubishi Shogun, and another Mazda as well. And the prices of them, I mean, the average asking price for a Jaguar XK, just under £29,000. Doesn't take much to rack up the money, does it really? I mean, even a Jaguar XKR is £27,500. These are not cheap. Mitsubishi Shogun, 18%. That's an annual increase of 34.3%. So obviously second-hand cars are doing particularly well in the market, because I was always told better to buy a car that's been run in, but the cars are so sophisticated now you don't need to actually run the thing in, and that's the way people go. And also people are looking for hybrid cars. They're looking for electric cars. In fact, they want anything actually, as long as it's fairly cheap to run. It's not so much cheap to run nowadays for these things. It's a case of, can you afford the insurance? You know, the insurance is astronomical. I'm assuming that we must pay more. What's run in? Oh, it used to be that you had to do a certain speed limit in your cars because the engine was brand new. And so you would, if you went too fast, you were in danger of ruining the engine. So they'd say you have to keep it under 50, yeah. And I think it was under 50 and you had to do so many miles. And then the car was considered run in. But nowadays, I mean, you know, the engines are already tested to be, you know, beyond everything now, which is good. Steve, Andrew in Shay. Is it Shay, C-H-E? I don't know what that's pronounced, but it sounds lovely. Thank you very much indeed. And Carl says, because Carl's in Leigh-on-Sea, we went for a Saturday drink in Fleet Street, the old Bank of England pub, and found an old Routemaster bus in the courtyard. Oh, I know exactly where that is, the old Bank of England pub. It used to be a bank, didn't it, I think? Actually, it was actually a bank before it became a pub. Yeah, it was a bank. In fact, it looks like a bank. It's literally on the left-hand side as you're going down Fleet Street. You're literally just past the law courts, and it's there, just before you hit... they have. The old Bank of England. They winched it in over the top. You see, if you turn left up there, it doesn't help if you're listening in stereo, but just on the right-hand side are the London Silver Vaults. And so that used to be a bank, and so they've moved a bus in. A brilliant idea. God knows what that must have cost. To winch a bus in. It's not like you're doing anything else, is it? And so in it went, down it came, and it's there for all to see. With all the lights on, so you can go and sit inside the bus and have it's great, isn't it? So it's literally just come into Fleet Street, and before you turn left, and I think it's into Bream's Buildings, which is that road up there, just before that, on the corner, is this, there's also 3 balls hanging for the pawnbroker on the other side, on the corner there. Interesting, isn't it? So there you go. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And so what's this one here? Oh, sorry, more food. Oh, this is... They're eating on a train. A 6-course Latin American-inspired menu on a 1967 Victoria Line tube carriage. It's not going anywhere, is it? It's not... Oh, right. See, they've actually moved the seats and they put tables in. I quite like the look of that, actually. God, they're working under cramped conditions. But it's a social dining experience. I mean, loads of people have been on it, and they've got all sorts of things. British seasonal food. The train itself is very nice, actually. It was on the Victoria Line, I believe. So it's got the original material on. The train was built in the 1800s. No, sorry, not in the 1800s. What am I talking about? 1968. But it looks really nice, doesn't it? It's unusual. The Supper Club carriage, they've called it. Supper Club tube, but you don't go anywhere. Where is it? Is it sort of above ground somewhere? because it's lovely when you see them all done up, all these things. And here it is. So we can tell you a little bit about it. Not a lot, but a little bit. Is it? We don't know where it is. Oh, it's no, we don't know where it is. Whatever it is, it sounds very good, and I suspect it's that one undercover. People are using all sorts of things, aren't they? But I'm more intrigued by the double-decker bus, the old Bank of England, the London pub with the double-decker bus bar. So you go in there, and they've lit it all up. It's not going anywhere. They couldn't have driven it in because there's buildings all the way around there, so they had to lower it in. At what cost? I can't imagine. So I don't know if you've actually been there, Carl, or if you're thinking of being there. But it's they must have closed the street off. They must have closed the street off. But it's literally just on the left-hand side. I've never been in it, but I've passed it loads and loads of times. 2 in 3 signs are broken on the busy stretch of smart motorway, and Theresa May went to watch her husband Philip May knighted by Prince Charles. Nobody wearing masks, which is what we said the other day, and I think that Nick Ferrari had highlighted it as well when they showed a picture of the House of Commons. All the Labour MPs in there, barring a couple, I think, were all wearing masks. Over on the other side, there were only 2 people wearing masks. The rest of the Conservatives weren't wearing any masks at all. And most of them would be at that age where they'd be very susceptible to picking up COVID. But yesterday, a beaming Mary Berry, because she's been the warm, smiling face of tasty home cooking for decades, and she was made a Dame Commander. The ceremony, by the way, was at Windsor Castle. That's why the Queen wasn't very well, so she couldn't do it, so you get Charles. And she was looking very elegant, is Mary. She's 86 now, 86, and still shows no sign of closing down at all. She's going for it. The Queen, you remember the other day, declined the Oldie Award. She said that she was too young, really. She said, I'm not old. She's still working. Steve, a walk around Fleet Street and you appreciate how many pubs have closed since lockdown in that area. Quite depressing. Yes, because they make all their money during the week because they're not open weekends. Because there's nobody in the city. I mean, a couple of them you might find, probably, I don't know whether the Cheshire Cheese is open. And somebody says, I'm up since 3:30, Baker's Life. 3:30, best time of the morning, isn't it, really? Definitely the best time of the morning when people sort of say to you, it's, is this a good time? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is London's been alive for goodness knows how long. There is one woman here. She's a stylist. And what does she do? She gives a makeover to bird houses. What do they call them? Bird houses, bird tables. Yes. And they've got little houses and she paints them up. And she puts mealworm in there. There's one here. It looks like the interior of a doll's house. There's one in a bathroom. And the birds go, because the birds will go wherever there is food. And it's quite cute, actually. Quite a cute idea. I don't know how much they cost, but I should imagine they're not going to be cheap, are they? She says, if a millionaire comes along and wants to give me £40,000 to spend a year making one, I'd do it. It's a bit of a niche market. Well, I've never even thought about it. I should imagine if birds are going inside it, it's going to get very messy very, very quickly, isn't it, really? Facebook, as you know, are going to unveil a major rebrand in a bid to put the recent scandals over its social media platforms behind it. Mark Zuckerberg is said to be planning a new name for the tech giant. Did Will Guyatt come up with any names? Did he come up with anything? No. Nobody's had a... Yeah, you've got to find out next week. But nobody's had an inkling of this one at all, which is a little bit of a shame. Because it's because of all the problems that have gone on that they've decided they're going to change it. But it's still the same thing. But they seem to own loads of things, don't they? So there'll be a dramatic break with the past, and they'll rebrand the company next week. But they also own Instagram, WhatsApp, and the virtual reality brand, which is called Oculus, which we hadn't heard of the other day, but a number of you had. Happy birthday today to Manfred Mann, the South African-born musician, real name Manfred Lubowitz, was the keyboard player of the English rock band Manfred Mann. They had hits with Doo-Wah Diddy, Pretty Flamingo and 5-4-3-2-1, which was the theme tune for the ITV pop show Ready, Steady, Go. In the 1970s, Manfred Mann's Earth Band gave away a 1 square foot plot on a Welsh hillside to anybody who bought their album The Good Earth. Seems a good idea. I never knew about that. Otherwise, I'd have bought the thing. 1966, that was a grim day in history. A colliery spoil tip collapsed in the Welsh village of Aberfan, killing 116 children and 28 adults. It was enormous, and I remember it vividly, because television in those days was black and white. And the full horror of the whole thing emerged over the day as this tip just collapsed, and so you can find out more if you go onto the internet. Colonel Gaddafi was executed on this day in 2011 by a frenzied mob of rebel fighters after pleading "don't shoot, don't shoot." The final humiliation for the man who had so brutally ruled Libya for 42 years came when the 69-year-old tyrant was found hiding in a sewer, which I think was in his house. They'd been looking for him for ages, and they went, "No, he's at home." So they went round and arrested him, and he was executed. So there you go.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, hope you're well. Nice to have your company. Toffee apples, according to Kevin the restaurateur, became popular in the 1900s during apple harvest due to an abundance and a way of preserving apples and as a sweet treat. I've noticed, though, the toffee on toffee apples has got to be that see-through toffee, hasn't it? It's sort of this rather luminous orange colour which stains your lips and everything else, but it does taste quite nice. It breaks your teeth, but it's very good. Steve, I was driving around Aldwych into Fleet Street, just as you were describing the Bank restaurant. It was like having a tour guide in the van with me. Well, I mean, especially when you know where these things are, but I'm pretty certain their first road is Bream's Buildings. But Tesco have launched a new toffee apple sausage for Halloween. A toffee apple sausage. How does that work, for goodness sake? And it's the perfect treat if you're a fan of autumnal fare. So wait a minute, let's face it, up here in Scotland we need all the warmth and comforting we can get. Oh, is it only available in Scotland or is it nationwide? That seems quite a nice idea, but it does seem an odd combination, doesn't it? Toffee apple thing. So I think Tesco, it's part of their autumn lineup with seasonal flavours including Bramley apple, honey and cinnamon. They're the perfect bonfire night or Halloween treat. Because we're not totally convinced, are we, that we're going to actually end up with any fireworks. I do like the pictures that they put on the front of all these boxes. Somebody obviously can cook these things to perfection, and you look at it and think, it never looks like that when I cook it. Nice roll, very nice rolls as well. In fact, it looks like a toasted roll, which was very good. And Simon says, I had an op in hospital last week. I'm home, but I've been told I'm positive for COVID. Minor symptoms. Let's hope it stays that way, Simon. Thank you very much indeed. Although, actually, the chance of people getting through COVID now are much greater than they ever used to be. So good luck with that one. There's an old red pub, says Michael, an old red bus converted into a coffee shop in Wood Green, and they played chess games in there. Oh, well, I mean, you can use these things, presumably, for just about anything you can think of. First time coincidence, Steve. I was on that same Rodeo Drive bus. Every time we stopped, first time we were stopped by a traffic cop for switching lanes without signal. Second time the back wheel came off. They obviously seem to have just very, very old, I'm assuming they're all old London Transport buses that they bought and had, transported over there. But we were freezing to death. It was dreadful. But I liked Rodeo Drive. I just didn't understand why we couldn't get off and go and have a wander about. Not that we were going to spend any money at all. Steve, did you know the actor Leonard Rossiter would have been 95 today? He was born in Wavertree in Liverpool, says Stephen, who's in Birkenhead. He would have been 95 today. Lord above. Actually, more and more people are celebrating their birthdays. There's a couple here who've gone on a blind date. And what the paper does, this is the Mail, they send them off on a blind date and see how they get on. And this is a couple called Stephanie, who's 70, and David, who's 79. He's a very young-looking 79. She's a marketing executive and recruitment consultant. She was divorced 20 years ago, single for 2 years with 2 adult sons. Current role, retired former marketing executive and recruitment. She wants to meet a tall, kind man with good teeth. Preferably he'd be a father who loves dogs and is eco-conscious. And she meets David, who's 79, single for 8 years with 4 grown-up sons, 50, 49, 40 and 35. Doesn't seem possible, does it really? Current role, boatyard director. He wants to meet somebody who is intelligent, like himself, and a good laugh. It would be nice if she happened to be a dog lover too. Luckily, Stephanie is a dog lover. And so they then say, what is your verdict on the person you went out on the blind date with? Stephanie's verdict on David, she says, made me laugh. Regrets? None. I loved the whole thing. Coffee or cab? Coffee. And I'll tell you, she gave him a 9 out of 10. And David's verdict, Stephanie's a very attractive lady. Regrets? None at all. Coffee or cab? Coffee. And he gave her a 9 out of 10 as well. So it only goes to prove, just because you're sort of getting on a little bit doesn't mean to say you're excluded from anything. Remember when they used to have the older couples on the blind date show? I know. I quite liked Blind Date, actually. I quite liked Blind Date. It was one of those sort of programs on the telly where you'd look at them and think, it's not going to happen, is it really? Because all the person the other side of the screen is thinking is voice. You're listening to somebody's voice. Amanda Holden was a contestant. So was Jenny Faulkner. I believe Jenny Faulkner was a contestant on it as well. We used to sit there, and then Scylla would say, and now over to our Graham. And Graham would sort of do the rundown, which was very good indeed. Apparently there's a Zora Suleiman mug on eBay. They've sold 7 already, says Chris. Perhaps she's got a sideline going on. But I like this sort of version. He actually wants to see her again, and she wants to see him again as well. This sounds too perfect, doesn't it, really? Sounds way too perfect. They were doing it. I was watching the Golden Girls the other night, and one of them, Dorothy, and managed to find a boyfriend. Unfortunately, it was all going very, very well until he confessed to her that, in fact, he was married. And she went absolutely ballistic. But I mean, one of the things she was proudest of, she said, at my age, she said, I've just done something that I'm very proud of. And he said, what's that? She said, I kept the light on during lovemaking. She said, I never would have done that before. So I thought, well, you live and learn. That's why I leave mine on, actually. It doesn't seem to make any difference. But no, the moment she found out he was married, she went berserk and she went, get out. She said, I don't want to see you ever again. She couldn't believe that somebody would actually cheat. And he said, no, the marriage is finished. That was what everybody said, wasn't it? Those were the excuses. The marriage is over. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't understand me, all that kind of thing. So it gives an excuse. I think they were arguing on Made in Chelsea. One of the girls said, and you went off with somebody else. He said, we're not going out. We're having a rest. And, of course, that's what men use as the excuse. We're having a rest. We're going to go out with somebody else because it's the way of getting round it. Start an argument and then go off with somebody. It'll be very costly to switch to net zero. And this is tax rises are not inevitable, but families switch very costly bills in the switch to net zero carbon emissions. The Business Secretary, Kwasi Kwarteng, said the UK had a choice to be world leaders in this, or we can be laggards. And it's people who lag behind everything else. All the papers full of nice pictures of Dame Mary Berry. 50 years of culinary work. She's lovely, absolutely lovely, and still appearing on television. And she obviously likes television, and it obviously suits her down to the ground. And the Queen has been told to rest, but how long, we don't know. She was doing a 2-day trip to Northern Ireland, where she was going to mark its centenary. The 95-year-old was said to be in good spirits, resting at Windsor Castle, and is expected to attend the COP26 UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, which starts in 10 days. You imagine the poor woman's got to sit through that. Good Lord above. And she's in good spirits, and she sent good wishes to the people of Northern Ireland. Looks forward to visiting in the future. It's unrelated to COVID, we're told. Unrelated to that, so goodness knows. Perhaps it's just old age. She's in good spirits, but she's very disappointed she can't go, where she had been due to undertake a series of engagements today and tomorrow. But I'm sure it will happen. It can be arranged. But, of course, her diary is still quite full for a woman who's allegedly stepped down. She's still working all the 95. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? She seems, to be honest with you, I think she's really amazing. She's got, endless stamina. Whether she gets in and just go and collapses, I've got no idea, but she does it very, very well. Why I'm a very embarrassing mother, says Lorraine Kelly, because Lorraine and her daughter has turned up, actually, she's called Rosie, because she was talking at her for years, and then all of a sudden we see her, and I think they're both on Celebrity Gogglebox. No, I'm never sure if the places that they're pictured are actually their homes, or if they have a set that they sit in. They are their own homes, aren't they? But, being daytime's TV queen of cool, but her awful dancing, her Tinder confusion, annoying questions make Rosie cringe. Can you ever say that about your mum? Does your mum ever make you cringe? I don't know. George Clooney celebrated Lorraine on her 61st birthday last year. Can't be bad, can it, if you get somebody like that? Goodness sake, honestly, that's not bad at all. Also, Kylie Minogue took to Instagram to celebrate baby sister Danny's 50th birthday yesterday. 53 is Kylie Minogue. She marked her siblings' milestone with a slew of old photographs from their time growing up together. They seem to get on really well, don't they? They seem to get on really well, which is quite nice. Kylie wrote, "Happy 50th to my baby sister Danny Minogue. Oh, and she just wants to party now." Kylie is re-releasing one of her albums, which was Disco. It'll be digitally remastered, I suppose. The Vikings won the race to North America 1,000 years ago and beat Christopher Columbus by at least 471 years. They've been studying ancient timber. So they know this. The Italian-born explorer was for many years credited with being the first European to land on the continent in 1492, until evidence emerged that the Vikings got there centuries earlier. Now an international team of scientists say the Scandinavian seafaring warriors were active in Newfoundland, Canada, as early as 1021 AD. Amazing, isn't it? They still find all these different things, but I do remember there was a Viking, was it longship, longboat, whatever they're called, and they had a fire in the museum and it got burnt and it collapsed, I believe. But to find something complete was a bit of a rarity, but I'm sure they actually found one some years ago, because I remember looking at it and thinking, oh my God, that's what a Viking longboat looks like. Very good. The farthing that they found, this is during restoration work on Nelson's flagship. It could have been put there by anybody years and years ago. It's 127 years old. It will go on display to mark Trafalgar Day at the National Museum of the Royal Navy before Victoria's dry dock in Portsmouth. You should go and see it, actually. It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But they do the torchlit procession. This is in Flamborough, held for the 5th time in the East Yorkshire Village, which is slightly different, I think, to Upheliar, which they do in one place, which is another Viking thing where they set fire. They've all got flaming helmets on and they set fire to it. I mean, it's quite good, but a little bit dangerous, a little bit risque, I suppose. Still to come, more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And how green is your family? How green are you? That doesn't mean the vegetables you're eating. It's, are you actually good at recycling? Something I'm absolutely terrible at, I have to be honest. And toffee apple sausages, Steve, sound fantastic. Well, I might try them and then I shall come and report back.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Apparently, as been pointed out by Alison in Walthamstow, toffee apple sausage makes sense if you think in terms of pork with apple sauce. Yes, you're right, actually. I hadn't thought about it like that. Lloyds Banking Group accused of denying customers access to cash. And I was trying to find out the other day. Remember I told you that there's a Royal Bank of Scotland in Richmond, which is closing in November. Why? Because they've got a bigger NatWest, and it's owned by the same group. So what they're doing is they're closing the Royal Bank of Scotland, but keeping the NatWest. And so RBS customers, yeah, you can use NatWest. I can go in there and get all I don't need to know. I've got the app. I can actually access all of my accounts and see things straight away, which is very good. And you can go in there and you can get your money out and everything else because it's the same banking group. I mean, you can take your money out of the other banks, out of Barclays and out of Lloyds and stuff like that. But it seems that the Royal Bank of Scotland seems to be dwindling a little bit. I'd quite like to be with Coutts. I think there's about as much likelihood of that happening as just about anything else. And the families in the paper, and I don't know why this is actually, they only spend 4 hours of quality time together each week. Because if you look at your own situation, if you've got children, the chances are that they're out working, so you don't see them. Sometimes they sort of stay away from home. I mean, if you're still living at home and you're over 21, it's not so great. But they did a study of 2,000 adults, which appears to be about the average nowadays, and they spend 4 hours of quality time together. 63% wish they spent more time with their families, but admit life gets in the way because you can't. I mean, when I went to see my godchildren the other day, I think my middle godson was out playing golf. So he'd been with his girlfriend the night before, and then he goes off playing golf. And we went off to go to Braintree and do everything else. And then my oldest goddaughter had to go off to work, and the youngest had then just come back from work because she's now passed her driving test, 3rd time. And so people aren't there. So in fact, we had dinner, we had lunch without the kids there at all. But we'll do it at Christmas. So they're probably right. People just, as they sort of get ready for life, they start getting ready to leave home. They move away. They want to go and rent a place. They do all sorts of things nowadays. And it just means that when you go round there, they go, oh, no, you go, oh, where's so-and-so, so-and-so? And they go, well, actually, they're out with their friends today. They've gone either up to town shopping or something like that. But it's these boxes. I was talking about it to one of my drivers the other day. Do you remember I told you my youngest, is 16, 17, and she's got her driving test passed now, 3rd time, but the insurance company put this little box in there which transmits everything to them, and it tells them her speed. And I don't think it's optional. I think if you go with them, I think you've actually, they just fit it into the car. To try and find insurance nowadays is a bit difficult for young drivers, and this box transmits everything back again. So if they see you've been speeding, and they would know all about it, then they just bung your insurance up in price. And my driver said he'd heard all about it. I said, I'd never heard about something like that. In my day, I mean, I don't think it was any different, because most kids got put onto their parents' insurance for the cars. Nowadays, the kids want their own insurance, and the black box insurance policy generally lasts for 12 months, after which you can renew or compare prices again to find a better deal. So that's it. I mean, I really never heard of them. But it seems quite a good idea, because a lot of young drivers, once they're out on the road, it's a bit of a race, isn't it? Like a Grand Prix. They do get done for speeding, and anybody under 30 can have a box to help with insurance. Oh, sounds like quite a good idea. Oh, sorry, under 30. Now, why is it under 30? That's discrimination, isn't it? Why can't it be over 60s or over 70s or something like that? I wonder where they actually fit the blooming thing. But you can't cheat it, because it's transmitting, and it transmits back, and it can save young drivers over 500 quid. Well, I don't know whether you've ever tried to get insurance for young people. It's phenomenally expensive. You might spend £3,000 on a car. You might spend £3,500 on the insurance, because they're not particularly bothered. You have to pay it if you want to be insured, if you want to drive on the road. So it's bank of mum and dad, isn't it? Bank of mum and dad actually go out there and start helping people. There's another piece of PR puff in one of the papers today over the latest celeb restaurant. The one that sort of ranks Gemma Collins as one of its clients. Once she went there, once. And there's a picture of David Beckham, but it doesn't look like he'd eaten it, because nobody eats with a woolly hat on, do they? Unless it's David Beckham. And they were sort of saying, oh, it's all very expensive. But in fact, Jay Rayner, Claire Rayner's son, is a food critic. And so he actually bought a kebab and stood outside their restaurant eating it. Just to annoy them, I suppose. But they seem to get... No, he didn't like it at all, no. He thought it was... Basically, it was way too expensive. But then you always get people who want to go and try it, because they think, oh, if I go there, people will think I'm either rich or I've got incredible taste. It's just a steak. They worked out you could get exactly the same steak and all the trimmings on it for about £3.68 if you shopped in Sainsbury's. So it was a little bit expensive in there. I mean, you're paying to be in a restaurant, and you're paying to be seen. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, if you go in there looking around for celebrities, you're going to be mortally disappointed, judging by the ones that they dragged out first time round. I don't think it makes any difference who's eating in a restaurant, does it? I don't think people worry about things like that. I would more worry about the food, but I certainly wouldn't be. Somebody is alleged to have spent, on lunchtime, for 4 people, £35,000. Well, I mean, you need to sell the house. And it was all racked up, not only by the overpriced food. I think a hot dog's £100, or a burger is £100. Way too expensive. But if people want to pay it, that's their business. But I think it was the booze. I think they had various bottles of wine at £9,500 a bottle. I can't imagine any bottle of wine costing £9,500. Even the best Prosecco's not going to cost you anything like that. I mean, I think the most that I've bought for a meal, for wine, I'm a bit funny about wine. I wouldn't spend too much money on wine. Oh, no, I mean, probably if I was in a restaurant, because of the overheads and everything else, I'd probably go up to about 25 quid for a bottle of wine. So I drink Prosecco. It's cheaper. It's much cheaper. It just seems to be an awful lot of money for wine, especially if you don't know about wine. You'd have to be a bit of a connoisseur to know. And if you were a connoisseur, then you would know what to pay for a wine. But I don't think you would pay... but always would make me laugh. You go into a restaurant and you order a bottle of, French or whatever it is, and they pour a little bit in for you to test, and you go, oh, just pour it, please. It's cheap plonk. It makes no difference. I'm not going to know what it is. You're supposed to smell it, test it, swish it round inside the glass, and go, yeah, that's fine. It's only to find out if it's been corked, because that was the old Basil Fawlty line, wasn't it? I think you find the wine is corked. I've just taken the cork out, he said, this man. No, the cork's, it's dried out. It's dried out, so consequently it affects the wine. I mean, I wouldn't know if it was corked anyway. Hence Prosecco. If it's still got the fizz in the bottle, it seems to be okay to me. But I couldn't spend £9,500 quid. Didn't Gordon Ramsay have something years ago? He had some businessmen to his place, and I think they spent like £100,000 on lunch because they were drinking really, really expensive wines. It was something, you know, you can go to Berry Brothers and Rudd and buy really, really expensive wines. But I'd feel a bit guilty, actually, because after you've had your first 3 glasses of wine, you don't really care, do you? You're just about to slither under the table anyway. And then somebody goes, oh, I've just ordered a bottle of this Macon Rouge or whatever it was. It was £63,000. Oh, whoopee! Who's going to go for that one? Obviously not many people. Steve, RBS own Coutts, says Patrick. I know, that's why I said I want to go to Coutts. They also own Drummonds. They own all the old banking families. And how do you get an account at Coutts? I don't know. I think you have to be nominated for it or have enough money in the bank. I think if you were a lottery winner, because Coutts, RBS handle all the lottery stuff, so you could probably get there. They're just down on the Strand, opposite Charing Cross Station. That's where Coutts is. But Drummonds is the other side of Trafalgar Square. And there's a couple of other banking families. I can't remember, but they're all, you know, they keep all their ledgers and everything else. And there you go. One here to one of Britain. Coutts increased their minimum criteria to £1 million in investable assets from the previous level of 500,000. There's a broad spectrum in the minimum amount required for private banking. But the very idea that you could have a Coutts black card sounds quite appealing, doesn't it? I think, for some people. I can remember there was a woman, she was being done on one of these YouTube things, and she was shouting because she wouldn't show them identification. If you buy booze in America, even though you might be 190, they still want to see proof. And she was paying it with, and she kept saying to the person filming, "I've got an American Express Platinum card." And he said, "What are you shopping here for then?" Because it was just another card. But in America they're very strict on it. You know, you have to be over 21 to get booze, and it's not as easy as it is here, where you get kids who just print something off on the internet. Over in America, they really will not sell you booze or anything else. You can go to various places. Disneyland, I mean, they don't do booze, but it's a case of you're not having it. I remember a friend of mine, he was 45, but he looked a bit younger, and they wanted proof of identification to see that he was old enough to drink. And I remember thinking at the time, he's 45. Of course he's old enough to drink. But there was a woman who was stopped, I think, in a supermarket. They were being overcautious. She was 73. 73, and they wanted some proof that she was old enough to buy the booze. So, when you sort of go out to some places, everybody will just sell you it, won't they? Steve, black boxes have a downside. If you exceed the speed limit by a couple of miles an hour, they put your premiums up, an increased risk. Yes, exactly. That's what worries me, that you've really got to watch your speed. And how many times do you go out driving, if you're a driver, if you're a young driver, and you're just tempted to put your foot on the accelerator? You can't help it. On my one, it's a chain which sort of accelerates, and it's quick pickup. You know, it's like 0 to 60 in 4 seconds or something ridiculous. I can't remember what it is. But that's what it is now. If you've got one of these little boxes, they can actually check what your speed is. So it's no good you going, "Oh, no, I definitely wasn't doing that." They'll go, "Well, I'm afraid the box says differently." And if you go over, the price goes up until eventually you get to that stage where it just becomes too expensive to go. But if you live out in the sticks, how are you going to get backwards and forwards into town? And the answer is, you're probably not. So you have to rely on public transport. But you're right, actually, Kevin. In Essex, if you regularly exceed the speed limit, up go the premium. So it's to encourage safer driving. But I can drive down the motorway in my car, and I've got cars passing me left, right and centre. Undertaking, I'm sitting in the middle, in my Tupperware box for sandwiches and all the rest of it, and they're whizzing past me. Transit vans whiz past me, everything. Ghastly.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
6:20, very nearly 6:21. Steve, I remember, says Sam in Dagenham, my insurance got my first car at 18. It was £4,000. If I'd had the box, it would have been £2,500. Still far too expensive. It is. I think I almost thought that after a while they were just trying to keep young people off the road, because, as we've said before, the problem is now, if you looked at pictures of roads, 50, 60 years ago, you'd hardly see any cars because families couldn't afford them. Now, if you've got a family of 4, 2 children, 2 adults, the chances are everybody's got a car. That's 4 cars in a family, and you've got to find somewhere to park the blooming things. And in London, it costs more and more. I mean, London is phenomenally expensive for just about everything, even parking. I think 4 hours in Covent Garden is something like £16. It's really, really expensive. But the downside to the black box is if you share your car with your child, the black box is incapable of recognising a different driver. Therefore, all drivers of the car must adhere to the speed limit, says Mary. Yes, I mean, it's obviously, I mean, it seems to be working. I mean, I very rarely get sort of, cars driven by young people going past me. It tends to be sort of people, in their 40s and 50s. NCP Covent Garden price, £6 an hour. So that's £24 before you've even bought a drink in London, or before you've even been to the theatre or bought a meal. I mean, it's an expensive day out. An hour is £6, up to 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours, £11. 2 to 4, they think they're doing you a favour by giving you a discount on it. £22.50, 4 to 24 hours, which is not bad, is it? But that's an NCP. An early bird entry by 9:30 is £17. Oh, good. So cheap. But that's what it costs in London. That's why most people, and they're trying to get more people onto the trains and on the buses and on the underground. But I don't have a fear of the underground. It's just that I prefer to be above ground. I like to know what's sort of going on. There's a plea for action now. The telecom industry is being urged to do more to protect consumers after it emerged that almost 45 million people were targeted by scam calls or text messages over the summer. 45 million people. I can't remember. I mean, I think I must have had scam emails. I always have to send them to a friend of mine and say, is this a scam? And he goes, yes. I mean, I think really in your heart of hearts, you know exactly, which is a scam and which isn't. But they're so sophisticated now. I mean, in a year, £2.3 billion was lost. Which magazine, and they are the bastions of upholding everything, they say 413,000 instances of fraud reported to Action Fraud in the year to April. That's up 33% on the year, because people go online, they phone you, they say, this is happening to your account, this is sort of going on here, and are you aware of it? Can we help you? And if you're an elderly person, you're not aware of this. You just assume if somebody phones up that they know who you are because they've got your telephone number, but they're looking at lists. That's all it is. Somebody says, I once saw Giles Brandreth, Steve, in Costa. Does that count as a celebrity encounter? It absolutely does. Yes, Giles Brandreth would be a celebrity encounter in Costa. Mind you, I saw Michael Palin in Marylebone High Street a few years ago, and he was queuing up for a coffee as well. I remember thinking, it's Michael Palin. Because, if you see Paul McCartney, don't ask for a selfie. They told you that the other day. They said, but he doesn't mind engaging people in conversation. He just doesn't want to have a selfie taken. So, I don't know why. Must be some reason, mustn't there, really? I parked in Farringdon, Steve, near Smithfield Market on Saturday, and 6 hours cost me £28. £28. I mean, it's like a second mortgage, isn't it? It really is. And Bev says, Steve, whilst in Disneyland with my kids, my husband was not allowed to buy me a glass of wine until they'd seen my ID. Very strict. They are very strict. In fact, America, I think, must be one of the most strict places for people buying alcohol, because most of the kids, they do manage to get hold of alcohol because they go to these discount places and buy it, or they get friends to buy it. We get it here in this country. How many times have you walked past an off-licence in the day? You don't see those anymore, do you? Do we have off-licences anymore? We have corner shops that sell booze, but do we have actual off-licences? I mean, I haven't seen one round our neck of the woods. Supermarkets do the booze, and they were undercutting the off-licences. And you could find, on a high street, about 3 or 4 of them, Odd Bins and places like that. But I'm not even sure if they're... And Threshers. And there was another one, Barrett's Liquor Mart, which was down at Shepherd's Bush. They used to advertise on LBC, and it was a guy called, whatever his name was, Mr. Barrett, who owned it, Barrett's. And people would go down there. But now, you're right, people go to the supermarket and buy it at the same time as they buy all their food for the week. Or at the moment, for Christmas, which is what everybody seems to be buying. I've seen people pushing trolleys out of supermarkets laden high with what can only be described as Christmas food, because you can freeze it. If you buy a turkey now, it'll be frozen. You just stick it back in the freezer. You buy your pigs in blankets. You buy your vegetables. In fact, you could even buy your gravy and freeze it. And you can freeze the mince pies. You can do all sorts of things. So no worry about Christmas at the moment. I wouldn't guarantee. Anna says all drivers of all cars should be following the speed limits regardless of a box. That's why speed limits are there. But they don't do it, Anna. I mean, surely you would know that. You know, kids go out there, they put and they just think, they aren't aware that there's cameras all over the place. And you can buy a little machine now that goes bing, 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 bing. It's on your sat nav that tells you if you're, coming up to a speed camera. So people learnt a long time ago to speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. So they then brought in a new system of timing you between the 2 points. You're entering a speed area where they measured when you went in the average speed cameras, and that caught a lot of people out because they weren't prepared for it. But if you're a young person and you've waited ages to get your own car and you get the first car, you're out there. You don't really have any experience of being on the road or on the no experience on the motorway because they don't do motorway driving. You're kind of on your own out there you see people driving onto the motorway from the slip road. And you think to yourself, oh, God, there must be a new driver. They used to put a P plate on, which I think stood for you've just passed your test. And, we had a car the other day in front of us as we were coming into town. Quite clearly the driver was drunk. Quite clearly they were drunk. They were weaving about all over the road. And at one point we sort of went to overtake. They were on the left-hand lane. And we went to overtake and they nearly crashed into the side of us. Very worrying. We have Majestic. Oh, right. So they are about, but they're just a bit few and far between because we've got supermarkets. And what do all the supermarkets sell? Even Iceland, they sell cheap booze. Crates of, beers and everything else. And they go only £6. And the independent places, the Majestic's a wine warehouse, isn't it? We have one of those as well. And you pull in the car, so you go and buy your booze and then you stick it in the boot of the car. But for a lot of people, they go to the supermarket or they go to Iceland or they go to just about anywhere. Even Marks and Spencer's, you can buy your booze now. They've got a very good array of wines and everything else. But we don't know about wines. You read the little tiny thing. It says, oh, infused with herbs and spices and orange and lemon and all these. I can never taste it. No idea at all. Lovely off licence, says Paul in St Margaret's. You can sit outside and do a wine tasting. It's a bit sophisticated, isn't it? A wine They do have that in our Majestic as well. In terms of off licence, we have things like Majestic Warehouse and Laithwaites. I think I've heard of Laithwaites. I'm not too sure, actually. I've definitely heard of Majestic because you're buying, as opposed to going in there and buying a bottle, they're looking for people to go in and buy cases of wine. We think Laithwaites isn't just wine. Oh, they do. They does everything else, does it? Just down the road from here, we've got Berry Brothers and Rudd, and they've got cellars that run underneath the palace down there. Very, very old, and it looks. I'd be embarrassed to walk through the door. I'd like to set up a wine cellar. So, we used to do a programme on wine years and years ago. I think they've got a huge collection. If you want to set up a wine cellar, you could spend literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds. No good buying a bottle of Liebfraumilch and thinking you can save it for 6 months. It will have gone off. Most of the wines you buy in the supermarket, in fact, I would go so far as to say nearly all the wines in the supermarket are for, drinking soon. Because once you've opened a bottle of wine, you don't tend to put the cork back in it, do you? If you're lucky enough to find one with a cork. Now they're just screw tops on the wine. And if you do find a cork, it's not made of cork. It's made of plastic, which is very odd. But you've got to be careful. The only corks I've ever had are on the Prosecco, but they've got that metal contraption over the top of it to hold it. You've got to be very careful. It's a skill to open it because you open it and I look at it and think, oh, the cork's moving. You quickly put your hand over the top of it and ease it out slowly. But if you were a pensioner, wait a minute, I am a pensioner. If you were a pensioner, you'd find it really, really difficult to actually do that. Very, very difficult. Johnny Perry says very quickly, mentioning Barrett's brought back some memories. Remember that big red building on Petticoat Lane and Mr. Cucumber Man? I certainly do, because Cucumber Man went out with a well-known lady presenter. Not on LBC. And the big red building in Petticoat Lane changed to, it went to Golders Green Road. You remember them all over the years.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Sorry, I was looking at the clock actually, thinking one of these days I'm going to give a wrong time check because I never normally give time checks, but it's 25 to 7. I just thought I'd tell you that now. James says, Steve, they're turning London into a city for the elite. Well, I'm not even sure the elite can afford to live here anymore. It's expensive. I have to think twice about getting black cabs because I know they're expensive. So I have an account with another taxi firm. Mainly because you don't have to produce the money until the end of the month. But and I know that most of the black cabs take credit cards now, so you can do that. Just don't call them up on your mobile. I told you I discovered this a short while ago. My mobile phone bill went through the roof this month or last month, £110. And it was because I was calling a premium rate number to change the pickup times and things like that. And yesterday we got the one again because the call centre for this particular company is in Peterborough. Don't ask me why Peterborough. I cannot remember why it was Peterborough. And you sort of say, oh, I've got a booking tomorrow morning. And they go, I can't see anything. You go, no, you're not looking at the right page. Because I now know, because the other drivers have said, they need to be on the right page to see it. And he said, I can't. Now, had I been on the premium rate thing before, I'd have been going through it could have been a £5 or £6 phone call to change the pickup time. And so I said, no, it should be there. I need to change it. He said, well, I can't see it. There's nothing booked after today. And I thought, well, I know there is because it's regular 5 days a week, as regular as I can be. In fact, when I was off, I had to keep phoning up to cancel the cab, which I found even more stressful. It was just one of those things because I was doing it and it was on a premium rate number. So there you go. Steve, I asked Paul McCartney, says Nick in Kent, for his autograph. He asked my name, shook my hand pre-COVID and apologised because if he did one for me, he wouldn't be able to move for others asking. He's a lovely man, says Nick. Strangely enough, you should say that. Strange you should say that because Dale did an interview with Larry Grayson years and years ago, a bit before most people's time, I should imagine, if you're a young person. And Larry offered him some advice. He said, if you're walking down the street, he said, and somebody says, oh, hi, can I have an autograph or something like that, or a selfie? He said, no, you can do an autograph, he said, but do it as you're walking. He said, because you'll draw a crowd. He said, and the next thing is you can't get out. They'll be going, can I have a picture taken with you? Can I have it? That's why I assume Paul McCartney does not want to have a picture taken with people. He'll shake your hand and you can ask him a question. But the idea of sort of stopping, apparently the producer knew a celebrity who waved and carried on walking. Who was that? Who was that? We can't say. But, yeah, I mean, Dale would sort of stop and then they'd say, you know, can I have a picture taken with you and all that kind of stuff. And but interestingly enough, a lot of people don't do that. And Paul McCartney doesn't because he's Paul McCartney. He'd be surrounded by, 20, 30, 40 people very quickly. Years ago, Steve, I was waiting for the lift in Harrods and the doors opened and Tony Blackburn stepped out. He gave me a big smile and said hello. I think he was working the lift. I think that's what it was, actually. It was his part-time job. He sat on the little stool and did the lift. I always thought it was the best job to have because in Harrods, the lifts are all brass. And the brasswork needs cleaning, I should imagine, every day, because it must get fingers all over the blooming place. But it was the lift man in his nice green uniform, and he would tell you what was happening on each floor. And I remember thinking, how brilliant. Towels, twin set, pearls, whatever you want. And it was all good stuff. That's what they say anyway. But I'm not even sure nowadays if they've got lift people in Harrods. They might not even have them. It was probably something that was surplus to requirements, but I always thought it was the height of decadence. I always thought it was something really wonderful. The Guardian looking this morning at lockdown's £150 million illegal puppy trade. There's huge money to be made, and you've seen all the farms. Many of them seem to be in Wales. They've had more raids in Wales of puppy farms, puppies kept in the most awful condition, mothers who are just used as breeding material, and they bring out the puppies and they sell them, and many unfortunately carry illnesses and diseases, and they don't last as long as they should do, and people buy them, because kids see a dog and they go, oh, I want a dog for Christmas. And you think, you really shouldn't, because a dog is not just for Christmas, it's for life. Can't find anywhere still using lift attendants in the UK. They tube use them. Oh, down the road from Fleet Street, there's a place there, and the lift would hold 50 people, and it took you down to the platform, because you could go down the stairs, but you were going down a spiral staircase. And it's one of those stations that it's only open when they have special building open days. The station is not open anymore. And it's also the same place that they've got lots of telephone boxes next to each other. Covent Garden Station has lifts still, yeah. I used to quite like it. I think it was automatic. No, I couldn't walk up the stairs. I mean, that's completely out of order. You get to a certain age, you think, no, where's the lift? In fact, I'm always saying to people, excuse me, where are the seats? Where can we sit down? There's hardly anywhere to sit down anymore, is there? You've got the bus shelters, but you've practically got to sort of perch yourself on it. It's only little kids that can sit on them properly because their legs dangle in midair. The rest of us have to perch and sort of lean backwards. But there's no sort of seats anywhere. And they slope. And also, the worst thing is that they think they're being really clever by putting seats, as they've done in Twickenham, under this big tree, which is very nice. Every pigeon in the land thinks this has got the word toilet written all over it. And they go to... So you're not going to sit on a bench like that. You're really not. But I think we need more places to sit down in London. Well, not just London. It's probably your neck of the woods. You have it at the seaside. Don't you have all the benches on the prom? Why you can't have them in London, I've got no idea. I mean, I have seen a few seats in Covent Garden, but there's not that many. Whereas if I'm watching somebody doing, magic or juggling or unicycling, I want to sit down. Yeah. The only people who sit down are the people who are in the pub overlooking it, which I think is called the Punch and Judy. I should carry a little shooting stick you can get where it folds out and you sort of... But it's not as comfy as sitting in an armchair, is it? Imagine turning up with a deck chair. That'd be quite a nice idea. Steve, funny you mentioned, says Paul, Berry Brothers and Rudd. I was there just last night at a wine tasting, which was open to everybody with an interest in wine and free, as I'm studying for a wine tasting qualification. Is that another word for an alcoholic? A wine tasting? What does that mean? A wine tasting qualification? Does that mean you're going to be... You can get experts in wine tasting. I thought most of the time you spit it out, though, don't you? You spit into a spittoon. You sort of roll it round the inside of your mouth for 5 minutes while they tell you, it's got peach and nectarine. I can never taste anything like that at all. Oaky flavour. Did you get the smokiness there? No, I didn't. No, I just got sort of, the taste of wine. It's like Prosecco. Once you've tasted one bottle of Prosecco, you've tasted them all. They don't seem to taste any different to me. It doesn't matter what colour the bottle is. The stuff inside is still exactly the same. But studying for a wine tasting qualification. Does that mean you can open a bottle of wine and go, anybody for a taste of this one? Because when you do wine tastings, we don't spit it out, do we? If you're a connoisseur, and I've seen them on the television. I was told once by we had a wine expert in, and I poured out a bottle of wine into plastic cups, and they looked at me in horror. And he said, do you have any glasses? I said, no. Why? He said, you shouldn't drink out of plastic cups. I said, listen, it tastes exactly the same. And he said, no. And I thought or a mug, pouring it into a mug. But that's the difference between a connoisseur, I suppose, somebody who knows what they're talking about. But I couldn't identify them. I've seen people doing blind tastings of wine, and they try it, and they have to guess what it is. And I remember thinking, that's brilliant. Imagine, because after the first bottle, I've not got a clue. They could have been feeding me Ribena in a teacup or something. It didn't make any difference at all. Tish, from Croydon, from Shirley, actually, says, all this talk of alcohol, I have not had a drink for a month. I was drinking far too much during lockdown. It was easy to open a bottle at lunchtime. Love the show. Do you know, that's very good, actually. Have you noticed a difference, though? If you stop drinking for a month, you'll notice a difference in weight, and you'll notice a difference in the fact... I mean, I went... What did I go? 3 months without drinking anything at all, and people kept saying, oh, you've lost a load of weight and all the rest of it, because it's so full of sugar. And then you stop missing it after a while. It's like cigarettes, isn't it? I'm also quite addicted to chips, but I don't have those very often. I did go through a phase of 20 a day on the chip front, of sort of just cooking chips and just eating them and thinking potatoes are good for me. I'd buy those triple cooked chips in M&S and then sort of cook them up. But then I thought, no, this is messy. And the kitchen then smelt of fried food and everything else. But can't beat a good sausage and batter, can you?
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 11 minutes to 7 is the time. Well, thank God the rain stopped. Mind you, in your neck of the woods, it might have just started. We had it all last night and there were floods all over the place. I'm assuming finally the drains might have got back in order. But it's all to do with the councils who are cutting back. And they're not collecting all the leaves. I mean, you can see leaves all over the place, which A, means it's difficult. You can slip over if you're an elderly person. And secondly, it clogs all the drains up. So when the water fills it, you're back where you start. It takes ages to go down. The public told to get a third vaccine dose if eligible. Use a mask in busy indoor spaces and meet outdoors where possible. So, wait a minute. Have they not cancelled the fireworks because that was outdoors? I thought that would be the safest place. Why can we not have the fireworks back? Apparently, get the booster jab and wear a mask to save Christmas, says the Health Secretary. They say new infections could reach 100,000 a day without early intervention. Javid and Sager warn double the current level, which does remain below the rate predicted by some scientists. People aged 50 plus are asked to contact the NHS now to arrange their booster dose and not wait to be invited. Because I'm assuming that in some people's cases, they might actually forget about telling people about coming in. Because there used to be queues around the block for our NHS doctor, so you could get the booster jab. But a friend of mine, John, he He became ill through getting the flu jab, which I thought was slightly peculiar. But they're now setting a new target of 500,000 booster shots a day to avoid a fourth lockdown. But they've said, though, haven't they, we're not going into lockdown again. Might have to if we get 100,000, but I don't think we'll get 100,000. I think they're doing that to frighten people. I mean, on Monday, I think Downing Street promised to step up communications as it's emerged that only 3.7 million of the 8.5 million at-risk people who had a second jab at least 6 months ago have had their third dose, which means 4.8 million are in danger of waning immunity. Currently, people eligible for a third dose must wait until they're contacted by the NHS before booking a jab. Why don't you go round to the doctors or phone the doctors up and say, when am I going to get the jab? But I think is it supposed, are they adhering to the 6 months after you've had, oh, right. Well, I definitely don't qualify. I think until the 1st of November or something like that. It's not long to wait, as it seems we seem to be whizzing through. But I hope that they're not going to cancel Christmas, because that will just ruin everybody's year, won't it? The Queen told to rest. She's cancelled a trip for just the 4th time in the last 1,000 engagements. So she's normally quite good about this thing. I'm told it's a cold, but we could be wrong on that one. We have to wait and find out. 1,000 daily hospital admissions, the government have said, for COVID. You know, it's a bit bad. The experts and the doctors have said now is the time to act. The new antiviral drugs, and they're looking at people here. 8.3% of the 65 to 69-year-olds, double-jabbed adults who've received the booster dose. And I'm assuming you can have the booster dose and you can have the flu jab as well at the same time. Seems to make no difference at all. Actually, it was funny because I was talking to a friend of mine, and she said a friend of ours who used to work here as one of my producers, he now volunteers for the NHS to give injections. I can't think of anything worse. I cannot think of anything worse than going out there and somebody training you to do an injection. I'd be going, I don't think so. I'd rather I don't mind anybody else. The producer's mum wanted to, but it was oversubscribed. Well, people really want to do it. Oh, right. Well, Uncle Rob does that, and he sort of really likes it. I couldn't trust myself. Yeah, he's doing his bit. Experts have picked the greatest TV shows to binge on. The 100 TV series of the 21st century is what they call a filler, because it fills 2 pages in the papers, and it's got everything, including The Office. In fact, The Office features quite a few times. Game of Thrones, very popular. Fleabag. Breaking Bad. Do you know what the number 1 is? Well, you must know this because you did it earlier on the programme, so you would know what it is. You not remember? It's The Wire. The Wire is the number 1. Baltimore cops probe homicide and narcotics. I don't think I've ever seen it. They've also got here The Comeback. Lisa Kudrow stars as a sitcom actress. Yes, from Friends, yeah, which seems a bit of an odd one, doesn't it, really? They've also got Orange is the New Black. RuPaul's Drag Race is in at number 67 in this list. I have watched it. I can't get into it at all. These people it just really is very, very odd. Fargo is good. The Good Wife, which is a legal drama. Line of Duty. Good Cops Take Down Bent Cops. Also Twin Peaks The Return. Do you remember it first time? You probably don't remember it first time. It was ages and ages ago. That's quite good. The Quirky Fisher family are doing 6 Feet Under, which is very good. So we quite like that. But The Office does very well. OJ Made in America, the O.J. Simpson documentary, is number 81. How many times can you keep showing that? Goodness sake, honestly. But that's in the paper today. You've probably got your favourites. I mean, we're just a nation of sitting in front of the television, aren't we? Just flicking through the channels. I sometimes go click, 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 click. And then they seem to show the adverts all at the same time. So you click from one because it goes to the advert. You think, I'll find something else. You go, click. Have you tried this new bed? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. And I do like the shopping channels. I'm addicted to the shopping channels. I don't necessarily buy anything. I have in the past, but I don't now. I'm just interested with the way that they do the presenting. It's something you could sit down and watch for ages and ages. I think you've got to be a special person to work on a shopping channel. And, I mean, the last thing I bought on there, glue. I bought glue. I bought stuff from Cooper's of Bishop Stortford, I've said before, because they send a little catalogue through, and they sometimes have stuff on the television, and they're actually quite good. But that's about it. I see things on there. I sit there glued to Gemporia, listening to these presenters, thinking, "You don't believe this, do you? You really don't believe this. This is Parade Tourmaline, And it's so expensive. It's more precious than platinum. $3.99, you know, and what they've done is, if ever they put a ring on their finger, they turn their hand backwards and forwards so it catches the light. And then they pull back and you see how tiny this little thing is. It's always fascinating. Terrified residents took cover as this tornado demolished trees and walls when it smashed into a town. This is in Widnes. Resident Don Smith was driving when the twister struck. He watched in disbelief as a child's trampoline soared over the rooftops, bins were flying in the air, and trees were going. Within 20 to 30 seconds, it was back to normal. He said it sounded like it was wind and rain, and then it was like an aeroplane engine whirring round. The next minute, like giant hailstones. And they've got pictures, you know, people's cars were hit by stuff and the windows smashed. It's the trampoline that was the odd one, actually. And people's garden walls were blown down and everything. Only 20 or 30 seconds. Not so good. Not so good. And Adele she went to a basketball match in LA, and they actually played her new single there. That's why she was there, I'm assuming. I can't think of any other reason why you'd be going there. Also, the BBC have signed up Dua Lipa's management team to help select the entry for next year's Eurovision Song Contest in a bid to help us actually score something. We're never going to win. It's become political. It became political years and years ago. And it doesn't matter whether you've got the best song in the world, people just don't vote for us. I mean, the last time we won was 1997. I mean, that's 25 years ago. It doesn't matter who you bring in, we're not going to win because they're all voting politically. And also, you've got some countries in there, I don't know how they qualify for Eurovision. The Irish don't want to win it. It costs too much money to keep staging the thing. I mean, you've now got Australia, which is apparently part of Europe. It's some new system that they've got called Let's All Be Barmy Mad, shall we? And so they've got somebody here who helped Dua Lipa secure her chart-topping hits. I tell you, it doesn't matter. We could have the best song in the world. We're not going to be voted in for anything. They just don't vote for us. And it's the way it's always going to be. Gemma Collins, my favourite quote of the week. I've learnt how to cook rice this week. She said it was a big moment in my life. Well, there you go. You see, never too late to actually get round to doing rice cooking. You just pop it in a saucepan, don't you? I thought a little bit of tiny water in there and steam it. It's not complicated. Ben's rice is very nice indeed. So please wear a mask. Please go out there and wear a mask, and hopefully we might actually end up with a nice Christmas. If we're not drowning in water and everything else at the moment, we're sort of getting, you know, all sorts of horrible things going on. Steve, over lockdown, we got into the habit of not drinking. Recently, I found a bottle of red lurking in a cupboard. I was overjoyed. Yes, actually, if you find a bottle of red, all you have to do is you can sort of make like Glühwein. Go and buy a little bag of things and just heat it up slowly. It's nice Glühwein. I like Glühwein a lot.